Live audio test for Planning Regulatory Services Committee on the 14th of the 4th, 2021. This is an audio test of the recorder. Confidential slide transition test. Resuming from confidential. And that concludes the test. Test, test. Test.
say I've never Zoomed before, so I'm kind of like, no, no.
Yes, Chair, that's us now live.
Thank you very much. Members, you're very welcome here this afternoon to a meeting of the Plan and Regulatory Services Committee meeting for the month of April. I trust you all had a pleasant Easter break. Item 1 in our agenda is apologies. I have 2 apologies. Councillor Keaton and Alderman McCrum. Have we any further apologies? Councillor Toman.
Thanks, Chair. I think Councillor McLinden may be late, or he may not be available this afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Okay, members, item 2 on the agenda is declarations of interest, and as per usual, we'll take them just as we go through the meeting, unless anybody wants to declare something at this stage. Item 3 on the agenda is a report from the Strategic Director for Position. We have one item for decision, that is item 3.1, and I'll hand over to Sharon O'Gorman, Strategic Director, to take us through the departmental business plans for 21-22.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members, you will be aware that the Council has an overall corporate and strategic planning process, our community plan, our corporate plan, and more recently, the medium-term recovery, all relate to the work and priorities of the Council over the coming years. The business plans that are presented along with this report have been set in this context, and they outline the key areas of work that the Planning Department and the Building Control Department will be concentrating on over the period of the next business year. Within the report, some key actions have been highlighted by both the head of planning and the head of building control, and members, the reports are there today for your approval, and we will bring in the normal way progress update reports on the performance against these business plans throughout the year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. Has members any questions or queries they want to put to Sharon or Damien at this stage? No? Okay, could I seek a proposer and seconder to adopt the recommendation?
So proposed, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson.
So seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan. Members, we move on then to item 4, and that's a report from the head of planning. We have one item for decision, that's 4.1, and this is the call for evidence, the review of the implementation of the Planning Act NI 2011, and it asks Rushing to take.
Thank you, Chair. The Department for Infrastructure is currently undertaking a review of the implementation of the Planning Act as required by Section 228 of the Act. On the 15th of February, the Department issued a call for evidence to help inform this review. The review is general in nature and poses questions that ask whether there is a need to retain, amend, or repeal any provisions of the Act or associated subordinate legislation in relation to the preparation and implementation of the Local Development Plan, planning control, and enforcement. It also asks if there's a need to change planning procedure in general to safeguard in terms of emergencies, such as experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Officers consider there are a number of areas of legislation which create unnecessary delays and propose to make a number of comments in response to the questions posed as part of the review. With regards to the delivery of the Local Development Plan, the response suggests the Department consider changes to reform the plan system to facilitate strategic policies being brought forward as a separate plan document, and a review to explore whether the consultation process can be reduced to remove the requirement for a counter-objection period and reduce the number of statutory consultees. Other comments include consideration as to whether the legislation could be amended to allow flexibility in relation to how public inspection can be carried out, greater clarity in relation to minor changes, and streamlining the plan process. In relation to development management, the draft response makes a number of suggestions in relation to the pre-application community consultation process, predetermination hearings, the hierarchy of planning applications, form and content of planning applications, appeals, the correction of errors, changes to the general permitted development order, and planning fees. In relation to enforcement, a number of suggestions for streamlining the system have been set out in relation to the time limits for enforcement action, removal of advertisements, fixed penalty notices, and permitted development rights. The full draft response to the Department is attached at Appendix 1, and members are asked to approve the draft response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rushing. Has members any questions or queries? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair, and thank you, Roisin. It's really around Appendix 2, question 3, notices, etc. We are virtually saying that we want to scrap neighbourhood notifying. I don't agree with that at all. Says and put up a sort of like billboard type stuff, no on plots of land. I think we should be retaining and supporting neighbourhood notifications, because there's a lot of people don't get out as much. You know, even through COVID there was loads of them weren't getting out and round about. So they're easily noticed. They're easily, very, very easily manipulated by developers, builders, who can have it there 1 minute, turn it round the other way, blame the wind on it, blame whatever. So I think definitely keep the neighbourhood notifications. And I have concerns around the next one, part 7, agricultural buildings and operations. Yes, farmers now at this time of year would have the cattle, sheep or whatever out in the fields, and the building will be used for a different purpose. It could be used for storage, could be used for different pile of stuff, whatever's going on, machinery. And so definitely I have questions around that there. The lawful development certificates, now I have even concerns around that there. Of late there, I noticed a person applying for planning permission used a lawful development certificate he had applied for against a farmer. So he was actually telling the planning committee what the farmer was keeping in that shade. So I think a lawful development certificate should only be applied for by the landowner or by the person that's using that building. So that's a few concerns I have around it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. Roisin, there was obviously 3 points there if you want to take each of them in turn. Obviously, the first one was the neighbourhood notification, and
Absolutely,
I think Councillor
Chair, yeah.
Duffy was suggesting that we
Mhm.
change that bit in the response.
No, look, obviously we're here to take on board any comments of members. This is our suggested response to the department. If members want us to take that out, I mean, neighbour notification, it is time consuming, it is costly to the council, but our suggestion was that the department look at alternatives. But if members are happy that we take that suggestion out, I mean, I'm happy to be guided by the members on this one. If they're not happy with the suggestion, obviously we can take that out of the draft response. In relation to the permitted development order, there is obviously farmers at the moment have permitted development rights, okay, and as set out, if a HRA is required for a livestock shed, then that removes permitted development. Now, I know in England there is a differentiation between a livestock shed and a machinery shed in terms of permitted development, and we were sort of suggesting that the department maybe needed to look at that legislation just to give clarity on that matter, because a farmer may think they have permitted development rights for a shed, whether it's a machinery shed or a livestock shed, or in actual fact what he puts in it impacts on his permitted development rights. So it was a suggestion that they simply look at that. But again, if you don't want that in the response, I'm happy to take it out. The third point you raised about the lawful development certificate, well, I suppose at the moment, if someone else wants to apply for lawful development certificate on someone else's land, there's nothing to stop them doing that. I'm not sure that we have the power to say that that can't happen, because obviously any plan permission, any permissions go with the land, not with the person. And like planning applications, someone has a right to apply for planning permission on someone else's land as long as they serve the correct certificate.
Thank you very much, Roisin. Councillor Duffy, do you want to, are you content with that, or do you want to come back? I will ask the people guide whether they agree with, especially those first 2 points about the neighbourhood notification and the agricultural stuff. So
yes, Chair. Well, if they're going to take it out, well, it's up to other members as well, you know, what they think on it. I would like to hear their views around some of them before actually. Could be all in agreement or could be all against each other. But I believe there is a right for farmers need protection too, you know, because the case I was talking about was very underhanded, very devious, you know, so it's open for corruption there too. So, but I would actually like to apply, if we're asking for a review, that the lawful development certificate could only be applied for by the farmer or by the operator, you know, the owner of the shades, that we can put that in for a proposal. The department may come back with something different, but it's just a proposal from us at the minute.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Look, there's a couple of more speakers have indicated. We'll take their points on board and then we'll come back to those points if they haven't been addressed. So next up, we have Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair, and I agree with Councillor Duffy 100% in terms of the removing the point about the neighbourhood notification and that it's a burden. It's important that we are open and transparent as a planning committee, and the neighbourhood notifications are a main way that people actually find out if there's a planning application in the vicinity. My only problem with neighbourhood notification is that the radius isn't big enough in terms of letters who get sent them and so on. So I completely agree with Councillor Duffy's point about keeping the neighbourhood notification as is rather than remove it. And I would sort of hear him out about his other 2 points. And again, he mentions about the certificate of development. Even just if we're saying, look, it's an issue that needs to be considered and the department to have a look at. I think that's those other 2 comments are fair enough, but I particularly agree with the first one with regards to neighbourhood notifications. Now, I have a couple of comments myself, and I'll just go through them here. There's about 5 or 6. In response to question 2, I would like to include the following. The Department for Infrastructure should take a more active role in defining the parameters of what local development plans must contain, with a greater focus on environmental sustainability. In question 3, I would like these 3 comments added. First one, in section 27 of the pre-application committee consultations should be updated to allow for virtual provision of such consultations consistent with what has been allowed during the COVID pandemic and proven successful to the extent it should be made permanent. Second comment would be to support for a limited qualified third-party right of appeal with provisions to reduce the risk of invalid or vexatious claims, building upon successful experience in other countries. Third comment for question 3. There is currently great variance amongst district councils concerning protocols and procedures concerning, for example, the right of applicants to meet planning officers and ability for both objectors and applicants to present to the planning committee prior to determination of the planning application. Some effort should be made to standardise approaches, especially in relation to access to planning officers. Question 4, I'd like to comment added. Delays in statutory consultee responses cause significant issues with the implementation of planning control. The department should consider potential incentives that could be encouraged to create improvements in response times. In question 6, I would like to comment added. The propensity towards retrospective planning applications and approvals needs considered with greater focus to discourage and disincentivize such practices, which in some instances are blatantly used as a way to circumvent the requirements to obtain prior planning permission before commencing works. In question 7, I'd like the additional comment. Going forward, legislation should account for a digital first strategy with provision made for those who cannot or prefer not to engage digitally. I realise there's a lot there, so I might need to send them on as I was taking them down last night. If that's possible, that those points could be considered.
Yeah, Councillor Lavery, you have a lot of information there. Could I just ask the officers, is this response time-bound?
I think, and Damien may be able to correct me on this, it is, we have a deadline for submission of the response. I'm just not 100% sure what it is, Damien, are you aware?
It's the end of April. We got an extension, Chair, until the 30th of April.
I'm just wondering, would there be the possibility of a workshop or something on this? There's quite a lot of information there from Councillor Lavery and Councillor Duffy, and we still have 2 more speakers to go. Would there be a chance of getting a workshop and maybe getting it ratified then by full council?
Yeah, Chair, I suppose that was maybe a suggestion I was going to make. If you want, we can take the comments from today, have a look at those and maybe see if there's a way in which we can convene a meeting of members and then try and take something through for ratification at the end of the month if members wish to do that. That's maybe we can try and look and see if we can get that organised.
Thank you, Sharon. Councillor Lavery, will you forward those points on to Louise for discussion when we can?
Will do.
Please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I suppose on your last comment, there's going to be a workshop. I suppose is there much point in us sort of prolonging this item if it is not going to be decided on today? because I
If
think this could take a lot of the meeting up if we allow it.
it could indeed, and maybe a suggestion would be to forward any points to Louise so that they can pull together, a document or something for us to discuss on the evening. If members are content with
Yeah.
that, you're content, Councillor Nicholson,
I'd
Councillor.
be happy enough to forward my points on to Louise. There's no point, I think, prolonging this. I think obviously there's issues, as you can tell, Chair. So I think keep the thing moving.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson, and I take it you're content as well, Councillor Wilson, as your hand has been lowered. Thank you, members. Then, if you'd forward all your points on to Louise, we'll try and convene something for a meeting to discuss all those points. We wouldn't just get through it today. Thank you. So we will move on then with 3 items for decision. First up is 4.2, and that's change the regional property certificate charge. And I'd ask Damien to present this, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Members, on the 12th of February, Fermanagh and Omagh District Council, who manage the regional property certificate service on behalf of all 11 councils, issued notification of an increase in charges. And that change came into effect on the 1st of April. The fee has increased from £50 to £70 inclusive of VAT, which is in line with the local council property certificate fee, and therefore will avoid any confusion amongst the shared customer base. It's estimated that the fee increase will generate an additional annual income for council of around £30,000. Happy to take any questions or queries, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Has members any questions or queries on that? No, I think that's a good enough news story for the council. So we'll move on. That item is for noting. So item 4.3 then is an update on planning caseloads, and again, I'd ask Damien to bring us through this.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you'll note from the report that the planning caseload currently stands at 1390, and while we began the year with a caseload of 920, our numbers have risen significantly, primarily because of the impact of COVID. During the month of March, we issued 111 decisions, a relatively low number, which is due mainly to staff using annual leave before the new leave year commenced. Also, during March, we had 2 call-ins, bringing the total for the year to 45. You'll also have noted the quarterly enforcement report, which provides details around the number of live cases, including cases opened and closed during the quarter. And the current caseload stands at 390, which is 43 less than at the end of the previous quarter. Members will also have noted that over the course of the last 12 months, we have received 1,656 applications, which is probably the highest we've received since the point of transfer. And this is 134 more than the number received during the previous year, which is surprising in the context of COVID. Over the last 12 months, we decided 1,123 applications, which is 297 less than the previous year. So while application numbers have gone up, our decisions have gone slightly down, mainly because of COVID, but the overall number that we're currently dealing with, members, you will appreciate, is partly down to the fact, surprisingly, caseloads have risen over the last 12 months, based, in comparison to previous years. So we need to view all of the information that's been provided here in the context of COVID, and in particular in the context of the 8% increase in applications received. Also, the closure of the planning offices for a 5-week period last spring, the limitations on delivering efficient remote working before we were able to procure new IT equipment, and also the staff absences, which have affected us mainly during the second half of the business year. I can advise members we're currently working very closely with Human Resources to ensure that all vacant posts are filled before the end of May. Officers are also exploring all available options to address processing times and high caseloads, including using how we are using our existing resources, and also through continuing a rollout of the operational changes under the service review. Happy to take any questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damien. And if a number of members indicated that they want to speak. First up is Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Damien, for your report. And and I think you've outlined that it's almost like a perfect storm. There's a lot of factors there have caused this increase in numbers, and I suppose in a way it's a good thing that obviously there's no recession as we were being told, and obviously things seem to be on an increase, as you say, by 8%. And I'm glad to hear that you're working with HR in relation to staff numbers. Damien, what I suppose my question is really in regarding staff numbers. Obviously, our numbers are sitting there at 1326. I can't remember what we thought our ideal figure was, to try and keep it in around 800, wasn't it? At when we sort of started the sort of ticking the powers of planning. So we're well over that. So obviously with these staff, what numbers are there required to fill? And if they're filled, like how quickly do we see these numbers getting down to a more manageable level with more sort of, as I say, applications been dealt with? And I suppose that's the business we're in, getting the applications in and getting them out the door, and not holding back, developers or whoever the applications are made by. Or do we need to have a discussion as a committee, if this trend continues over the next coming months? Do we need more staff on top of the staff that we're adding to, or sorry, filling in the voids? Because I do remember, and one member, and he's no longer here, but it was one thing we always said, that this committee was so important. Planning, the power of planning was so important, and I know I'm getting it in the ear on a professional level and at council that things aren't happening quick enough. And I can assure you, I'm defending you as best I can. But as time moves on, and as things start to open up, and things become, we are learning to live with this COVID, those people's patience, we're not being able to hold them back for much longer. So I suppose I'm thinking, going sort of forward in the next 6 months, what's your thoughts if you get these posts filled? Like, are numbers going to get down to a manageable level where we were before post-COVID, or are we looking at potentially, with this 8% increase of workload, if that continues, we're going to need more bodies on the ground? And how do we deal with that? Look, Damien, a lot in there. So as I say, you know where I'm coming from in relation to the idea of going forward, and what we need as a resource, within the planning department. Because as I say, developers, they're not patient. That's all I'll say, and you know that yourself. So I'll leave it there. Thanks, Damien.
Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. Damien, do you want to respond?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Nicholson. A lot of good points in there. You're absolutely right. The way the economy looks at the moment. If you'd said 6 or 8 months ago that we would have the figures in front of us that we currently do, I just would have been, I would have been very uncertain about that. But you look at where we were, for example, last March, the beginning of March, just before COVID took effect. We were sitting with about 830 applications, and here we are now with 1,390. And look, the reasons I've outlined already for how we've got there. But it's about now looking, as Councillor Nicholson, you pointed out, it's about now looking at what sort of a strategy we have to tackle the issue. And how we're going to approach that. And I think there's a number of ways in which we can do it. Obviously, it's looking at how we can use the current resources that we have. We have to fill those posts as quickly as possible. And, we now have the ability to do that. Things have now been freed up in terms of recruitment within the council, and we're now hoping to carry out interviews over April and May. So by the end of May, we would like to have those posts filled. And that would be a big help to us. And then look at how we can best use the resources we have. But also, it's about looking now to roll out a number of measures that we're looking to do under the service review, many of which have come before members recently as part of the workshops and through this committee. We're looking, for example, at new validation arrangements, a second checklist around validation, which would reduce the number of applications that come into the system which simply don't have the information to support them. And if we can reduce those numbers, then that will help us enormously. And also some of the other changes include issuing decisions for approval which don't have objections without going on the delegated list, and that can shave off a period of time around our processing times overall. Those are the sorts of things we're looking at, and we'll continue to look at it as we go forward. But I do think it's a combination of things that we need to use to get our caseloads back down, to start improving our processing times, and to get our case numbers back down to a much more manageable level. And I'm happy to keep members informed as we do that.
Yeah, Damien, thanks for that. But I'll give an example, and again, it's from a professional. Scott Jemison left the planning department back, I think, last spring or before it. He hasn't been replaced. Why has it taken so long?
Yeah, Scott Jameson left, sorry, through the chair. Scott Jameson left around last September or October. And we haven't been able, because of the difficulties with recruitment within the council around COVID. I think that we weren't able to move on that until we got, I suppose, a green light to start recruiting again, which was around, I think it was December. And then after we got the green light to go, we followed due process around ensuring that we went through, finance, CMT, onto human resources to get the job descriptions, personal specs in place, and then it's through to advertising. So there is a process to follow, but certainly before Christmas, we weren't able to enter into that process. But once we got the green light from human resources to do it, we started the ball rolling, and we're now at a point where, as I say, interviews are scheduled to take place over this month and next month with a view to then filling the posts. So it certainly hasn't been, but trust me, I can absolutely assure you there has been no delay on the officer side to fill the posts. We've been keen to try and do that, but we've had to wait to ensure that the right process has been followed.
I suppose, Damien, on the back, just the last point is that maybe we need to look at that process as well, because if that's how long it takes to fill a planning post, this like how many posts are you talking about filling? 2, 3 at the moment?
We have 6 vacant posts across the department now. One of those is in the admin team. We've got 1 in enforcement, 2 in the local development plan team, and then we've got 2 in development management. So we've got 6 vacant posts across the department. Right. The ones that obviously impact on the delivery of planning applications would obviously be the development management posts, but also the admin posts as well. So yeah, look, we're as I say, by the end of May, we hope that we will have those vacant posts filled.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Members, look, when asking questions, we'll keep it general and not personal in naming members of planning staff, just to keep ourselves right. So I'll maybe just take 2 questions here together because I am mindful of time. So I'll take Councillor McLennan followed by Councillor Wilson. So Councillor McLennan.
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in, and thank you, Damien, for the report. And indeed, it's important that we thank you and your staff in terms of the numbers of applications and so on that you have been putting through in this last year, given COVID and so on. And I guess my substantive question, well, I suppose the most of it has already been covered, but essentially it's around the building capacity within the planning department going forward. And I'm certainly heartened by what Damien has just said to us in terms of what officers are doing, because look at, there is an income stream there for us, and let's make sure that we can get it maximized, because if we don't, there's 10 other councils out there who will. So it's important that we have the capacity. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan. Councillor Wilson, Alderman Wilson, sorry.
Yep, thank you very much. It's just on just to get an idea myself here, if Damien can enlighten us, from a case officer's perspective, what's sort of the average file count that a planning case officer has at the minute? Is it in the hundreds or is it in the sub-100 bracket? If you could enlighten us, just to have an idea of what the workload is like, because I'm sort of aware with a depleted staff count, obviously workloads increase, and I would be concerned, on the burnout factor, just adding in all the upheaval over COVID and that we aren't swamping our existing case officers, because we don't want to lose any of those either, and sort of add to our limits at the minute. So if you could give me a rough idea of what the file count is per planning officer or average.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. So, Damien, do you want to take those?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Alderman Wilson. Yeah. Yes, look, there's, I suppose, the numbers of applications across the team do vary depending on the grade of the officer, the complexity of the applications. The more complex applications would, for example, go to the more senior officers, the more experienced officers. We obviously have a majors team that will take the major applications, but also non-major applications which are of social or economic significance, for example. But there are some officers carrying, and Roisin could maybe, or Kevin could come in just to confirm this, there are some officers carrying at the moment, in the region of 80 to 90 applications. Other officers will be carrying less, a fewer number than those, because they're carrying applications which are of a more complex nature. We have 1,390 applications. We have about 16 case officers normally, but because of vacancies at the moment, we have less than that. So that has impacted on caseloads across the officer team. But I might just invite Roisin or Kevin there just to confirm if that is fairly accurate, what I mentioned around the sorts of numbers that we are dealing with at the moment.
Chair, if you're happy for me to go in. Yes, I would reiterate what Damien has said. That's probably for representation. We do have case officers that are, there's a variation across the board depending on the types of cases that they're dealing with. But we do have case officers that are sitting, we have actually case officers sitting with applications in the 90s, which is a lot of planning applications to be trying to manage. But yeah, that's a fair assessment from Damien. Yeah.
Thank you, Roisin. And maybe just as a follow-up to Alderman Wilson, as I'm been mindful of burnout too. Has overtime and such like been considered, Damien?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Absolutely, Chair. That is one of the options that we are considering at the minute. I mentioned earlier about looking at how we're best using the resources we have, and that is certainly one of the things that we would have a look at, happy to take that forward from today to see whether or not that is a viable option for us. We can sound out our staff to see if there's enough interest within the department to make that happen, and if it is, and if members were in agreement, we would certainly look to possibly introduce that.
Thank you, Damien. We have the Alderman McLann's question, but I think, Sharon, are you looking at this point?
Right, Chair, no, happy for you to take Alderman Anderson's point, and I'll come in after that then. Yeah.
Well, but just before we take Alderman Anderson, we still have Councillor McLann's question was around building capacity going forward. That building capacity.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, sorry, I maybe misunderstood Councillor McClellan's point. I thought maybe that he mentioned that we were already doing that with our staff. We obviously do try to do that with our staff on a continual basis, is ensure that there is capacity building. And to give you an example of that, there is training being rolled out at the moment around environmental governance, environmental impact assessments, which has been done in conjunction with DFI and other councils. We also network with other council planning departments, share information and benchmark with them, which is also part of the ongoing capacity building work that we do. But outside of that, if there are any training events that we identify as going to be useful for building the capacity of our staff, we'll obviously have staff represented at those, and they will then share information with the remainder of the department once they've attended. So that is an ongoing thing within the department.
Thank you, Damien. And the final councillor to speak is Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to Damien for his report. It's just for some information. When the applications come in and do they be filtered out in the less complex applications, the more complex applications? What I'm trying to find out here, like some applications they're not fairly complex. Should it be extensions or infill dwellings or what it is? But is there someone looking and filtering them out? Or are these specifically being done by, say, a date order that it doesn't come into September's is here and October's is there? Are we trying to filter these out and focusing our staff on the more complex issues and to look at those? That's just I'm looking at a clear pathway in that, how it's done in relation to, like, they could have an application come in next week with, I know there's the administration work to be done on, but after that it could be pretty straightforward, which a result could be given, and it could be through delegated authority and away out of the system. But I'm just wondering, is there a hold up, or is he done the date order? And on finally, the other question, Damien, we've touched on staffing and the vacancies. But if all those vacancies were filled, Damien, is there a case that we need more staff, or can the department work within the staff that's being allocated with those vacancies filled? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Damien?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm maybe starting with the last question first. You know, look, I suppose if we had our full all our posts were full, we had a full staffing complement, and we hadn't experienced COVID over the last 12 months, then look, we would be where we were pre-COVID, which was where we were managing our caseload very well, and our performance prior to COVID, members will recall back, you know, we were meeting, I think it was the year before COVID, we met all 3 targets. The following year, we had also a very good performance as well. And in fact, our track record since, you know, shortly after transfer has been, you know, consistently very good. COVID has impacted on us because mainly I think that 5-week closure period, and while it may not be fully appreciated out there how it does impact, if you close a building and an office for 5 weeks and then have to pick up the pieces after that and don't have your staff equipped with the necessary IT to work remotely, it's going to have an impact on any business. Now, that's not a criticism of any shape or form. It's an observation that we have you know, picked up the pieces since then and worked extremely hard since then to try and make progress. But we have had challenges along the way through staff absences as well, and application numbers going up through the year. And in fact, if I give you an example, you know, the last 6 months of the year, we had nearly 1,000 applications submitted, which is, you know, and you know, the impact of that on our staff and our case numbers has been severe. Going back to the first question that Alderman Anderson raised around the applications that come in, look, we try to ensure that it isn't a case of an application is dealt solely on, you know, and the applications are dealt with solely in chronological order. We take the applications as we get them, and we're geographically based at the moment. The teams will then give the applications to the case officers they think are best suited to handle them based on experience and their grade and so on. The less complex applications, we will always try to ensure that we hit the 15-week target. And if we can do it well within that 15-week target, we will. And what I can let make members aware of at the moment is that we're actually reviewing that geographical based system that we're currently operating and looking to implement a new model, which is possibly based on, distinguishing between the different categories of application that we have, so that perhaps we could focus on the more straightforward applications, if you like, the likes of extensions or changes of use, single houses in the countryside. Maybe build up, specialist teams who will deal with certain categories of application, which would help us, focusing on those categories, improving their processing times, building up expertise in those areas. That's certainly something that we are looking at the moment. It's coming out of the service review. We're looking basically at new ways of working and streamlining our processes. And that's where we've got to. And, as I mentioned earlier, it is about having bodies and posts filled, but we're looking at trying to improve the way we work. And making changes to the way we work, introducing new working practices, which should also improve our processing times, and in time will bring our caseloads down.
Thank you, Damien. I'll now bring in Sharon O'Gorman, Strategic Director.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for the contributions through the discussions. And Damien has provided an overview there of the caseloads and the context in which we are looking at the work planning for the department. And indeed, as has been noted, you know, the package of changes that we are about to embark on, the changes that members have agreed and ratified through the service review workshop, the additional resources that will be coming online at the end of May will certainly all make inroads into improving and reducing those caseload levels. And I would say staff are working extremely hard in dealing with the caseloads and are very, very committed to that. I think, you know, from the discussion today and with your agreement, we can look at other ways, which in parallel with the recruitment timeline running, you know, what are other options we can look at it in terms of from our existing resources, or indeed, as Damien had mentioned there, around how the work is allocated, just to see if there are further changes we can introduce just to keep a focus on reducing those caseloads. And we will do that in terms of working within the existing business plan envelope. So if you're content with that approach, members, that we have outlined, we'll continue to move forward and implement that and keep you updated. And there will be a further opportunity for us to provide an update and have a further discussion on this, if you're content with that, members, as a direction of travel.
Thank you, Sharon. I sense we're all content with that direction of travel, and we're getting another opportunity, as you said. So thank you. Move on then to item 4.4, members. And this is the NI plan statistics for 2021 third quarter statistics bulletin. Again, I'll ask Damien to take us through this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Members, in March, DFI, Department for Infrastructure, issued a statistical bulletin in which they provided an overview of planning activity across Northern Ireland. The bulletin highlights that planning activity and performance were impacted by COVID. The headline points within the bulletin include the following. 383 planning applications were received by the Council during Q3, and this is 37% more than during the same period last year. So you can see, members, what we were talking about earlier in terms of the increase in applications coming in. Also during Q3, our Council therefore received the fourth highest number of applications of all councils. We decided the second highest number of major applications. We concluded the third highest number of enforcement cases, and we decided the sixth highest number of applications overall. In relation to targets, we unfortunately missed our targets for processing local and major applications, but notwithstanding this, our major performance, which was an average processing time of 48 weeks, was significantly better than the Northern Ireland average of 62 weeks. In relation to enforcement, we met and exceeded the target based on 78.5% of cases being concluded within the 39 weeks. And it's worthy of mention that between April and December last year, only 3 councils met the local target and 2 met the major target. And of the 2 councils which met the majors target, they decided 3 applications between them. In comparison, we decided 8 major applications. And while processing such a relatively high number of majors did impact on our ability to meet the target, it nevertheless has enabled us to deliver a significant level of income from the council for the council through planning fees and investment and job opportunities, which will assist the council's medium-term recovery plan. Indeed, members may be interested to know that in total, the department processed 13 major applications last year, delivering £320 million worth of investment, £325,000 worth of planning income, and up to 700 potential new job opportunities. I would also add that the department's performance in Q3 should be viewed in the context of COVID and the impacts of that we've covered previously, members. But happy to take any questions or queries, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Members, any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on then to item 5. That's a report from the head of building control. We've one item for information. That is item 5.1, an update on building control and property certificate application. And I'd ask Tom Lavery to take us through this, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. This report is just for the last 12 months and during the COVID period of the workload that the Building Control Department has been undertaking, or some of the workload. Headlines from the Appendix 1, members will see that we have received and processed for that 12-month period 3,153 new applications into the system with a notional construction value of just over 183 million. Most significantly, that in the month of March alone, we received 381 applications with a notional construction value of just under 28.5 million, which is actually the second highest number of applications we received for the month of March over the last 6 years. So hopefully signs of a very positive outlook on our construction industry, as was mentioned earlier. The department's also undertaken just over 2010 planning assessments and issued statutory approvals and certificates were required. We have also undertaken just over 12,000 site inspections. Most of these days are actually on site rather than virtual. Normally our turnaround times are actually meet and are sometimes often exceed our targets for the processing, and we generally don't have a backlog. However, noting the high number of applications we had in the month of March, and we have a number of absences along with the end of year leave, we have a slight backlog at the moment, but I can assure members that officers are working to reduce this backlog very quickly. The department also continued to deliver the council's property certificate function, which is for the conveyance of properties across our borough. We have received and administered 3,369 new applications, and in that same period, we have processed 3,377 certificates to solicitors and agents, all through property sales. I'm happy to report we have no backlog on these, and also to point out that to members that 90% of these property certificate applications are actually processed within an average of 8 days. So this report is for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you very much, Tom. That sounds very, very good and well done to all involved. Members, any questions? No? Oh, sorry, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just a well done on that. It's encouraging. It's encouraging news, and as has been said, originally it certainly disproves any message that there is some sort of hold up in the economy in that regard. I know construction seems to be racing forward, and that can only be good for everybody, as Tom has pointed out, with the benefit financially that is to the borough. So well done to Tom and all his team.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. We all concur with those sentiments. Very well done to everyone. Okay, members, moving on then to item 6, which is a confidential report. I would need a proposer and a seconder to move in the committee.
So proposed, Chair.
I missed that. Sorry. You get that? Yeah. Thank you, members. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officers to please confirm that the live stream has ceased? Again, please.
Yes, Chair, that's the live feed restored.
Thank you, Danny, and welcome back to members of the public. We're now on item 8, which is correspondence, and we have 2 items of correspondence, which I'll ask Damien to take us through. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Members, there are 2 items correspondence. I'll cover both together, if that's okay. One from Lisburn Castlereagh, the other one from Antrim Newton Abbey. Just to advise the council, they've submitted their draft plan strategy of their LDP to Department for Infrastructure, and members are asked to note that. Thank you.
Thank you, Damon. Members, any questions on that? No? Okay, that brings us to the end of this first part of the meeting. Members, as you can see, we're nearly up on 4 o'clock, so I would ask us all to return before 4:15, so we can start sharp at 4:15, just to give our ICT staff and member services staff a chance to test the technology. Thank you. 4:15. Right.
bear with me 1 wee second, Chair. The view on Zoom has changed to gallery view. I just want to make sure it's back to the grid before we start.
That's no problem.
Okay, that's us back live now.
Thank you, Danny, and welcome back, members, and also welcome back to members of the public who are joining us via YouTube. We are going to deal with the planning applications in this particular section of the meeting, but just before we do that, I have a announcement to read out here. So, members of the public are advised that due to the current COVID-19 restrictions and subsequent legislation, council meetings have now to be held remotely. As a result, the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee has been held virtually via the remote platform Zoom and has been live streamed on YouTube to comply with public access requirements. Audio recording has also been used to assist in the preparing of the formal minutes. By participating in the meeting, you consent to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee, of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Okay, members, we're going to start with Appendix 1, and this is application number LA08/2018/0734/F. And I would ask Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report on PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for a residential development scheme involving the erection of 21 single-storey dwellings, a new access via Rosland Avenue, associated domestic garages, public open space, site works and landscaping at lands to the south of 11 to 17 Rosland Avenue. The reason the application is before the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is due to the number of objections. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, so this will be a synopsis only. The site lies within the development limit of Portadown on white land, in which officers have judged to be a brownfield site. Policy HOU 2 of the Craigavon area plan operates the principle of a presumption in favour of residential development, derelict, vacant and underutilised land within certain limits, and officers are of the opinion that this site fits within the ethos of that policy. The design, layout and amenity of the proposal has been assessed in detail within the report, and officers are of the opinion that these 21 bungalows are designed to provide adequate amenity for proposed residents, while also protecting the amenity of the existing residents adjoining and nearby. As regards to access and traffic, a transport assessment form including a traffic impact statement have been submitted in support of the application. The proposal seeks to use the existing access serving Rosland Avenue onto Carrick-Blacker Road. In undertaking the assessment of this issue, officers have consulted with DFI Roads as the expert strategy consultee. In summary, DFI Roads have considered the material and information provided by the applicant and his agents and objectors and have determined the proposal to use the existing access onto the Carrick-Blacker Road does not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic. There are sufficient parking spaces within the site to meet with the Creighton's places. Part of the site to the south lies within a protected road line. Officers can confirm that while part of the mitigation and compensation for cryptic wood white overlaps the protected road line, this is not development. Furthermore, DFI Roads have provided written confirmation to officers that they are aware that they will have to compensate for any loss of land within the compensation area if a road scheme would ever be advanced in this area. The strategic flood map indicates that a portion of the site to the south lies within a 1 in 100 year fluvial floodplain. All aspects of the proposed development, with the exception of an area of open space, which is to retain for the holly blue butterfly, are located beyond the 1 in 100 year floodplain. As such, the development complies with the FLD1 of PPS 15. All peripheral hedgerows around the site, which are to be retained, have potential for commuting and foraging bats. A detailed bat-friendly scheme shall be provided as per condition 14 in the report to ensure that this proposal will not impact on bats. A biology survey has identified a site to the southeast of the site. The site layout plan clearly shows a 25-metre buffer from the badger site entrance. The site contains Northern Ireland priority habitat of open mosaic habitat on previously developed land. Priority species which are used in this habitat include the cryptic woodwhite and holly blue butterflies. The habitat used by the holly blue will remain essentially as it is at present. As such, there is no requirement for additional mitigation measures to maintain the local holly blue population. The proposed development will impact on available habitat for the cryptic woodwhite species. In assessing this impact in accordance with planning policy, officers have to also consider the mitigation measures proposed. In this case, 2 habitat management areas are proposed, which will be dedicated areas which will be protected through conditions creating and enhancing the habitat for the cryptic woodwhite. Officers have consulted with NED as the expert strategy consultee, who have also visited this site and have appraised the plans in addition to the objection letters, and stated that they welcome the management, mitigation and compensation for the holly blue and cryptic woodwhite butterflies. All the material considerations have been thoroughly assessed, notably newt surveys, tree surveys, drainage assessment, preliminary risk assessment, outline construction environmental management plan, and all the third-party objections and petitions as per the report. Having regard to the above, and after undertaking a policy assessment and plan and balancing exercise, officers of the opinion that post-development complies with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies. On this basis and subject to the conditions attached, it is recommended that planning permission be granted. Moving to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's just move into where the site is within the local area. So there you can see it. It's within the Portadown development limit. Next slide, please. That's an aerial overview of the site. So it's that area of land to the south of Rosland Avenue, and to the west there's an existing factory owned by the applicant. Next slide, please. That's the site location plan. Next slide, please. That shows the proposed layout. So the access, as you can see, is off the Rosland Avenue turning head there between number 15 and number 17. The blue line to the bottom is the area of the floodplain. Whilst all aspects of the development are outside, and then the periphery hedge roads along the bottom of the site are being retained, which are habitat for the holly blue. Next slide, please. This shows section through the site. The site is at a lower level than the Rosland Avenue. This just shows a section through the site. While they are all bungalows, it won't be any impact in relation to overlooking. There is a 1 metre high wall to the back of the garden, and then it slopes up to the areas providing a landscape buffer between 4 and 4.5 metres between the existing residential properties and this proposed site. Next slide, please. That's just an example of what the house types are like. So detached and semi-detached, some pitched roofs, some hip roofs, and that's just a flavour of what they're like. Next slide, please. That's the proposed habitat management area. So the site, you probably see in the reports that it's Area A and Area B. And then that yellow area is the area to be retained for the holly blue. So the A and B is going to be a new habitat management area for the cryptic white butterflies. And then the yellow area is to be retained for the holly blue. Next slide, please. It just both shows to the south there the Badger Tunnel, which was alluded to in the report as well. And those red areas is where there is giant hogweed on the site. So there's a small area there to the west corner, which has to be obviously looked at in a sensitive manner, and that's looked at in the outline construction environmental management plan. And we'll also require full details on how that is to be removed and taken off site. Next slide, please. That just shows the site in relation to the area plan. As I suppose I've alluded to, it's whiteland. To the south is an area of flood pondage, and then there's this road. That red and black line is what we would call a protected road line through the plan, and the policy would say that you should not have any development. So all aspects of built development are outside that. There's a small portion, Area B, of the site for the compensation of it's basically landscaping to the south of that is within that road line. Next slide, please. That's layout in relation to the protected road line. If you can see it faintly there to your southeast, it's double hashed lines, so you can see that all aspects of the development are outside it. The circle to the bottom there is the Badger 25-metre buffer zone, and then that is the PSD, I suppose, that this is going to be serviced by road, so that's the PSD drawing there. Next slide, please. That's photo one's view from the site towards Rosland Avenue, and there's a pumping station there, so you can see the sites at a slightly higher level in Rosland Avenue. Next slide, please. That shows the site towards the factory boundary. Next slide, please. This photo 4, I suppose, it's 2 because the site has changed somewhat since the previous time we went out on the site. So you can see with photo 4 is where the access is coming through, but the boundary of number 15 Rosland Avenue is that hedge to the right-hand side in the first photo. However, the objector has advised me that unfortunately his hedge has had to be removed due to some patches not in, so he had to take away a part of his own hedge, and he's planted up a new hedge. So you could probably see within the conditions of the report, I've advised in addition to a hedgerow which was proposed, we also want a closed boarded fence along there now, due to the fact that the objector unfortunately had to take away half of his own hedge. Next slide, please. That's photo 5, a view of the Carrick-Blacker Road. Many of the objections are in relation to this junction coming out of Rosland Avenue at Carrick-Blacker Road. So that just shows an indication of up the road at Carrick-Blacker Road and then into the south down from. So that's a junction of Rosland Avenue and Carrick-Blacker Road. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Sinead, for that report. Members, a written representation in objection to the application has been received from Rose Cramen, Senior Conservation Officer with the Butterfly Conservation. Members, with us today, we have Councillor Julie Flaherty to make representation in support of the application. Julie, you're very welcome to the committee. By now, I'm sure you know the score on what happened. So, Julie, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. The clock will appear on your screen, and it won't start until you begin to speak. So, can we have a clock on the screen, please?
Sorry, 1 second, it's playing up here.
No problem.
You doing this on purpose? Mayo.
Thank you, Ruth. Okay, Julie, in your own time, please.
Okay, Chair. Thank you very much, and thank you, members. I'll try to be brief because we've all read the papers ad infinitum. The application, as we know, in front of us is for approval of a new exciting development of 21 very much needed single-storey retirement dwellings in a very attractive, popular part of Portdown. The area in question, as you've seen, is located to the rear of Rosland Avenue off the Carrick-Blacker Road, short distance from Portdown Town Centre and within a few minutes walk of a wide range of local facilities, churches, shops and amenities well suited for this demographic aimed at. The area, as you know, is white land, well within the development limit, and as such suitable in principle for development, well within the development limit under said plan. You'll also know, members, this application has already gone through a rigorous and protracted planning process since submission nearly 3 years ago now, and it's true to say and acknowledge that it has been subject to considerable scrutiny from a wide range of statutory consultees based on objections raised by some residents, mainly on ecological and road issues. The developer's professional team, including qualified, experienced ecologists and road engineers, have had considerable consultations with NIEA, DFI Roads, etc. And the proposed scheme has been amended to accommodate, insofar as entirely possible, the concerns raised by local residents. Notably, as per the original plan, 3 houses have been removed from this proposal, and in total there's now over 2 acres of usable green space, boundary buffer zones, and a significant compensatory habitat management area that will be in place, managed actively and long term, which will be overseen by experienced ecologists. The intention is to create an area which, as a result of proactive management, will be a very suitable habitat for flora and fauna, with particular emphasis on butterfly habitat. In the absence of such management, this habitat and species could be lost. So, you know, by comparison, the proposed area which will be developed for the housing is less than 3 acres. The plan, as I say, was initially lodged in 2018 for 24 single-storey dwellings. So, you know, noting that 3 houses have been removed from the proposal to allow for significant compensation and mitigation area, appears to be more than most developers would be required to provide. The current proposal is for a low density scheme of single-storey dwellings, which will have a significantly less impact than other permissible development at this location. I would have thought that perhaps would be more suitable and acceptable than a possible higher density development, such as 2-storey townhouses or semis, for example, which was something the applicant could well have applied for. There is considerable demand and need for single-storey retirement type properties in this Edenderry area of town. Very few have been constructed in recent years, and these will be perfectly suited to retired people. I do believe the developer here has went above and beyond than would generally be expected for a scheme of this nature, and all aforementioned consultees are satisfied with the proposal. There is, of course, a huge positive economic impact potentially for this development in the area. It would provide a welcome boost, particularly at this time that we're facing for the local economy. It will generate employment, jobs across a variety of disciplines, construction, both skilled and unskilled, and of course the consequential benefits to the local and wider economy in that area. In summary, the developer and the professional team have worked really hard to come up with a development proposal that will deliver a quality residential development which meets all the various criteria of the Council's planning service, NIA, DFI roads and other statutory consultees. I believe they have gone further than was needed to address, and in light of the lengthy and rigorous process which they have been through, just short of 3 years, I consider that this committee has before it all the necessary information to enable it to grant planning approval. I therefore, Chair, respectfully request approval for this scheme to be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty.
Just in time.
Yeah, you were well inside your time.
Just in time.
Okay, members, also with us today, we have Mr. Trevor Kerr, who's to make a representation in objection to the application. Trevor, you're very welcome to this afternoon's planning committee meeting.
Thank you.
Trevor,
Can you hear me okay?
I can indeed, Trevor.
Yes.
Trevor, you will have 3 minutes and the clock should be on your screen and it won't start until you begin to speak. In your own time. Thank you.
Okay. We would ask the committee to consider the following points of concern. The intensified use of a substandard junction with additional safety hazards will place the public in danger. The planning report states that the Carrickbacker Road is not a protected route. I have written confirmation from DFI Roads that in fact it is a protected route. Therefore, policy AMP3 applies, and under planning policy, alternative access points to the site should be examined. Foul sewage disposal. NI Water have advised that due to the sewer network being at capacity, NI Water is recommending to council planners that no further connection should be made to this network. The planning report does not bring this to the committee's attention. Impact on our private amenity. We live in number 15 Rosland Avenue, and our established amenity and peaceful enjoyment of our property will be severely impacted by the proposed access road, which would run down the side of our property through what has been our neighbour's domestic garden for 25 years. The suggested planning condition of a 1.8 metre high timber fence will not safeguard our privacy or screen us from the noise and disturbance of a road where none existed before. This timber fence will do little to safeguard our living standards, as the planning report puts it. construction of this access road. We would ask the committee to visit the site to consider how this access road can actually be constructed to overcome a steep drop of over 2 metres in ground levels without breaching planning conditions 4 and 5, so as not to alter the ground levels or carry out any excavation which would cause damage to the root protection areas of trees 15, 16 and 17. Also, there is a culvert running under this access road at this point, which we pointed out in June 2018, but it has not been considered in the construction design at all. Loss of existing open space. In no way can this land be considered as a brownfield site, as it does not meet the definition for brownfield land or previously developed land in the National Planning Policy Framework. It has never been occupied by a permanent structure, and in no way could be considered as part of the curtilage of the factory premises, as it lies well beyond the fence marking the curtilage of the factory. This land is very obviously not a brownfield site, which can be easily proven. The cryptic wood white butterfly protection plan includes no compensation. Areas A and B are not compensatory land, as they are currently available to the cryptic wood white. Also, areas A and B are under a protected road line as defined in the Craigavon area plan. If this housing development goes ahead, the public purse immediately takes on liability for any compensation should the road be built. There actually is no more suitable compensatory land available beyond areas A and B anyway, as it's basically a bog. Condition 12 relates to areas A and B in the planning report, is not as specific as.
I'm sorry, Trevor. The clock cuts people off at 3 minutes, but you made some very valid points there and some very good questions there for the plan committee to take up. Members, with us also this afternoon is David Mountstephen from Fleming Mountstephen Planning, and David is here to make representation as a plan consultant in support of the application. David, you're very welcome. You've been here before, so I'm sure you know the score. David, you will have 3 minutes. Again, the clock will appear on the screen and won't begin to start until you begin to speak. So in your own time, please, David.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Mountstephen, and I'm a Chartered Town Planner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant in support of the recommendation to approve. I'm joined by Gemma Beattie of Alan Patterson Design, Tim Cousins of Lisbon, Cormac Loughlin of Blackstaff Ecology, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions which you might have about the development, and even to pick up on some of the points raised by Mr. Kerr. I don't intend to reiterate all the points made by Sinead and Councillor Flaherty in support of the proposal, but I do want to highlight a small number of matters. The design concept of the development is very much a response to the specific context of the site. It's a relatively small scheme in terms of numbers, originally 24 units, reduced down to 21 units now. It's a low density scheme, and it's a scheme of bungalows whose design very much respects the character of the surrounding area. The site's location, close to the town centre and within walking distance of various amenities, makes this development not only an attractive one, but a sustainable one. The key characteristic of the design concept is its strong open space and landscape framework, as you have seen from some of Sinead's slides, as well as the generous private open space provision for each of the bungalows. There's a significant area of public open space provided. The development set within a context of mature landscape boundaries, which are to be retained, and significant tree and other planting is proposed throughout the site, further enhancing the landscape context. The proposal has been the subject of a full ecological impact assessment and includes for the creation of a habitat management area, which will be actively managed and monitored by an experienced clerk of works in accordance with agreed species management plans. The overall approach has been informed by extensive survey work, including the butterflies, all undertaken in accordance with methodologies agreed in advance with NIA. It's robust and it's comprehensive. The proposals have been carefully assessed by the Council and by Natural Environment Division of NIA, and they have no objections. The development will not have an unacceptable impact on the amenity of the residents of Rosland Avenue, either in terms of the relationship between existing and proposed dwellings, or in terms of the modest increase in vehicles generated by the development. nor will it have an unacceptable impact on any other material planning considerations as evidenced by the conclusions of the statutory consultees. The development represents a significant investment of some £2.5 million in Portadown. It's been assessed thoroughly over the last 3 years. It's consistent with the local development plan and compliant with planning policy. Third-party representations have been made and considered in detail. Statutory consultees have no objections to the development, subject to conditions with which we agree. It's a quality development, sensitive to its context, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, David. Members, as David alluded to, there's more people with us today, and the following people have speaking rights for clarification purposes. We have Mrs. Gemma Beatty from Alan Patterson Design as the agent. We have Tim Cousins from Lisbian Consultants. We have Cormac Lachlan from Blackstaff Ecology. We have Mr. John O'Neill, an objector. And we also have in attendance with us Mr. Kyle Hunter from the Natural Environment Division and Mr. Thomas Kelly from DFI Roads. So members, have you any questions for Sinead or indeed anyone who spoke or anyone who I've listed there? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair. I would like somebody to clarify what Trevor had said about the connection to the main sewage on the water board.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Sinead, are you in a position to take that?
Yeah, NI Water's response to the 22nd of February 2021, question 5 asked for the status of the wastewater treatment works, and they have said there's available capacity. At the start, there is always a part in which is a caveat in relation to connections, but a question 5, status of receiving water, they've clearly stated there's available capacity, and that's from the Northern Water response, dated the 22nd of February 2021, and it's on the planning portal.
Thank you, Sinead. Councillor Duffy, content? Yeah.
Content, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan?
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in, and thank you to Sinead and all who have spoken. Yeah, I would like a little bit of clarity, and there seems to be two conflicting opinions here. Is this plot of land outland or not, would be the first question, because certainly the speakers would be given two different versions. And the other question I would have would be in relation to the new habitat area at A and B, I think it is, that's going to be created. If I've got this right, this area will be adjacent to the entrance road into this development, and I would just like someone to clarify, number one, that planning officers are happy and content that that is an appropriate place for this habitat, and it would be good maybe to hear from anyone on the environmental side on that particular point as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan. Well, Sinead, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, I suppose just answering your first question, Councillor McLennan, it is whiteland as in the Craigavon area plan. I think the objectors have alluded to that even though it's whiteland and we've referred it to as a brownfield site, they would see it as existing open space. Now, as regards to brownfield site, the old histories associated with this site shows it within the curtilage, while not developed within old industrial, that the industrial built into the side. So, in light of that, The objections themselves have referred to open mosaic on previously developed land, which is brownfield site. So in light of those comments, in light of what the information we have, while it's white land for sure in the development limit, we also judge this to be a brownfield site. And in that areas, then it means it's not open space that's protected under policy. As regards to A and B and where they are, as you drive into the new access, it's going to be directly in front of you. There's two areas in which they are. And I suppose, as you have rightly suggested, it may be best maybe to hear from either the National Environment Division or indeed there is the Agents of Ecology on that in relation to how that was formed and managed and maintained, if you think that's probably best place, Councillor.
Yeah, okay, then.
Yes, thank you.
I can hand over either to, well, I suppose I'll start off and I'll hand over to David Mount-Stephen and he can bring in whoever he believes is best suited to address that question.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, well, I just concur with Sinead's analysis of the status of the site in terms of its white land in principle suitable for development nature within the development limit. In terms of the habitat areas, probably Cormac Loughran, our ecologist, is best placed to speak, but obviously those sites are identified as habitat management areas and they will be protected for such, and the first thing that will happen on the site is that fences will go up around those to say there's no development in here, this is for habitat management, but perhaps I could pass over to Cormac.
Thank you, David. Cormac, can you hear us?
I can. Just turning the camera on here. Yes, thanks, David. In answer to the question, the reason that those areas were selected was there was a piece of work done by a student looking at the distribution of the cryptic wood white around the Rosland Avenue site. And indeed, some of the areas where the food plant that the butterfly feeds were in those areas, and it seemed a sensible thing to use the core areas where the butterflies were as your basis for your habitat management area. So that was the main area that was selected. It was obviously outside the red line. It could be easily managed because it was showing that butterflies preferred it anyway. It had some shelter, it had the food plant. And obviously in ecological principles, if you're going to expand the area, as we did when we removed the 3 properties, you wanted the 2 sites immediately beside each other so that you have a larger area for the butterflies to utilize, and we'll have the food plant and the shelter provided by the trees, and it has the right aspect. So that's why it was selected. And then also, as David said, it'd be standard practice before any works take place to put a fence up with hazard protection, the orange marker tape, and that as an ecological clerk of works, all the construction team would be discussed as to what's protected and why they can't put any vehicles in that area.
Thank you very much, Cormac. And just, Kyle, have you anything to add to that, or are you content enough for those answers?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Cormac. Yeah, no, I concur with the findings and the evidence and information that was presented.
Okay, members, I see the objector has, Mr. Kerr has his hands up, and Mr. Kerr, usually we have to have a question to invite you back in, but as chairman, just to keep this balanced, I think I'll just bring in this stage and so members can get a full flavour of and have a balanced debate here. So I believe you have some points to make just on those questions that were asked.
Well, just so far on the NI Water thing, on their consultation, it very clearly states in the site-specific comments that they're not recommending connection into the sewer network because the network is at capacity, and that's the site-specific comments. As far as the fenced-off area for A and B is concerned for the protection area, those areas are already used by the cryptic wood white. They're not additional areas. And the fenced off area is right up to the edge of the proposed construction road. And our argument is that that road cannot be constructed without impacting onto those areas. So the plan fails before it starts, or it's impacted before it starts.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Okay, members, we have for the speakers, we have Alderman Barr.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to Mr. Kerr. And thank you and welcome, gentlemen. My question, you said there in your 3 minutes about a protected road, and you had the documentation for that. Have you sort of passed that documentation on to the planners? And could you elaborate a wee bit on it, because there was obviously a lot of information that you were giving us there.
Okay, well, the protected route is relating to the Carrickblacker Road. The planning report very clearly states that the Carrickblacker Road is not a protected route, and therefore alternative accesses don't need to be examined. But the Carrickblacker Road is a protected route. I got confirmation email actually just this morning from DFI Roads. That's why it hasn't been forwarded on. But a senior, I can actually tell you the name of the guy that gave it to me. It was, bear with me a second. A senior network development engineer, David McCullough, confirmed that the Carrickblacker Road is a protected route. So that brings into play policy MP3, which means that alternative accesses should be examined, because we believe that the Carrickblacker Road and Rosland Avenue Junction is dangerous, because we use it every day. We know the hazard that it has, and there is an alternative access route through Eden Avenue, which will be much safer. It's a wider road, it's got better visibility. It's a straight road. There's no impact on amenity down that road. But from a road safety point of view, it's the obvious access into this site, and it should be examined.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Ward, just to make you aware that we do have somebody from DFI Roads here, and also Sinead might be in a position to add balance to that if you want to bring in any of those people.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yes, please, Chair, and the same to the planners and to the DFA, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead.
Yeah, I suppose Mr. Kerr is absolutely right. To page 17, it says Carrickblacker. It should say Rosland Avenue. The access is actually under Rosland Avenue, which then goes on to Carrickblacker, which would bring it out. But Carrickblacker Road, yes, is a protected road. I don't dispute that. But as regards to the access, the visibility coming out onto the Carrickblacker Road, yes, I have DFI Roads here with me, Mr. Kelly, if you wish them to come in, and because I know that there has been a number of objections back and forward from the residents there as regards to the capacity of that junction coming in and out. So if you don't mind, Thomas, would you come in maybe and suggest why we have got no objections from Roads in that regard? Thank you.
Just bear with us 1 minute, members. I think we're having technical difficulties here with Thomas.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Can indeed, Thomas. Very welcome here.
Thank you, Chair. No, DFI Roads have no concerns about the Rosland Avenue Carrickblacker Road junction. As Sinead says, the proposed development accesses onto Rosland Avenue, which is a minor road, which then accesses onto Carrickblacker Road, which is a protected route. So there is no access onto the protected route as such. So, and there's no accident history. I've checked the accident history today on that junction, and we don't have any accident history for that junction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. I was with Alderman Barr. Are you content, Alderman Barr, or have you a supplementary question?
Yeah, just to come back, can I go back to Mr. Kerr, please, with that? Obviously, he's got an email from a senior person within DFA Roads. You know, that's seems to me that's conflicting with what Mr. Kelly's saying. So I want to tease that out.
Yeah, I can bring in Mr. Kerr, but I don't think there's any argument that the Craigavon Road is protected. I think it's
I'm not
where the
disputing.
junction was coming out. So I maybe doing harm just to pull up a visual as well, just for members' aid there. But I'll bring in Mr. Kerr as Councillor Barr has requested. Mr. Kerr, you're in mute, Mr. Kerr.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Can yes.
The proposed development doesn't access directly onto the Carrickblacker Road, but it involves the intensification of the use of an existing access onto a protected route. So therefore, policy AMP3 applies here.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Members, before the speakers here, we have Alderman Twyble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. The first one to Mr. Kerr. He made reference to the sewer network, and I think that's been answered already, but he also made reference to a culvert that hasn't been accounted for, and so on. I would want to ask what are the details of that point that he was making. He also made reference to the fact that the entrance road in or through Rosland Avenue will be beside his garden, I think, but that gap doesn't exist at the minute. So I really just wanted to explore that a little bit farther. Where is that space between, I think it's 15 and 17 Rosland Avenue? And then a third little point that I wanted to make myself is that knowing the area very well, there's reference to the floodplain. And I think in the plan there is acknowledgement of the floodplain, and the area that particularly floods would be the green area on the edge of the development. But it's very fine, I would say, because I know that area, certainly in the winter time, there's quite a bit of flooding. So it was just, I wanted some reassurance about that from the planners, that has been taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Twyble. But just take those questions as you call them out. So, Mr. Kerr, do you want to elaborate a wee bit more on the culvert and maybe a few comments on the access that passes your garden? So,
okay. Well, first of all, on the culvert, I raised this on one of the very first objection letters that this culvert hadn't been taken into account. It is inconspicuous, but it is quite clear from a manhole in our property the direction the culvert runs. I can show you that map. If you can see that, the highlighted green line is it's actually a sewer comes down to this point, and then it becomes a culvert and it runs down underneath the path of the proposed road. So there's no way that road can be built over that culvert without damaging it. I've been on with the Rivers Agency who are currently looking into it. They haven't come back to me yet, but the DFI water confirmed that that does exist. But if you come out to my property, you can physically see it. It's very, very obvious. But it hasn't been taken into account in the construction of that road at this point, which also conflicts with the steep drop in ground levels, and there's a lot of issues to try and protect the tree roots. So you can't dig down in there to build over that road. The other point about the access road itself, well, that's it. It doesn't exist at the minute. That's our neighbour's garden, basically. That road line coming down is our neighbour's garden. That's the way it's been for 25 years. We didn't expect to have an access road beside our domestic private garden, and that's what we're most annoyed about. We're going to lose our privacy and our amenity. We're going to have noise and impact that we've never had before for 25 years.
thank you, Mr. Kerr. And I think I'll just bring Sinead in at this point. Sinead, if you want to address any of those first 2 points before you address Alderman Twible's concern about the flood, a potential floodplain. So have you anything to raise on the culvert or the access, please?
No, apart from that, the Rivers Agency, I know they haven't got back to Mr. Kerr, but they haven't advised us in our comments either as regards to that culvert. Obviously, there are some exceptions to when you can culvert, and one of them is for access purposes, in which there is an exception which you actually can build over it. In relation to the access, yes, he's right. It is a new access that's going to be taken between the properties of number 15 and number 17, which is currently, if you know it, Alderman Twywell, the side garden of number 17. There was previously a house proved in there, but they're no longer obviously pursuing that, so the access is coming in instead for this development. As regards the floodplain, yes, you're absolutely right. To the south of that site is a floodplain, and in light of that, what we have to do through policy is request a flood risk assessment. Now, that flood risk assessment accurately depicts where is the floodplain, because you can't just define it on a map. You actually have to do your full service, and that was submitted to us obviously and appraised by Rivers Agency, and they've confirmed that all aspects of built form are outside the floodplain. There is a small area to the south of this site, the bottom corner. If I could pull up one of the maps to show you, which actually is within the floodplain, but that's acceptable under the planning policy as long as you don't have any houses or garages or things like that within the floodplain, then it's acceptable. So yeah, you're right, it is. There is a floodplain to the south there, and yes, it does come right up. I've seen it myself many times in certain weather.
Thank you, Sinead. And maybe Ruth, are you able to put up that visual just to help Sinead's point there? And members, can I just ask, is that everyone stay on mute whenever you're
There's a green map, a sort of a landscape layout, Ruth. I think it's probably best, that one. Yeah, Alderman Twywell, it's maybe hard to see, and I do apologise, but to the southeast there's a blue line. If you can see it, it's faintly on overlapping the green area. Yes, Ruth, yes. That's accurately depicts for us where the floodplain is. So all aspects of the development is outside it. So does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Sinead. Councillor Toman.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much for the comprehensive report, Sinead. The site is located to the west, or near the Thompson Arrow Seating factory, and I just want to come on to the noise impact assessment. It is noted, that within the lockdown, it does present challenges in carrying out a noise impact assessment. So just how confident are we, are the planning officers, that there is a sufficient noise barrier between the factory and on the site?
On ahead, Sinead.
Yeah, Councillor, as you rightly alluded to, it is challenging in regards to carrying out accurate surveys, but I suppose it has been recognised through the acoustic governance, and they've set out new guidance of how you go about conducting these noise assessments now, in light of the fact that material operations are not as before. So the applicant here has given us what would be a worst case scenario of this, and the has went out what they normally would do in a normal working day. So it's as close as possible to what we'd want as regards to carrying it out. You'll probably know that some noise impacts assessment are carried out when there's actually nothing there. You have to estimate what the noise levels are going to be. There is an existing factory here talking through the operating hours of how they are, and this has been appraised by environmental health, and they're content, obviously subject to that acoustic barrier going up, that it won't have an impact on these proposed residents.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next up we have Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Sinead for the report. A couple of points. I'm not really clear on the sewage network issue. There seems to be conflicting reports here, or opinions from, is it Mr. Kerr and from Sinead? Not, is the network sufficient, or is it not? I think it's coming through here. This as I say, conflicting opinions or reports. So we as a committee, we need to have some concrete evidence based that sewerage connection, one of the main issues is able to cope with that particular increase of 21 dwellings. So one's the sewerage infrastructure. The other one is to do with the traffic and the traffic congestion, where the extra increased traffic flow would be coming out of Rosland Avenue into the Edenderry area at Carrickblacker Road. Now, we all know the issues there, and there are many issues in relation to build-up of traffic since the old Edenderry roundabout sort of maybe disappeared there. And the traffic flow there, especially at peak times, the backup of traffic right up the Carrickblacker Road and maybe the Lurgan Road as well. So I'm just wondering what consideration has been given to the increased traffic at that junction, and with a lot of issues going on there with traffic congestion, was there not any consideration given? And I think Mr. Trevor Kerr also hinted at it, or gave us that another entrance could be provided, which would be less impact on that area. Maybe could I ask maybe Tom or someone or the developer, was there any other entrance considered? And if not, why not? Or can it not be considered? Because I think there is going to be extra traffic in there. And if anyone knows, especially at peak times, traffic in that area can be quite congested. And I think we should be looking at a view to try and sort of make it better. And I think that's an opinion right around that area in Portadown. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. And I will bring in Sinead first to address the sewage and indeed maybe just a few comments on the traffic as well before bringing maybe Tom after that. So Sinead.
Yeah, I suppose just to highlight, when non-iron waters comments come back, if there wasn't any available capacity, question 5, that let us know that. Now, in light of that, they do put in site-specific comments with regards to the capacity. And just reading out word for word, it does say that while the wastewater treatment facilities are currently available, the sewer network is at capacity at Ballinagore catchment, and non-iron water is recommended council planners no further connections should be made to the network. The proposed development site is located within this development. So what they more or less say at the minute, because, well, Mr. Cousins, I suppose, could, make sure this is a question. If you have your pre-development inquiry in and you've got your available capacity connection in, then that there is alive for a year and that they will give you the capacity. But say for argument's sake, this developer doesn't go and develop this to say 5 years out the line, they have to put them site-specific comments on it, because then there may not be able to get anything on it, and they have to go and construct his own pumping station or else wait until the capacity is looked at again. So you can ask maybe if Mr. Cousins wants to come in there and see, has he got his PDE, and is that up to date for the 1 year? So that's why we would say it's available capacity. If there wasn't, they would stress to us, sorry, at question number 5, no available capacity there. As regards to the other access.
Sorry, Sinead, I'll just bring in Mr. Cousins just at that point to finish that point off. So, Mr. Cousins, Tim, you're on mute.
Sorry, yes,
No
during the application, we did make a pre-development inquiry to NI Water, and NI Water came back and said there was available capacity in the network and that the treatment works to facilitate the development. So at this stage, we're still working on the back of the pre-development inquiry that there's capacity there to facilitate us.
Thank you, Mr. Cousins. And I'll go back to Sinead now. I apologise for cutting across you. Regarding the traffic, was it, Sinead, you were going to move on to?
Yeah, no, that's makes common sense, Chair, rather than just going back and forth between one issue and another. As regards to another accessway, obviously we, as in the planners, have to look at what they're proposing in front of us, and if DFI roads are okay with it, then it's not for us as planners to force the applicant to go and look at another access. But I know through the process in the application, they had looked at Eden Avenue, which is adjacent to it, and they had ruled that out. In relation to that, if maybe if Paula could bring up maybe the site location plan just to show the rest of the members who are not familiar with the Portadown area where exactly that is. So it's basically parallel with it. So that will still be coming out onto the Carrickblacker Road. You know, as regards to if you're talking about queuing, Alderman Anderson down the Carrickblacker Road, this actually is, you know, with regards to coming out onto the Carrickblacker Road as well. So maybe if you could bring that up, Paula, in relation to the site location plan on my presentation, just to allow members to see where exactly that other access, A, where the objectives are talking about, and B, which was looked at actually, even though there wasn't a requirement under policy for them to look at it. If you look at maybe the site location plan, it probably is best placed just to give us, yeah, so the very north, if you could see, there's a curl, that's Rosland Avenue with access coming in. So the north there, it says Eden Avenue. I believe it is. On up a wee bit to the right, yes, to the left a wee bit. That's Rosland, yeah, just there. So that's another access potentially into that. Well, it's beyond it, but I do believe that was looked at. However, they ruled that out and are now going on to Rosland Avenue. But I know Alderman Anderson queries with regards to how busy the Carrickblacker Road is and traffic coming in and out of it. That will still take you out on the Carrickblacker Road. So yeah, thanks. I don't know if you want maybe Thomas Kelly from DFI Roads or Mr. Cousins to come in, and suppose I know Mr. Cousins also did the roads surveys with regards to how they came up with this Rosland Avenue, and they did look at even the other one, so might give you a wee bit more understanding of the access.
Yes, Chair, can I come back?
You can indeed, Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, and I can thank Sinead for those comments. Yes, I take the point of the other access was Eden Avenue, certainly it's coming onto Carrickblacker Road. But maybe to Thomas Kelly, with the congestion on the traffic flow in the overall traffic flow in that particular area, is there any thoughts or proposals going into the future if this entrance or the traffic coming out through Rosland Avenue onto Carrickblacker Road, has TFI Roads taken any or given any consideration as to upgrading infrastructure in and around that particular area going forward? My point in this is, are we just going to keep more and more traffic coming out that what we call a point, which is quite congested at peak times especially? And is road service, are they just saying there's capacity there, it's okay to do it now, but it will not impact in any other way? But I think people would think that it does, and I would certainly think it does, the more traffic you put into that area. And basically what I'm asking is DFI Roads not taking into consideration that they may need other upgrades in and around that area if this traffic comes out at Rosland Avenue onto Carrickblacker Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson, and I will bring in Mr. Kelly from DFI Roads, and then I think I'll bring in David Mintz-Stephen after that, just to level out that conversation. So, Mr. Kelly.
Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Thanks, Chair. Well, first of all, the site is in the development limit of Portadown. It's a fairly small in scale, and would not merit any road improvements in that area. Congestion, it is only a peak time, and after the peak clears, like, there's no problem. There's capacity within the Carrickblacker Road and Rosland Avenue, so capacity-wise, there's no problem. It's just at peak times, you couldn't cater for the, that peak time is only for about half an hour or an hour in the morning, and after that, it's clear. So, like, we have no concerns in that regard, and we wouldn't be proposing any upgrades.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, and I'll bring in David now. I know he's been looking in a bit. And members, just to say that usually anyone joining this members of the planning committee have to ask questions before they get in, but I'm trying to keep this conversation as balanced across the board, and I will let Mr. Kerr in again as well. So, David.
Thank you, Chairman. No, and I'll keep it brief. I just, whenever you had invited Tim Cousins in to speak about the NI water issue, I thought Tim could maybe helpfully provide some comment on the roads issue as well. I just jumping back to the matter of that policy AMP3, it's sort of just the point is our access, the access for this development. There's no intensification. The intensification of our access is the key thing, not secondary accesses on the wider network, which our traffic will of course go through. So the policy AMP3 doesn't apply, and as it's normally applied, it's not relevant. And just in terms of the number of vehicles and coming from this development, the appropriate level of assessment was carried out for the development. There was a transport assessment form was completed, and it provided details of the numbers of vehicles that would be generated by this development at the peak hour. And just obviously that identifies that about in the peak hour there's maybe one vehicle every 5 minutes coming out of this development. So that's just helpful in terms of the scale of traffic that's generated by the proposal. Chairman, thank you for letting me come in.
Thank you, David. And Mr. Cousins, have you anything to add? I know Sinead was trying to bring in there, and I apologise for coming across, but if you've anything final to add there.
Yeah, as David, I'm on mute, am I?
No, I can hear you.
As David mentioned, we're talking about a small scale development, 21 dwellings, and the amount of traffic forecast by the development over the day is small. It'll only generate about 12 cars in and out of that site during the morning and during the evening peak, which, as David mentioned, is only one vehicle every 5 minutes. So the impact on the highway network is actually very, very small. As Tom said, there is congestion, on most towns. Like I live in Banbridge, and was originally from Lurgan, and if you go into any road coming into Lurgan in the morning or into Banbridge, the traffic's queued up, way out of town. So as I say, there is a small period in the mornings where there is substantial congestion, but that clears very quickly. And once that clears, there'll be no problem for anybody getting in and out of that development.
Thank you, Mr. Cousins. And again, in the interest of fairness, I'll bring in Mr. Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. Our concern is not so much about congestion, it's about road safety. That Rosland Avenue junction that we as residents use every day is dangerous, and the danger is enhanced by on-street parking opposite the hot food bar. Now, it is unauthorised parking, but nothing can be done about it. It impedes the visibility going up the Carrickblacker Road, and Eden Avenue being further down from that there would have no effect on it at all. It's very, very difficult to drive out of Rosland Avenue and turn right or left whenever your line of visibility is being blocked with parked vehicles. At Eden Avenue, it's completely clear. It's a far safer junction. It's wider, so it's a road safety issue we're talking about. And yes, it's only 21 houses, but it nearly doubles the amount of traffic coming in and out of Rosland Avenue. And we feel bringing more people to use that junction is going to increase the possibility of further accidents. And I personally have had 2 accidents at the junction of Rosland Avenue. I've had an accident with a cyclist, and I've been rear-ended as I've been trying to drive into Rosland Avenue due to the tightness of its curb radii. And several of the other residents in Rosland Avenue have also had incidents at that junction, and they're minor. And they haven't been recorded, or the police haven't been called, but do we just wait until there's one major accident or one fatality before we actually take notice of this dangerous junction? That's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Next up with Councillor Labber.
Thanks, Chair. I have a couple of questions. First is just to go back to the brownfield site issue and whether this is a brownfield site. I know I didn't quite catch it earlier, but in terms of within the red line of the planning application here, when was the last time there was actually development on this land in terms of structures, and what were those structures? Second question would relate to badger protection, as outlined in the report and on the maps. There's badger sets there in the southern corner of the site, and that's in the area not for development because it's part of the potential floodplain. But is there a fence that would protect the area of badgers, or is that one just large open green space for the houses? So like children or whatever, would they be able to access and play around those badger sets? Third question would be to the planning agent, I suppose, in relation to the mentioned culvert. Has that been taken into account in terms of the potential plans for the road going into that development, in terms of making sure that that is accessed appropriately, or is that new information? Then the fourth question is actually sort of similar to what Mr. Kerr just brought up in terms of the cycleway. There's been a lot of discussion about the road, but there's also note that there's like I wouldn't call it a cycle path. It's maybe lined as a cycle path, but certainly it wouldn't be any kind of maybe safety standards for such a cycleway path. And my concern would be that if there is increased flow coming in and out of Rosland Avenue, what that would have in terms of an impact on cyclists along who are being encouraged to use what is maybe an inferior cycle route. It was brought up in, I don't know if Mr. Kerr wanted to bring it up, but he collided with a cyclist, as he mentioned, whether there be further repeats of that, and whether DFI roads would actually class that cycle route as safe, as given there is no real stoppage in that cycle junction. You're just straight in to the vehicles. So those would be my four questions in relation to the Brownsfield site, the badger protection, the culvert, and then the cycleway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. I suppose I'll start off with Sinead, if you want to take as many of those as you can, Sinead, and then we'll see where we're at. So first up was the Brownfield site and its history about previous structures and things like that.
Yeah, the previous history goes as far back, I suppose, as the year 2000 in relation to where the old history maps were shown within the confines of the former factory. And also in looking at the assessment of it, you will note that the representations have referred to this site or the habitat in this site as priority habitat of open mosaic habitat on previously developed land. So they're saying that as previously developed land as well. So in light of all that, we have considered this to be a brownfield. There is some spoil and heaps on it to the southern corner, and especially as you go off Eden Avenue, Old Brixton, there's no built structures or format like that on it. But in light of that, that's the planning judgment we looked at as regards to a brownfield site. As regards to the badger set, yes, that will be protected. There's 25-metre protection barrier has to be put around that there prior to any development on site, just to make sure those badgers aren't disturbed to the southern corner of it. In regards to the culvert, I suppose that was for Mr. Mount Stephen, I think.
Yeah, it was for David or Jama, and then the final one was the cycle path. I'm not sure if you want to comment on that, Sinead, or I can put that to again to David or Jama. Yeah, David or Jama. Okay, David, just a question on the culvert then from Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly happy for Gemma or even Tim to jump in about that culvert, but obviously, a full sort of assessment of services crossing the site, will have been undertaken, and any design proposal will have to take account of any infrastructure across the site. And Sinead mentioned, I think in a previous response, that sort of the construction of an access road over a culvert is acceptable within planning policy. So that would be my answer in relation to that. And in terms of the cycle issue, I'll again, it's back to this point that the amount of traffic that's been generated by this small development at its peak hour is maybe one vehicle per 5 minutes. That's at its peak hour. And that is, I suppose, that's imperceptible across the wider network and the amount of traffic on Carrickblanca Road. So in terms of the change that this development will bring about in whatever and the current safety status is of that cycle lane and the roadway, I mean, it's imperceptible. So if there's an existing issue there, certainly I think we're all signed up to improving our cycle provision and cycle facilities. But I think in terms of the relationship of this development to that issue, I don't think there's one of significance in terms of your decision-making role here, Councillor.
Thank you, David. Does Jama or Tim want to come in just on that culvert issue?
Yeah, well, as David says, you know, if as part of the planning application, there was extensive consultation with DFI Rivers, and DFI Rivers have obviously signed the application off. If there is a culvert that wasn't previously known, there are mechanisms in place to put a road over that, because that is an exception to the what they call PPS 15. That can be done under Schedule 6 post planning, so as I say, that can be addressed, at a later stage.
Thank you, Mr. Cousins. Councillor Lover, you content with that then?
Well, I have some comments on it, but it was the cycleway questions more for DFI roads.
Sorry, okay. Mr. Kelly, are you able to address some of those that question around the cycling, please?
Okay, Chair, thank you. Yeah, well, coming out of Rosland Avenue, there's ample visibility space to the left and to the right, and we are more than satisfied that that visibility display will apply as much to cyclists as it does to road users. So we're content with the safety of cyclists on that cycleway at that junction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Waiting patiently, we have Councillor Nicholson.
Oh, sorry, could I just come back in terms of that brownfield site?
Briefly, Councillor Lover, yeah.
Yeah, there's just, I'm not clear. Was there a factory on this site within the red sort of development boundary of what's being asked for here, or was the site adjacent to it and this used to be a dumping ground as such for spoiled material, or was there actual structures there? Because if there wasn't, I'm not sure if this is a brownfield site.
No, Councillor Laver, there was no physical structures. The brownfield land, as you probably know, is depicted in the regional development strategy. What is it? Now, it says it sometimes can encompass a permanent structure within a defined limited, but it may encompass vacant, derelict land, infill sites, etc. So you don't have to have actually a physical structure on it to constitute a brownfield site under the RDS and the policy. If you look at the glossary and that, so in light of that, the brownfield site, the curtilage, it was within the curtilage of it, was never used, I do not believe, for any industrial purposes, because then you get into the loss of industrial land issue, and there's no apparent physical structures on it in relation to ever being any. That there is some rubble and things like that maybe was left on it, but the definition of brownfield site doesn't necessarily have to have previously permanent structures on it as defined in the RDS.
Thank you, Sinead. Content, Councillor Alvey?
Well, would still have concerns, Chair. I suppose I'll have to think about it.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Look, and just before bringing in Councillor Nicholson, just to finish this particular part, I'll bring in Mr. Kerr, who's been waiting there, if with Councillor Nicholson's permission. Mr. Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the culvert, my issue with the culvert is how are they going to build the road over the culvert and still comply with the conditions not to disturb the ground. So the conditions say the ground levels can't be raised or excavated, and that's to protect the tree roots in that area. There's a 2 meter sudden drop in the ground, and that culvert runs under that. So how can the culvert be protected during the construction of the access road? Because the culvert, if it gets blocked, it's going to back up into my property, and I'm going to have the problem of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kerr, and I'll put that question to Sinead after we'll hear from Councillor Nicholson. Nicholson.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thanks everybody for their presentations and obviously the discussion so far. I think, Chair, it's been a well-discussed application, and Sinead, I have to say, report again, as usual, very detailed. And I suppose Mr. Kerr touched on my question. I want to ask I think it'd probably be Tim Cousins, the engineer, obviously in relation to the road coming in with the culvert. Is there proposals of how you're going to deal with that, those level differences? that you do comply with the condition referred to. And again, Sinead, are you happy with that obviously proposal? And you've got details of that, to sort of everybody's assured that the tree roots, etc., will be protected. And I suppose another question I have, Chair, is for Mr. Kelly. There's been a lot said about road safety and various things at junctions and cycle lanes, and I suppose I think we've heard this in this committee quite a bit. Is that DFI or our kind of they regulate road safety for us as a committee, and I just want clarification from Thomas Kelly that he's happy that everything taken into consideration, i.e. the number of units that's being proposed, the transport assessment form that's been submitted, all that there is in compliance. He's happy that this development, although it will obviously create additional vehicle movements at this junction, he's happy that that will not affect the road safety of the users of Carrickblacker Road. And a sort of final question, Chair, I think I want a bit more detail in relation to there was discussion in relation to the butterflies and the areas they can, have obviously run at the minute, and there's areas A and B and other areas set aside. I'd like to hear more from the ecologists, sort of in relation to, obviously at the minute, the butterflies have the run of the whole site. So how does these mitigation measures ensure that's enough for those butterflies to flourish and as was said before, feed within this area when this development is being constructed and is completed? Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Councillor Nicholson. And your first question obviously ties in with what Mr. Kerr had asked. So maybe just bring in Tim or Sinead just on the culvert and about protecting those trees and things like that. Tim?
Yep, certainly. In terms of the level of the road, was extensively examined during the planning application process. There was quite a few road sections done. There were cross sections done to show that the road could be built, based on the conditions that have been put forward. In terms of the culvert will be obviously, it'll have to be designed in accordance with the recommendations of DFI Rivers. There'll have to be a Schedule 6 application made in relation to that, because the likelihood is, if there's an existing culvert there, they'll come back and ask for it to be upsized. But as I say, that can be done under PPS 15. It's an exception to policy because it's providing access to development. So there's nothing there that can't be addressed.
Thank you, Tim. Sinead, you were looking in on that point?
Yeah, I suppose just to answer Councillor Nicholson's question directly, he was asking, do we have plans denoting the culvert and what that will look like, etc.? No, we don't. We have the levels. We have very detailed levels with regards to, because as Mr. Kerr alluded to, there is a drop now. It's not as bad as it is because of the road access in. It's 21 meters at his will be 19.9, so just over 1 meter. But I have no details and plans with regards to that culvert or how that culvert will look like in relation to the levels as proposed. So I'm just answering that question directly. I don't, Councillor, no.
Thank you, Sinead. And we haven't heard from Gemma yet. I see she's indicated she wants to come in on that point. Gemma?
Thanks, Chair. No, it was just more in relation to the protection of the root protection zones within the trees at the point of access. There's been a landscape architect on board throughout the design of the scheme, and what we've proposed to those areas is the use of a geometric cell ground buildup, which has been proven to spread weight across the root protection zone area and limit, if not completely mitigate, any damage that would be caused to any roots nearby, in order to ensure their safety and their health. So it's just really to add that point, because I know a lot of it's been more in relation to the culvert there, but hopefully that addresses some concerns in relation to the root protection areas and the health of those trees.
Thank you, Gemma. And the next part of your question, Councillor Nicholson, was from Mr. Chiali. And I was around the road safety. Mr.
Madam
Kelly?
Chair. Yes, thanks, Chair. Well, the proposed development is, it's small in scale, and as we've said, the traffic generation from the development will be small, and having taken into account, the visibility displays at the junction from Rosland Avenue onto the Craigavon Road, we are content, with the level of additional traffic and with the visibility displays which are present on the ground, that road safety will not be compromised to either vehicles or users of the cycle lane. So we were content with, that road safety will not be compromised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. And the final question then was regarding a butterfly habitat. So could I bring in Cormac Lahern? Cormac, can you hear me?
I can, thanks, Chair. Yes. Well, obviously we looked at the site in detail, and it's clear if you look at the aerial photos that although the butterflies have the run of the place, the site's undergoing succession, and by that I mean the gorse and the scrub are coming in, and it's beginning to transition into woodland. And this particular butterfly, the cryptic wood white, requires sort of low vegetation and open area for its food plant. So what we've done is actually we've had experts out collecting seed for the food plant that they require, called meadow vetchling. We've also selected the sites A and B where there was a lot of existing meadow vetchling and where we could make the food plant that the butterflies require for the eggs and the caterpillars abundant, whilst at the same time creating and maintaining the shelter that's around the site, which is the other factor that the butterflies need. They need sunlight and they need shelter from the winds and stuff. So we're retaining the trees at the bottom of the site. We're creating the habitat management area, and we've removed the 3 houses, so we have a core area. And it's worth remembering that there is also land to the south and other lands to the northeast. And our sort of landscape area, there's a connecting corridor along the bottom, so there's plenty of space for the butterflies in that regard. But fundamentally, the thing that you need to take away from this is if we were to do nothing, and the gorse and the willow scrub and the alder, which did happen in the past, actually begin to take over the site. It was only when some pipelaying works, I think, went onto the site that they disturbed the vegetation and brought the conditions low enough. So, excuse me, the cryptic wood white came back. So if we don't do anything, we lose the species from woodland development. And obviously in our 25-year plan in area A and B, we'll prevent that from happening, and we will continually cycle it so that there's always optimal low space for the food plant and then shelter around the area. And hopefully that answers the question, Chair.
Thank you very much, Cormac. Councillor Nicholson, are you content?
Yes, Chair, that clarified a lot for me, and thanks to all those that spoke. Cormac, I suppose the question is, obviously you're a professional ecologist and you've prepared this, and obviously is there I'd like to hear the ecologist from, is NIEA on the screen? Sure, they're not. Okay. Well, look, obviously you're happy that the area A and B will not just mitigate, it'll actually help the butterflies improve, as in it'll sort of create a focused area for them to feed. Am I reading that right in comparison to what if nothing happens, it'll potentially the site could overgrow and the butterfly could disappear? Is that what you're basically saying?
Yeah, Councillor Nicholson,
Yes.
we also have Kyle Hunter on the line as well. If we'll maybe bring him in after Cormac, just for a few points.
Yeah,
on
it'd be good to get another sort of ecologist opinion. Sure, thank you.
Sorry, Cormac, I'll let you respond to that first, and then I'll bring in Kyle.
Yes. Well, exactly. Obviously, if you look at the site on the aerial photos, you can see the long vegetation, short vegetation, and there's lots of scrub. and indeed the old photos, you can see where the alder were growing through, and it was in fact going to secede, as we would say, to woodland if it was left alone. And it was only through some pipe works that were put through that the site was lowered again, and that probably maintained the conditions for the butterfly in the intervening period. So yeah, if we, in essence, if we don't do anything, the butterfly might be lost in 10, 15 years. And now our proposals are to maintain the population for 25 years, if not longer.
Thanks, Cormac. And Kyle, have you anything to add to that on Councillor Nicholson's question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor and Cormac. Yeah, I concur with Cormac. I mean, from an ecology point of view, certainly if the site wants to become woodland, all sites do once we just leave them alone. So if we simply do nothing, this site is going to scrub up. Of course, it's going to set in the willow that's already there. Will outcompete all of the food plant. It'll disappear, and we'll lose the population. So this is the opportunity to safeguard it, and in that respect, so the compensation area will allow for that going forward with good monitoring. Good management means that this population will be retained on site as a feature. So it's important. So I concur with Cormac's findings in his report.
Thank you, Kyle. I've no further lights from councillors. Mr. Kerr, as I said earlier, we usually have councillors have to ask a question to bring you in. I maybe just let you in for a quick point, just to round off, and then we will move on to the next part of this process. Mr. Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry for being a pest. I just wanted to make a suggestion that you introduce Mr. John O'Neill to this debate, because he has, I think, a fairly extensive knowledge of the butterflies, or his son did anyway. I'd like his opinion to be heard, please.
Chair, I'm happy to call John if he has some ecological information for the committee.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, Councillor Nicholson. Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Nicholson. That just keeps me right as well, so I appreciate that. Mr. O'Neill. Just to round off, and then we will move on to the next part of this process.
Hello, Chairman. Thank you. Yes, the butterflies obviously have spread right.
Sorry, John, could I ask whoever's got YouTube on just to turn it down or turn it off?
Oh,
I can still hear our conversation from earlier. I think that's better. Go on ahead now, John.
Sorry about that. Yeah, the butterflies obviously have spread across all of the proposed development site. They follow the food plant, and the food plant is obviously much more common in the rest of the site. The reason it's not so common in the areas A and B is obviously because that area is less suitable for the plant to grow. So if they're now going to be sort of pushed into that area, then there is a danger that the plant will not grow in that area simply because the conditions do not suit the plant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Neill. Okay, members, there's no further lights from councillors or aldermen, so we'll move on to the next part of this process, which is debate and decision. So, members, I'm in your hands. Does someone like to start us off? Councillor Nicholson, thank you.
I'll start us off, Chair. Look, Chair, I do think that we've had a very, very good discussion, and I want to thank everybody for all their information they've provided us throughout, this application. I do see there's obviously still a difference of opinion, and I don't think that's going to disappear. But as I say, it's one as a committee, I suppose we're sort of we have to sort of decide, you know, in relation to all of the issues that were raised of where we you know where our opinion is on those issues. Obviously, we have had various people speaking, from ecologists to road service experts to whatever, and I suppose that's it's one that, you know, I think I know where I am, Chair, in relation to the overall thing, and I'd be interested to hear what other members are, what they're thinking at this stage. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. To be honest, I've had mixed views on it. As noted, I suppose when I was asking the question about the brownfield side, I'm still not satisfied. I was having a look at plan policy HOU2 there, particularly to the point about, you know, not being appropriate if it have a detrimental impact in terms of residential, mainly traffic movement or road safety. It does come back to the cycle lane aspect of it, and that I don't view that the cycle lane necessarily as being safe as such. And it's disappointing to hear, you know, the road service representative saying that it's safe, given that it's already been outlined of, you know, a person on this call has driven into a cyclist trying to use it. It is an inferior cycle route, and certainly one that needs to be improved. And just going back as well, as pointed out, there was no real structures on this site, so it's hard to call it derelict land if it was never used in the first place for the likes of industry or, you know, previous residential or purpose over the years, as normal brownfield sites would tend to be. Hence why it's potentially been labelled as white land in the first place in the Craigavon area plan. So it has some concerns about going ahead with approval. That's one of my own views on it. I don't know, as Councillor Nichols said, maybe other members' thoughts are on it.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. And I don't think road service has any record of that particular accident. I don't think it was reported, and we have to go with facts. So, but that's my opinion on that particular point. I'm not saying it didn't happen. Members, any further points there before we move on to decision? No? Okay, then members, we'll move on to decision. So again, I'm in your hands. Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chairman. And I suppose I'll repeat myself. I think we've had a really, really good debate and a good discussion on this application. And I do think it is a difficult one because, as has already been said, there is a difference of opinion. But in balance, Chair, taking everything into account, including economic benefits and the need for this type of housing in this area, I propose to accept the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Toman.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just happy to second the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. I hear what other members are saying, and I acknowledge your point that it isn't an officially recorded accident as such, therefore not appearing in the statistics. I would still have to go with the view that, looking at HOU2, I don't think, in my view, this is naturally a brownfield site. Therefore, there is some concern about the potential development and impact on road junctions in terms of doubling the risk in terms of cycling incidents at that roadway at Rosland Avenue to Carrickblacker Road. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to get a seconder, but I would have concerns about it. Therefore, I would not be comfortable going with the approval as proposed. So, I'll try and get propose a refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Lavery, just to be clear, you're making a proposal to refuse the recommendation?
Yeah, a proposal to refuse the recommendation, as I don't think it satisfies planning criteria HOU2 in terms of, brownfield site development and so on. Thank you.
No, thank you. That's very clear. Councillor Lavery. Okay, members, we have no further lights. If any want to indicate, now's the time. No, so I'm in the position where we have a proposal from Councillor Nicholson, which was seconded by Councillor Toman, to accept the resignation, or to accept the recommendation, sorry. And I sense that we're not all in agreement, just given Councillor Lavery's points, point that he made there. So we're going to vote. You sort of look for consensus. Okay, so given that we have only one proposal seconded, so and that is the recommendation. There's no further proposals, so the recommendation is carried, folks.
So, Chair, I wouldn't agree with it.
Your points have been duly noted, Councillor Lavery, but you did make a proposal to refuse the recommendation, which has not been seconded.
Sure, but I've outlined I don't agree with the proposal, as noted by Councillor Nicholson. Again, I would have concerns about the brownfield site and potential impact it would have from increased use in terms of the cycleway at the junction, which I think, as I mentioned, the cycleway is inferior. So I wouldn't be prepared to accept an injury resulting from additional traffic flow because, of a vote, I would have to vote with conscience. In terms of my view of the planning legislation as outlined. So I'm not going to be forced to agree with something that I don't agree with, Chair.
Well, Councillor Lavery, as you know, we always try to get a consensus here, so I think you've left me no option but to put this to the vote.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we're going to have a vote now. Just if you bear with me to get my names in front of me here. So this is to accept the recommendation. So just removing the members' names who weren't present today. Yeah. Okay. And first up, I'll call Councillor Anderson, or Alderman Anderson rather. Alderman Anderson, are you in favour of the proposal?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Alderman Barr, are you in favour of the proposal?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy?
Yes, Chairman.
Councillor Lavery?
No.
Councillor McLennan?
Yes, Chairman.
Councillor McGowan?
Yes, Chair.
Myself, yes. Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Toman?
Yes, Chair.
Alderman Twible? You're on mute, Alderman Twible. We have to hear you verbally. You were off mute, but you knocked yourself back on. Just hit it to once, please. Try again.
I'm in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Twible. And finally, Alderman Wilson.
I'm in favour.
Thank you. Members, that vote was carried 10 votes to 1. Okay, members, that was quite a long application. Thank you to everyone who took part. Just to give members of staff a quick break, I'm going to ask to adjourn for 5 minutes or so, if that's all right with you. So it is 5 to 6, so we'll see you back here at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, that's us back live.
Thank you very much, Donny, and welcome back, members, and also to members of the public who are joining us via YouTube. We are on Appendix 2. This is application number LA08/2017/1112/F. And I would ask Roisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present this report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the retention of a dwelling as built to the rear of number 13 Harborton Park, Banbridge. The application has been presented to the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee due to the number of objections to the proposal that have been received. The application site is comprised of the curtilage of number 13 Harborton Park, a single-storey dwelling, and includes a new dwelling which has been constructed in the rear garden of number 13 following the grant of planning approval and which is currently unoccupied. The site is located within a residential area characterised by detached and semi-detached dwellings on single plots. The former DOE granted outline plan permission on this site in May 2008 and subsequently granted reserve matters approval in November 2011. While works to construct the existing dwelling commenced 2 days prior to the planning permission's expiring, the dwelling had not been constructed in accordance with the planning permission that was granted. The key differences between what is built on site and what was granted approval are as follows. The dwelling has been erected slightly off the footprint of the approved dwelling. The finished floor level of the approved dwelling is 0.52 metres higher than approved. The dwelling as approved would have a ridge height of should have had a ridge height of 5.5 metres above finished floor level. However, the dwelling has been erected with a ridge height of 5.8 metres above the finished floor level, an increase of 0.3 metres. This provides an overall increase in height of 0.82 metres. The dwelling as built has upper floor accommodation and has 2 upper floor windows and 3 Velux windows. Officers consider the dwelling has not been constructed in accordance with the former DOE planning permission and that permission expired on the 23rd of November 2013. As such, there is no extant planning permission for a dwelling on this site and therefore the applicant does not have a fallback position. Officers are however of the opinion that the planning history remains a material consideration in the assessment of this proposal. The former DOE granted planning approval for a dwelling at the site and by doing so established that the principle of residential development was acceptable at that time. It was on that basis the applicant proceeded to construct the existing dwelling, albeit not in accordance with the planning permission. The current application, which seeks retrospective planning permission for the retention of the dwelling as built, has been submitted in order to regularise the breach of planning control. Over 30 letters of objection have been received from 12 neighbouring dwellings, and the primary grounds of objection, which are set out in detail in the officer report, include the impact on the character of the area, the impact on residential amenity of neighbouring properties, and non-compliance with the original planning approval. Consideration of these issues and all other concerns raised is set out in detail in the report, as is a full assessment of the proposal against operational planning policies. Members will note that officers consider the proposal does not comply with relevant planning policies. The proposal would cause harm to interests of acknowledged importance, including the quality of the surrounding urban environment and the amenity of adjoining property. However, there are 2 previous permissions for a similar development on this site, which represent a material consideration for the Council in considering the current application. The level of demonstrable harm associated with the current application is considered to be similar to that previously approved scheme. Having regard to the need for administrative fairness and the legal principle of procedural fairness, and the need for a public body to be fair and consistent in its decision making, officers are of the opinion that it would be unreasonable to withhold planning permission and are therefore recommending the application be approved, subject to the conditions as set out in the report. And I'll just take you through the slides. And you'll see this is the location of the site within the general area. It's within the settlement limits of Banbridge, and the blue arrow denotes where it is. And this is an aerial view of the site. You can see number 13 and the dwelling in the rear garden of number 13 there. This is the site location plan, so in the outline of the site, outlined in red. And this is our submitted site layout plan. It's maybe a bit difficult to see, but you will see in red the approved layout, and in the darker black line is where the dwelling's actually being constructed. And that's a close up, you maybe see it a bit clearer. You can see, yes, where the approved layout was and where it is actually being constructed. And again, this is just a bit more detail showing landscaping, and you can see the landscaping to the north and the south of the site is being retained. To the west of the site, a small portion on the lower boundary is being retained, but a portion of vegetation on the upper part of that boundary is being removed to facilitate the erection of a retaining wall. And this is showing you some cross sections through the site. And these are the floor plans of the dwelling as built. And again, these are the elevations of the dwellings as built, and you'll see the upper floor windows and the Velux windows, which were not part of the previous approval. So this is looking into the site from the site frontage. That's number 13 you're looking at. And that's looking up through the driveway that's been created to serve the proposed, or sorry, serve the dwelling as built. And you can see it just sitting at the back of the existing property there. And that's just another view of the access into the application site. So this is a view from number 23 Harborton Park. And what you're looking at is the rear elevation, and that's a bathroom window on the upper floor. And this is just as you walk up towards the rear of number 23, right at the extremity of the site. And again, you can look in and you can see the upper floor bathroom window and downstairs kitchen window. And that's just another view across the boundary at the rear of number 23. This is next door property a view from number 21 Harborton Park, and looking across at the development. This is a view from the kitchen of number 15 Harborton Park, and what you're looking at there is the upper floor gable window, which is a bedroom window. And this is just another view from the patio of number 15 Harborton Park. And again, another view from the rear property of Harborton Park, 15 Harborton Park. And that's as you move further up the garden towards the greenhouse, looking at the property for number 15. These are the dwellings up on breezeways. So this is a view from number 8, and this is the existing vegetation which is being retained. And this is number 7 breezeways. Now there's a fence, and then there's a portion of ground which currently holds the conifers. It is proposed that these are being removed, but you will note that we have asked for, by way of condition, a scheme of replacement planting between the proposed retaining wall and this fence to be submitted and approved by the council at a later stage. And that's just another view from number 7 breezeways. And that's just looking in. There's new conifers have been planted just behind the hedge, at behind the fence at number 7. This is looking down the sort of the gable elevation of the dwelling as built and the rear of number 7, and you can see the level difference there. And this is a view from the next door property, number 11 Harborton Park. And it's just a close-up of the front elevation of the property as built. And that's a view of the rear elevation taken from within number 13. And that's a view looking back towards the property at 13 Harborton Park where the applicant lives. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Roisin. Members, you should all have received the addendum report in your papers. We also had a written representation in objection to the application from Miss Una McCambridge. Members, with us today, we have Mr. Jim Vance as the applicant, and Jim is going to make a representation in support of the application. Jim, you're very welcome along to this afternoon's plan meeting, or this evening's plan meeting, I should say. Jim, you will have 3 minutes to speak. The clock should appear on your screen, and it will not start until you begin to speak. Thank you, Jim. Are you with us, Jim? Jim, I think you're on mute there.
And that's what it is, yeah. I'm on mute. Okay,
We
now,
can,
can you
yeah,
hear me now?
we can hear you now, Jim. Just start in your own time, please. Thank
Okay.
you.
I decided just to speak today because I wanted you to hear my side of the story. I appreciate the hard work and effort that planning has put into the process by ensuring that everyone with an interest have an opportunity to comment. My wife and I live in a pleasant neighbourhood with good neighbours, and we applied and received planning permission, as already been said, for a bungalow in 2011. I employed a contractor to build the footings and concrete foundation in 2013. Unfortunately, due to a back injury, he wasn't able to do the work. So his friend, also an NHBC registered builder who was very busy at the time, stepped in at the last minute and did it for him.
I was unable to continue with the builds as I was diagnosed with cancer in 2014. And I had to go for treatment. After I recovered, I employed another builder to finish the build in 2016. It was during this process in early 2017 that a complaint was received and planning enforcement got involved. After their initial investigation, planning enforcement met with my wife and I to tell us that there were some minor deviations from the original plans, but they were happy at that stage for us to finish the bungalow. And they asked us to remove one of the upstairs windows facing the neighbouring property, which we agreed to do. The builder continued working, but several weeks later, planning enforcement contacted us again saying they had to do a further investigation and take levels. I appreciate that planning enforcement did their best to resolve the matter through negotiation, but were unsuccessful. In June 2017, we received a letter from them requesting us to submit a retrospective planning application. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. And looking back, I regret that I did not pay enough attention to detail and relied too heavily on builders to make most of the decisions. But there was no intention to contravene any planning regulation. I assumed there were checks and balances in the process and that there would have been some dialogue or communication between building control and planning so that mistakes could be rectified at an early stage. At the same time as the building project, I was employed full-time by the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland and was travelling back and forwards to Belfast every day. I was also pastoring a church in Lisburn on a voluntary basis, so was responsible for midweek meetings, Friday night youth club, and also 2 services each Sunday. And my plan was to retire in 2017 at the age 65 when the building was due to be completed. I've invested most of my savings in this project, and because of the delay in getting it finished, I had to restructure my finances to continue working for the Equality Commission 4 days per week. The last 4 years have been a very stressful time for Margaret and I, and we have been living with uncertainty, unable to finish the build, but our faith in God has sustained us. All I am asking is that you also take into consideration the impact this has had on our lives and allow us to finish the build, as we are also ratepayers and stakeholders of the council. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Jim. Okay, members, if it's over to members' questions. If any have any questions for Jim or Roisin, now's the time. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks very much. And hold on a second just to get this back. It's disappeared on me. Only a second. Yeah, it's just moving to the conclusion of the addendum report 1.3, having considered the further representations, officers remain satisfied that all of the issues raised have been fully considered in the report, and on this basis there is no change to the officer recommendation that planning permission be granted. It's just on that basis we have a historic decision of a different planning body from what we're tasked with today in terms of the authorization of this. But with that being said, and understanding that, what is the purpose of if it could be explained to me, what's the purpose of the the retention application of it? If and reading this, it appears that the broad thrust of this is based on the fact that a previous application was approved. Why has there been this delay? If some of us may have issues with this, some of us may not, but regardless of that, what has been the reason for the retention application retaining as built, if the fallback position is that a previous planning body had made an approval decision on this? If that could be just explained to me, because I know there, Mr. Vance has explained the significant delay. I'd just like that established first.
Thanks, Alderman Wilson. Roisin.
Yes, Chair. This, as we've already explained, yes, planning permission was previously granted for a dwelling on this site by the former DOE. Mr. Vant, before that permission expired, went in and implemented that permission. However, he continued to build, and he did not build in accordance with the approved plans. Therefore, what is now on site does not have planning permission. This is coupled by the fact that the previous permission has expired, so there is no fallback position. Now, the changes as I've listed to the property from what got approval were considered, given the context, significant enough to require the submission of a new application in order to regularise the breach, because effectively we have a building here that does not have planning permission, that requires planning permission. So there was obviously a lengthy enforcement investigation. All of these issues were considered, and a submission notice was served asking him to submit the planning application to regularise the breach and to give us an opportunity to consider the changes and to consider the proposal and obviously to make a recommendation. And that's, in a nutshell, the purpose of the planning application.
Adam Wilson, you're looking back in.
Yeah, and that's really useful in that regard. I'm just wondering in terms of, you know, and we've seen where it has that deviation has occurred. So is it really just the regularization of that? Because, you know, if it isn't, then, you know, what are we asking the applicant, or what are we asking of the applicant if we disagree with your decision, if you know what I mean? I'm just trying to establish, is this just is this more a policy position that, you know, what is in place must be therefore regularized based on the fact that it was, you know, commenced within the previous approval period of that original application?
The purpose of the application was to allow us to consider what was actually built, because what was built was not in accordance with the approved plans. It doesn't have planning permission. There's no fallback position. So the purpose of the planning application is to consider the proposal as now built with the changes from the previous permission, and we have to make an assessment against planning policy and taking into account all of the material considerations, including the planning history, to make a recommendation of this. The breach is remedied one way or the other. I mean, if we were to say, if we had not served the submission notice and instead served an enforcement notice, we may well have been asking him to take away the building that was there and revert the land back to what it previously got approval for, because in effect, it doesn't have planning permission.
Thanks, Roshan. I think, Damien, you're looking in there, are you? Your hand's up, or maybe you're not.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, it's just to reinforce what Roisin has said, Chair, in relation to, it's a very good question that Alderman Wilson has asked. And I suppose, look, when we identify through the enforcement process that there's a breach of planning control, what we usually seek to do is invite a planning application on a without prejudice basis. It's to invite a planning application in an effort to try and regularise that breach. So we approach the application in an open-minded way. While we invite it, it doesn't mean to say that we've already made our mind up about the outcome of the application. It is on a without prejudice basis, but it's to give the applicant the opportunity to submit an application, allow us to objectively assess that, which is what we have done in this instance. And as Roisin has set out in the presentation, we've taken account of the planning history. We've also taken account of the fact that there has been no material change in policy since the original decision by DOE. And we've also looked at the differences in terms of the impact on amenity and the impact on the surrounding area, and taken all of that into account, Chair, in arriving at the recommendation. So hopefully that does help to in relation to Alderman Wilson's query. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Damien.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Roisin, for your report, and thanks, Mr. Vance, for your presentation as well. Look, Roisin, just a couple of questions just for clarification. Was the original approval for a single story, therefore there was no room upstairs that there is in this one, i.e. it's now a room in the roof, which obviously brings in overlooking issues, etc., etc. Okay, and the objector refers to 4 windows. You have referred to 2 being made obscure. Are they referring to the Velux windows, and then therefore, do you have any issue with them? Obviously, with the Velux window, you're looking at the sky, so you know, is that the situation? And the final thing is, in the surrounding area, Roisin, is there development similar to this, i.e., a single-story type dwelling like this, with an upstairs with bedrooms, if you like, or whatever type of rooms in the roof, so therefore it wouldn't be out of character with the area? Because a lot of the photographs I'm looking at, it's very much a single-story area, but I think I saw one in the distance, maybe, just to get a wee bit more detail from you in relation to the surrounding area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The original outline approval was granted with a 5.5 metre ridge height restriction, and it stated the dwelling should be single storey. So it was conditioned single storey with a 5.5 metre ridge height. The reserve matters approval when it came in was for a 5.5 metre ridge height, but there was no condition saying it should be single storey, but there was a 5.5 metre ridge height. The ridge height is now 5.8. Now, it's difficult to say whether 5.8, 5.5, 5.8, there still was potential that there could have been, I suppose, rooms in the loft or the attic. PD rights were not removed, so Velux windows, possibly gable windows, could have been put in at that stage as well. But the original approval, the outline approval, certainly envisaged a single storey dwelling on the property. In relation to the windows, there are 2 Velux windows on the front elevation, and there's a gable window on the southeastern elevation and the southwestern elevation. The southwestern elevation window is a bathroom window. It is shown as being obscured. The one on the southeastern elevation is a bedroom window. Now, we have conditioned that we're asking for details of the level of obscuration of that window because we are particularly concerned by that window. It is close to the common boundary. It is a bedroom window. So we want to see details of how obscure effectively that window will be prior to the dwelling being occupied. In terms of development in the wider area, I don't think we would have an issue with this type of development as a dwelling with rooms in the attic. In the wider area, yes, I would say that form of development is in the wider area. The immediate properties, yes, are single story, but in the wider area, there'll most certainly be properties that have upper floor accommodation in the attic or similar to this.
Thanks, Roshi. And just you have no concerns about the Veluxes? Just
no, there would tend to be less of a level of overlooking with Velux windows, as you say. They do tend to look up and views. They don't tend to have to point the eye downward. So no, we wouldn't have the same level of concern with Velux windows.
Thanks, Roshi. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Roisin, for your presentation. I suppose my query would be, I know the report that's been presented by officers starts off with officers outlining that it does not comply with the development plan and all other relevant policies, and it does cause demonstrable harm to the interests of acknowledged importance, including quality of the surrounding urban environment and the meaning of adjoining properties. So naturally, when you read that, you would think that it would be a refusal that would be laid down. However, you have noted that the previous planning permission is a material consideration. When I've been reading through the report, it seems to be very much that it's an overriding material consideration based on what planner's judgment may view of how this building would have been seen by that previous organisation, DOE. Therefore, you've been asking us to be fair and consistent in our planning and our decision-making process. But in that, you're asking us to be fair and consistent with a previous organisation, but in doing so, treat this application differently from every single other application that has made and will make its way through the planning system of this organisation. So naturally, I'm a bit confused. So I suppose, as you mentioned, it's all based on maybe how material this consideration is of the previous planning consideration from the DOE in 2011. As mentioned, it was a single story dwelling and this isn't. So have you viewed that as a very strong overriding consideration or less so? Thank you, Chair.
Roisin?
Thank you. Look, it's a very valid point you make, and this is a complex application for that reason and for a number of reasons. But yes, the planning history is a material consideration, and you'll see throughout the report where we refer to the previously approved scheme. It's not the only material consideration. The fact that the policies haven't changed from that previous decision was made is also a material consideration. There's been no change in planning policy. So when that original building was approved, it was approved under the same set of policies that we're now currently considering it under. We've also looked at the impact of the dwelling as built and the impact on the area and the impact on residential amenity and the difference between what's on the ground and what was previously approved on the basis that there was a planning history here for approval which established the principle of residential development. And what we found is, subject to the conditions we're proposing, the level of impact is similar to what was previously approved on the site. So I suppose in answer to your question, yes, the plan and history is a material consideration. It is a significant material consideration, as is the impact of the now built development, as is the fact that planning policies haven't changed. And we've tried to make an assessment on the basis of all that and taken into account all of the issues that have been raised by objectors, which you'll see have been listed in the report and considered.
Thank you, Russian. Content, Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Toman.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I just want to follow on from Councillor Lavery. I just have concerns. I've noticed within the report that one of the consideration for the third party representations was if there was approval would set a precedent. You have outlined that it would not set an undesirable precedent for further applications of a similar nature. Just kind of a wee bit more clarity on that, just to go a wee bit more detail. Thanks.
Yep, certainly, Councillor. Yes, as you've said, concern has been, and this is one of the concerns that have been raised by a number of residents, that this would set an undesirable precedent. However, as we've discussed with Councillor Lavery, we're taking into account, there's a number of material considerations to be taken into account here, one of which is the planning history of the site. Mr. Vance got approval fair and square back in 2011 for a dwelling on this site. The material differences to the dwelling are material enough that require the submission of planning application, but we don't feel they're so different, and the impact of it is so different that we would warrant us to withhold planning permission in this case. So there's a very specific set of circumstances in this case. So while we're making a decision on this proposal, we're taking into account the planning history on the site, the fact that there was a previous approval on the site. So I don't think for those reasons it wouldn't set a precedent, because it's unlikely that there's others in the area that would have the same set of circumstances, a previous history approved, the policies haven't changed, and that any differences are pretty, very similar to what has previously been granted planning approval. So for that reason, we don't feel it would set a precedent, no.
Thank you. Councillor Toman, are you content with that?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Members have no further lights on. If anyone has any final questions, ask now's the time. If not, we will move on to the next stage of this process, which is debate and decision. So no further lights have come on, so we're now moving into debate and decision. So members, I'm in your hands. Alderman Barr.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Some very valid questions there. It's really surrounding it's query and a point really surrounding the minutes for this meeting, for tonight's meeting. We didn't receive the presentation. I was looking at these this morning and last night, and between like 12 o'clock and 6:30 they appeared. They weren't there for me to be able to have a proper look through and be able to digest what exactly is going on. And that really has a concern for me, because it's never happened before that I know of. And this is an application that I've never seen before as well. So it's just really a point for myself, and maybe something one of the officers or somebody could maybe comment on. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I meant to raise it earlier, Chair, but I just got into the swing of things in the last one.
Yeah, Alderman Barr, I was going to say that we had moved into debate rather than questions, but bear with me one second.
Will I leave here? No.
they were going to make a decision?
Apologies, members, I was just checking out those points that Alderman Barr had raised, and as per usual, the main report went out last Thursday. The addendum was issued on Tuesday, and I think what Alderman Barr is actually referring to is the pictures and for the PowerPoint presentation. So I just wanted to get some clarity on that. So Alderman Barr, I don't know if that answers your question or if you're happy enough, but that's basically what happened.
Thank you, Chair, through you. No, it's just really, it was a point of information that I wasn't able to see on the ground through the photographs. Normally you're able to compare with the report to what's on the ground. Unfortunately, tonight I wasn't able to be able to compare that.
Well, Alderman Barr, I suppose we're all in the same position, but I know personally I was content with rushing through that report on the presentation, and it did give me a good feel for it. I'm not sure what other members think, but I'm certainly content that I have enough information to make a decision when that time comes, not preempting any which way. So, if any other members want to pick up on that, I'm conscious that we were moving into debate, but if any members would just want to pick up on that point, they can raise their hand now, physically, and I would bring them in. But if you are content, I will move on.
Excuse me, is it okay if I leave now at this stage, or does anybody want to ask me any more questions?
Mr. Vance, that is entirely up to yourself, whether you want to stay or not. But I am moving into debate and decision, and you would probably have an answer on this in the next few minutes, I would have thought.
Right, okay.
Members, just 1 second. I just want to confer with my colleagues here. Oh, okay. And look, just to reconfirm, that PowerPoint presentation, the pictures was up at 11 o'clock this morning. I suppose what I would offer Alderman Barr is, if he wants rushing, maybe to take him back through that PowerPoint presentation, or us all back through it, we would definitely offer that option to him.
I have it here in the iPad now, so I'm able to flick through it. But my point is, I took today off work to go through this, and if it's not until 11 o'clock, then I've kids to look after as well. My morning is usually looking at this, and last night and over the weekend. So to be able to compare and to not know what exactly I'm looking at prior to tonight's meeting is for me, it was a concern. Just raising it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a valid point, Alderman Barr. And just to be clear, are you now in a position like myself that you can make an informed decision on this project?
Possibly.
Okay, members, we are in debate. I believe those lights that I see before me didn't come on to after I had moved into debate. So, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, yes, Chair. And again, we've had a a good discussion on this application. I'm sure you'll agree. I would actually disagree with Roisin in one thing. I actually think it has got an extent approval. I think in legal terms, de minimis, I think you could prove that the works that have gone on site are material to the extent of the permission, but that's just a legal thing, and I'm sure there'll be many barristers out there would maybe try and prove that. But look, it's one of those ones again. I think that it's unfortunate it's got to this, and I can appreciate Mr. Vance's a sort of exasperation, but this is part of the planning process, and I think the sooner that applicants realize that they can't just build what they want, you have to build what's on the plans. I think it's really, really important. And so but again, sure, I just want to make that point that I think that yes, it's slightly shifted off its footprint, but I do think it's debatable in relation to, I think it actually has an extent permission. That was my, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I don't want to make the points earlier in the debating or in the discussion stage, and I suppose my concerns around it was, hearing from Mr. Vance on the delay and his illness and that we have arrived at what I see as a similar position compared to what Mr. Vance or along with the situation Mr. Vance started out with, and obviously the time delay on that hasn't been ideal from his perspective. But I mean, at this stage, I'm content enough with how the recommendation is going forward. So I will wait on other members before making any proposals.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be very conflicted on this one. And that reading through the report as I did over the weekend, I suppose the approval recommendation relied heavily on the previous application or the previous approval from 2011. And the way I was reading it, if that approval did not exist, the recommendation from officers would be a clear refusal, as it notes in the report. It doesn't comply with the development plan or relevant policies. And in the interest of judging plan applications fairly and consistent basis, I don't know how we can treat one application differently. For example, if it was a neighbouring property coming with a new application, similar, putting a house in the back garden and so on, and going through the same process, it would be highly likely that the recommendation would be to refuse. So given that context, it's hard to treat this application in a privileged position, given the fact that, as is mentioned, in the 2011, it was approved with a single story setup that was not constructed in line with the requirements. And we can't be in a position where we allow houses to be built if they're 90% of what's been approved. It has to be built according to plans that were approved. So it'd be very conflicted on the recommendation to approve, and I'd be leaning to, if we want to treat everyone the same and all applications the same and have a fair and consistent process, that we should apply the planning policy consistently, which, as noted in the report, this application has not met. Therefore, potentially be a refusal we would need to lay down here. But that would be my own views.
No, some very valid points, Councillor Lavery, but I suppose while I'm conflicted, we can't ignore the previous approvals. I suppose that's where what you have to weigh up. So, okay, members, there's no further lights, so I'm moving into this decision. Sorry, Alderman Wilson, is this? How do you not
Sorry,
point to me?
No,
Or
no,
we
it's just preempting you, like you're moving into decision. So
I am indeed. Okay, well, moving into decision. So, Alderman Wilson.
no, look, based on all the points, there's one, we look at, and I suppose I do agree with Alderman Barr in terms of the presentations. I think previously at the start of the committee, going back 6 years, that maybe wasn't provided as a matter of course, and we all had to wait until the meeting itself, if I'm correct in my recollections. But we have definitely become very used to having that ability to have the streetscape images and the various photographs, and I do absolutely take Alderman Barr's point in terms of, you know, the timeliness of that, and having that extra period of time or a wee bit more time just to view that in its totality. I think it is very useful. But that being said, it's one of these situations where I've sort of struggled with the round the houses aspect of it to arrive at the same position, if you like. And we've had this a number of times in the past. We've had it continuing with large scale applications and disagreements right up to departmental level, going back historically. So on this particular application, I'm content enough with the officer's recommendation and would propose we accept it.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And yeah, I'm happy to second the recommendation. And as I say, I think the officers have done the right thing here. I genuinely think that obviously the original approval was a 5.5 metre high ridge height. This is higher. It has got an upstairs. There can be overlooking issues. I think we have to be, you know, as a planning department, we have to be rigorous in the guidelines and the regulations are set down. And I do think, unfortunately, when these things happen, there is a process which we're going through at the moment. However, I am of the opinion that there is an extent approval on this site under de minimis legally. So I'm happy to second the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Okay, members, Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I hear what Councillor Nicholson and Alderman Wilson are saying, but it goes back to the point that we have to be fair and consistent in the application of plan and policy without exception. And if we were to apply that policy as outlined in the report, it is not met by this application. Therefore, it should be refused. And therefore, that's what I would be proposing as outlined in the report. It doesn't meet the required planning legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Alderman Barr.
Yeah, I'm kind of conflicted here, Chair. Still, I see where Councillor Lavery's coming from and the plan it rigorously, and I see where Alderman Wilson and Councillor Nicholson's coming from as well. I was just wondering, members, I know there's two proposals on the floor. Could we meet possibly in the middle? Because Councillor Nicholson did mention about legal diminished responsibility and stuff like that there. If that was the words that he used. Me personally, I would like to be able to see a wee bit more information on that, and possibly as to call for a site meeting, so that we can get on site and physically see for ourselves the exact sort of what's about, and obviously take it back to committee and then make the final decision. But that preferably I'd like to meet in the middle with the two proposers. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Lavery, is your hand up from before, or did it go up again?
No, it's just on back of Alderman Barr's point. I know that there's been talk about whether this extent permission exists or not. I know that Kate McCusker, the solicitors on the call today, would she be able to answer that now? Is that something we need to go into legal advice for to get a view on that now, or would she need some time to come back at a further meeting?
Well, yeah, well, Councillor Lavery, if you're making that a proposal, I'm content to second that we move in for a quick discussion with Kate, if that's all right. Just bear with me, members. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to move all members of the public and councillors who are not members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee to a Zoom waiting room, and those using the dial-in service will be placed on hold to enable the committee to obtain legal advice from its legal advisor. Any member of the committee who has spoken as a supporter or objector to the application under consideration will also be moved to a Zoom waiting room. The advice provided will relate only to legal matters, and no discussion of the merits of the planning application now before us will take place until the public element of the meeting resumes and you have been moved back into the meeting or taken off hold. Any legal advice provided is confidential, and all members of the committee who remain are obliged to preserve their confidentiality. You will be readmitted to the Zoom waiting or into the Zoom meeting once the provision of legal advice has concluded. Thank you. So members, just give it a few minutes while Ruth or Louise moves people into the waiting room. And can someone confirm when that is finished?
That should be everybody in now or out now.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Kate, obviously you heard Councillor Lavery's query.
Sorry, Chair, can I just get confirmation to pause the live feed before we continue confidential legal?
I apologise, Dan. Yeah, you may pause the live feed, please. whoever else had to be put in the waiting room there. Sorry, sorry, folks. Can I have a proposer and seconder to come out of committee, please? Proposed by Councillor Lavery. Okay, and Danny, could you restart the live stream, please?
Yes, Chair, that's us live.
Thank you very much, Danny. Okay, welcome back again, Mr. Vance, and to anyone joining us via YouTube. We are in decision of Appendix 2 here. So, members, before our break for legal advice, I had a number of proposals on the floor. So, look, I will bring those to conclusions if I have no further lights in the next few seconds. So, okay, I'm not seeing any lights. So, I'm not sensing any agreement on the way forward here. We had a proposer on proposal by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nicholson, to be accept the recommendation. Councillor Lavery did propose that we refuse the recommendation, which wasn't seconded, and Councillor Barr was looking to go for a site visit. So, members, it's a wee bit of a mess here, but I think we're going to have to put this to vote on the first proposal. That would be right, yeah. So the first proposal was that of Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nicholson, that we accept the recommendation. Okay, so as I call out your name, can you please indicate if you're for or against the recommendation to approve? First up, we have Alderman Anderson.
Happy to approve, Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Barr.
Yes.
Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Lavery.
No.
Councillor McLennan.
Chair.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
In favour, yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor McLennan. Councillor McGill.
Yes, Chair.
Myself, yes. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Tolman.
Yes, Chair.
Alderman Twible.
Yes, Chair.
Alderman Wilson.
In favour, yes.
Thank you. Bear with us 1 second, members. 10-1. Okay, members, that recommendation was carried 10 votes to 1. And that's us now. Thank you for everyone who took part in that application. Also, us moving on now to the next appendix, and this is Appendix 3. And this is application number LA08/2019/1635/F. And I would ask Sinead McAvoy. Sorry. I would ask Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present this report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Sorry.
Apologies,
Sorry,
Alderman
Chair.
Anderson. Yeah.
Just to place in record that some months previously, I received correspondence from the objector on this here, which I passed on for to be placed on the planning file, just to have that recorded. Thank you.
Yes, no problem, Alderman Anderson. Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, be the same with me, Chair. I've received objector, email from objector, was it last August? I think it was Peter Pan's Neverland. But I'm just informed then as a member of the planning committee and just forwarded their correspondence on, but just put a noted down, same with Alderman Anderson, but very content that I'm able to take part and so on.
Thank you. I believe they did contact a number of councillors, and I'm sure if everyone is available to approach this application with an open mind, you know, that's okay. Alderman Wilson?
Yeah, it's just a very small point of order, and it's maybe one nobody else agrees with me on, but I feel it would be useful if in the addendum report the decision was also included, because I know it's included in the original report, but when you go to the addendum, you're scrolling right to the end, which I know is not a big problem, but at a meeting, you know, when you're scrolling between so many documents, I think it would be really useful if, you know, under reason for referral, then we also had the decision as well, just for continuity. It's just a very small point. Maybe nobody else agrees with me, and I'm happy to saunter off disappointed if that's the case.
No, I don't think that's going to be an issue,
okay.
Alderman Wilson. All right, we'll note that going forward. Okay, back to Sinead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for a single-storey drive-through cafe, outdoor seating, height limiter, order point kiosk, landscaping, access, parking provision, lighting and ancillary site works at land adjacent to and to the north of Meadows Retail Park, Meadow Lane, Portadown. The reason the application is before the Planning Committee is due to the number of objections and petitions. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, so this will be a synopsis only. The site has been acquired by Tim Hortons, a multinational coffee shop and donut chain. The application seeks to construct a coffee shop with a drive-through on the site with a gross floor area of 242 square metres. The proposal lies within the town centre boundary and within the primary retail core of Portadown. The site is an existing private car park, and subsequently there will be no loss of retail uses should this proposal be approved. The policy seeks to support and sustain vibrant town centres and promotes these areas as the appropriate first choice for retailing and other complementary functions. As such, the preferable locations for the proposal like this includes town centres, as they are viewed to complement the primary shopping function, and it contributes to the range and choice of facilities available to residents and visitors, and also supports tourism. As regards to design, layout and amenity, due to the design and location and proximity of residents' properties, this proposal is considered acceptable. There are two accesses to the site. One is from a private road which joins Meadow Lane at the traffic signal control junction, and there's a right of way to the site along this route. A second entrance is proposed from Sandy Row. This enables traffic approaching from the town centre to access the site without having to turn right at the traffic signals on Meadow Lane. The report says that all traffic will exit via Sandy Row. However, that is an error. All traffic can access and exit via both these accesses, as you have seen on the presentation. The layout includes sufficient car parking, and a service management plan has been submitted with the application, which quantifies and assesses the servicing of this proposal. The strategic flood map indicates that a portion of the site lies within the 1 in 100 year for fluvial floodplain. The footprint of the proposed building is beyond the floodplain, with a portion of the eastern drive-through lane and eastern perimeter open space within the floodplain. A detailed flood risk assessment has been submitted. The introduction of the proposed drive-through lane and additional open space into the floodplain will not impact on the Q100 floodplain. The application site is in proximity to the library on Edward Street. Officers in consultation with the Historic Environment Division has considered the impacts of the proposal on this listed building, and on the basis of the information provided, have concluded that the scale of the development in an urban setting is sufficiently removed from the listed building, and therefore proposes no greater demonstrable harm on a setting than presently exists. An odour impact assessment, a noise impact assessment, and environmental site assessment, G2RA risk assessment have all been submitted and assessed by the relevant bodies who have no objections to this proposal. You'll note that an additional written submission was submitted further to publication of the main report for this meeting, and an addendum was sent in light of this. While officers acknowledge that the letter of support, the report provided initially has provided a detailed analysis of all the objections that are material to the assessment of the application, and having considered those representations, officers were still satisfied that the proposed development complies with the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies. Having regard to the above, and after undertaking a policy assessment and planning balancing exercise, officers are of the opinion that proposed development complies with the area plan, the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies, and on that basis and subject to the conditions attached within your report, it is recommended that planning permission be granted. Taking you through the presentation. That's a site. It's within the Portadown urban area again, just to the south of Meadow Lane. Next slide, please. So that just shows the site at the minute for, I suppose those are not too familiar with it. It's an existing car parking area, but it's not a public car park. Next slide, please. So that just shows a view of the site towards the existing car park. It's sort of in two sections with a bit of scrubland in between. Next slide, please. That shows it from the Sandy Row, looking up in. Actually, it's on the Sandy Row lane, looking across at the site at present. And to the opposite side, that's development, as you can see in the rear, that was the Peter Pan Neverland where they occupy. So that is why the objections came from that. But you'll know that the written representation now withdraws those objections. Next slide, please. That just shows a slide down from the McDonald's drive-through, the opposite side, just looking towards it. So we would be of the opinion on the report that this will actually provide a street frontage there, rather than looking into the rear of those properties at Edward Street at the present time. Next slide, please. That just shows another view. We're looking down from the right of way to the right there. You can see it's just the access, or the access into the car parking, which was proposed for the adjacent retail unit, which was sufficient to meet their requirements. Next slide, please. That's the site location plan at the present time. So the one on the right is a slightly bigger version, and the left just shows the context of the adjoining area. Next slide, please. That's a proposed site layout plan. As you can see, in the north and south, there is actually an access way in and an access way out to both the road to the south and to Sandy Road to the north. The drive-through is a sufficient space to allow, actually this one's more than 15, it allows up to 16 spaces to, or for cars to queue, which the policy would advise 15. In addition to that, the car park has been revised, so if there's more than that too, it can be accommodated within the existing site. Next slide, please. That just shows the proposed elevation. It is in keeping with the Tim Horton design, clad in brick and dark panels and large glass areas, I suppose, to provide an attractive modern frontage to this area of Portadown. Next slide, please. And that just shows the other elevations just coming in off the car park. Next slide, please. That's a proposed ground floor plan. Just there is a seating element in it for the cafe, and then the gross floor area of that is 110 square meters. So that's the cafe area. The rest will be the kitchen and associated toilets, etc. Next slide, please. That's just, there's external seating plan, etc., bins, planters, and all around this, I suppose, to make it appealing for people if they want to enjoy their coffee or that outside and sit outside as well. So there's high-end sort of street furniture associated with this application as well. Next slide, please. That's just cross sections from the various elements. So the first one there is shown from the Edward Street. So you can see there's a difference in regards to the location. The other one will show it. The second one down just shows a streetscape of it. So that's just where it is going to be in the streetscape. So the adjoining retail unit, and then there's a mortgage advisor shop, etc. on the right-hand side. So that's just where it's going to sit there in the middle. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. Thank you, Ruth. I kept calling her Paula last time.
Thank you, Sinead. Members, you should all have received the addendum report. Members with us today, we've got Hilly Wilson from Clyde Shanks Limited as the agent, and Richard August, Roads Engineer. And both Hilly and Richard have speaking rights for clarification purposes. So, members, if you have any questions for Sinead or indeed Hilly or Richard, please. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I suppose it's just going to the slide where it's showing the 16 vehicles in the queuing system. And I know at various points around Portadown you can have a queue, you know, from visiting Fairgreen, the recycling facility. There are occasions where you can be queued right back up the Armagh Road, and it's quite inconvenient for people. And I'm just wondering, with all these things, when they're new, and if the view of the committee was to go with this application with, the popularity aspect of something newfangled like this, would you have the possibility of cars queuing out on the main road, so to speak? And what impact would that have on traffic congestion in around that point? Because I know it is quite a busy area at the best of times. So if I could get some sort of indication there, I know the double lane thing, the wee filter lane, is probably an element towards mitigating against that. But I'm just curious to know, in the event of more than 16 vehicles being in the queue system at one particular time, what the impact of that is further along the carriageway at that point.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Sinead?
Yeah, it's a good question because it's something I suppose we did think about, because the policy directs us 15 in the queue, and as long as you can show and illustrate in your plans you can accommodate up to 15 vehicles, I suppose you meet the policy, and anything above and beyond, it would be difficult to us to refuse in those grounds. But notwithstanding that, we've looked at, of course, the 16, but the way the proposal is designed, if you're coming up in round A, it can take more vehicles within the curtilage of the site. But in addition to that, then, if you are filtering out, you're filtering onto Sandy Road, which accommodate additional traffic without inconveniencing the flow of traffic along Meadow Lane. So this to where the access points, it was pushed up right to the very back of the site, in and out, just to show if there is. So it was sort of accounted for, even though policy didn't ask you to account for that in designing this project. Clydeshank had looked at that in detail, and that's why the access points, as you can see, are right to the very rear of the site. So if it does even spill out onto the carriageway, it's not onto the main arterial route there of Meadow Lane, and convenience or prejudice is not there going up. So Sandy Row is it's cut off there. It's not a through road. So that's actually, the scheme was designed with that in mind. If I'm honest with you, we're conscious of other drive-through cafes like Starbucks, etc., up in Craigavon, and that's why we did actually ultimately want to look at that, even though policy wouldn't have required or directed us to do that.
Thank you, Sinead. Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I suppose my question was kind of similar to what Alderman Wilson was saying there in his, was in relation to traffic. Obviously, I know that area very, very well. Used to park in that car park when I was going to HSBC Bank when it was there. So it can be very busy down there. People going to McDonald's, going to Tesco, going to, when things open up again, going to the soft play area. And now we've got obviously the potential of a drive-in cafe and sit-in cafe. So the engineer, I think, who's on from Clydeshank, if you just give us a wee bit more sort of detail on the engineering behind the roads. You've taken this into consideration, i.e. not just the local problems, but the bigger issue, because I'm sure you don't want this opening up and causing traffic congestion or adding to the traffic congestion, as I say, in the middle of Portadown. So a wee bit more detail from the engineer would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I'll pass over to Haley and Richard just to answer that point.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor. That was certainly a major issue that we did have with roads, who raised that very early on, that they were aware of the congestion in the area, and that was why there was, I can't remember, 5 or 6 consultations that we had with them before we did reach a satisfaction with them, and in that process the drive-through length has increased, the access has moved back to the site so that we can accommodate it. We're not at the minute, drive-throughs are obviously very popular because it's all we can do, but we do have about 16 at the minute, but obviously it would take about twice that to get down onto the main route. Roads were concerned about the traffic lights, and the reason that it asked us then for the 2 accesses was for permeability, so that you can get to the site without going through them. It allows people to split, so it halves the traffic almost onto both the private access road and Sandy Row. I thought I had another point, but it's just slipped my mind, Councillor. Oh yes, I remember what it was. So this site does have planning history, and there previously was to be a 500 square retail unit on it and a 44 apartments, I believe, in the upper floor. So it has previously been approved with a much busier use. This is obviously half that size of retail, and the access to that was only from the private access and was right down the lights. So we've done it's moved. We'd started off the original access point, and we just moved it further and further back to the site, plus added the extra one to address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I see basically you're sort of fronting on like McDonald's across the way, but unlike their drive-through, which sort of hugs the footpath on the outside on Meadow Lane, you seem to have a greenway between yourself and that, your drive-through on the footpath. Will there be a fence erected around that there to stop pedestrians trying to walk, take a shortcut really, across the drive-through?
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Sinead?
Just going to lift my plan here, if you don't mind, just to double check. I think it's open because to allow that sort of visual frontage, but I don't want to say that there if it's untrue. So just give me 1 second. Sorry, just to grab
Well,
a pen.
indeed. Yep.
There's a knee-high rail fence around the periphery of the site. I suppose that is heard, so that there's actually a barrier. So there's a small knee-high fence around the edge of the site in relation to the front of that Meadow Lane.
That's grand, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Alderman Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. And I would be coming back to the other query. It's the traffic congestion and the lights and the signals. It's a very busy area there, and it's been highlighted, and I know I've got some responses there on it. And I would hope that this would enough vision has been put into to allow this traffic to get off the roadway and not backing up, because it can ill afford to back up there at those traffic signals. You have the Meadows and the McDonald's and the Tesco's and all. It's a very, very busy junction most of the time. And I'm just wondering, there's 16 spaces, and I know then there's an exit out onto the Sandy Road side. But in the discussions, just to clarify a wee bit more, in the discussions with road service and all, are they quite happy that there is enough space there if there is a busy take up of business on this drive-through to take the traffic off that road? Because certainly at that junction, it can ill afford to have traffic sitting there with the lights and all. So I'm just wondering, maybe just a wee bit more clarification that they are quite satisfied that the traffic going into this drive would be absorbed in the layout that they have produced there. Just a wee bit more clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Sinead?
Yeah, I don't know if you want me or maybe Richard to answer this, but I suppose just
a bit of both.
Alluded to, the traffic consultant did say, like, it wasn't just first time job, this rubber stamp. This took quite a considerable amount of time and focus, and as the agent alluded to, 5 or 6 times gone back to road service in relation to just wasn't satisfied the first time, trying to get the best out of this site, and this has got, you know, as I say, twice as many. So policy says 15, it can take up to 30. And I suppose, and mindful of that too, this was an existing car park, take up to 60 cars. So 60 cars would come and go here at any time of the day or night, and we'd have no control over the zilla. So there is a sort of a baseline level to look at that as well in relation to that. And we're content now that given all the traffic that impact and indeed the amendments that were done by the applicant to this, that it is now, they wouldn't recommend an approval if or give us the go ahead if they thought that, you know, this was going to significantly inconvenience traffic flow. It is also a town centre location in the primary retail core as well, so that is all in the mix. But I'm sure you'd probably prefer, I wish the engineer to have a few lines in that as well, Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Sinead. Can I pass on to Haley and Richard, please, just for a few comments on that?
Thanks again. It's certainly something that has been discussed with DFI Roads on multiple times, and the final design here has that inbuilt flexibility. In terms of numbers, we were looking at the peak hour, the busy hour, and that's not one of the busy hours like in commuting hours. This is a coffee shop, so it sort of tends to be busier mid morning. It was going to be 60 vehicles an hour, and that's obviously then split between 2 roads. So that's like an extra vehicle every 2 minutes down each of those roads, and that's assuming that that's new traffic coming to this location. Obviously, Tim Hortons are keen to come here because there's Peter Pan's next door. There's development across the road. They're hoping to tap into some of this existing trade in the location. So it's not going to be extra traffic coming, wholly new traffic coming to this part of town because Tim Hortons exists. There'll be some of that traffic will obviously already be there, and we'll be sharing it. So as I say, if it was all new, it'd be 1 extra vehicle every 2 minutes on both sandy roads and the private roads, which is not a huge amount of extra traffic.
Thank you. Councillor Tolman.
Thanks, Chair. It's probably not a material consideration within this application, but similarly, we've had a drive-through Starbucks in Rushmere, and just in relation to the drive-through there, and to try and compare and contrast to try and clarify the decision or clarify people's minds, like how many spaces was available for that?
I don't think we're in a position maybe to clarify that question at this point, are we?
They had to provide the 15, but the 15 actually come off the main arterial route in there. So their 15 stopped as you come out onto the main internal road there, rather than this, which is at the back of the site, and that where it's designed, it could go on to the sandy road without going on to the main arterial route. But we wouldn't been able to approve that if they hadn't got at least 15 drive-through vehicles, but the exact, I'd have to find that out, but it would be at least 15. And this is slightly more would be allowed for this one. It is above it.
No, thank you. It's just the reason that I can ask that I've asked is that we can see that happening elsewhere, and which could probably fit into our decision in this application.
Thank you. Okay, members, I've no further lights, so we'll move on to debate and decision, and I am in your hands, members. Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'd be leaning towards agreeing with the approval recommendation. It's funny that Councillor Tolman would mention the Starbucks, because I know there has been some concerns about additional traffic build-up, particularly with COVID and other places locking down. A lot of people have been going to Starbucks, which has been causing traffic issues. So it was very much in my mind when thinking about another drive-through coffee shop. But as is noted, by the applicant and their agent and so on, that they have put a number of measures in place to try and reduce that traffic build-up, including providing additional spaces, putting the access ways right at the back, providing 2 access ways. They almost have done everything they can do to reasonably mitigate and substantially mitigate potential traffic impact. So I think we should all be noting that and welcome that. Clearly, it came through as part of the consultation process that they had with other business owners and residents and so on. So I think that would be welcome. But as mentioned, I would be leaning towards going with the approval on this one, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lavery. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just exactly what my own thoughts, and it is quite clear that a lot of work has been done around that, and it's good to see that recognition of our concerns before we've even made them, if you like, through that process. So that is, it's to be definitely welcomed, and it does show there is a level of concern there in terms of mitigating that to the best ability of the designers and also the realities of the site there. So again, I'm of a similar opinion as Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, of the same opinion, and knowing the site very well, I don't think really getting into the site would be an issue. It's sort of getting out of it, especially with them lights sort of coming out there. They're not very favourable for accessing that their site, so they're not. It's Sandy Road side would be okay, but the other side you might want to talk to road service about readjusting them slightly.
Okay, members, no further lights. We're going down to decision. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have been encouraged in the sense that there was quite a fair amount of effort put into to look at the traffic problems, maybe at that particular junction there on the traffic signals, and to see that had taken so much of the time, it showed that there was these concerns. And going forward, I'm quite happy, and I would hope that that would work out to be a good sort of way of getting that traffic around that particular area. And based on all that, and bringing us more business coming into the town, and it has to be welcome. And I would be happy to propose and go with approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, happy to second. I think the applicants have really done a body of work here along with Sinead, and again, Sinead, a very detailed report again, and as I say, it really does answer all the questions, as I said before we asked them really. But as I say, they've been very creative in what could be a very restrictive site, and I hope it goes well, you know. So happy to second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Members, we have the recommendation both proposed and seconded. Are we all in agreement?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much, members. Okay, Appendix 4 is application number LA08/2019/1369/0. This has been removed from the schedule, members, as officers are waiting the report on a late consultation. So we move on then to Appendix 5, and this is application number LA08/2020/0785/0. And I would ask, sorry, just before I ask Liam McCrum to present this, Alderman Anderson, you're looking in, are you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just to place on record that I did receive some representation in reference to this, but I'm happy enough to sit in and to listen to and to have an open mind to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Okay, then, members, I'll ask Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to present this report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks outline planning permission for the erection of a dwelling, garage and associated site works on lands at Mossbank Road. This application seeks solely to establish the principle of development on the site, and the details of siting design would be reserved matters. The application is before members as it was called in. It is taken the members have read the officer's report, and therefore this is only a brief synopsis of the main issues set out in that report. This application site lies in the open countryside as defined in the area plan. There are no specific policies in the said plan, so therefore the strategic planning policy and PPS 21 are therefore the relevant planning policy context for consideration of this application. Policy CTY1 of PPS 21 identifies a range of types of development which in principle are considered acceptable in the countryside. One of these is the development of a small gap site within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage. Members will be aware that policy defines a substantial and continuously built up frontage as a row of 3 or more buildings that share a common frontage onto the road. In this instance, the dwellings at number 51 and 61D are set back approximately 100 metres from Mossbank Road and only have their aspects onto the said road. At no point does the residential curtilage of either dwelling abut the Mossbank Road. So therefore, the dwellings at number 51 and 61 have no frontage onto Mossbank Road. As these dwellings do not have a frontage onto the road, there is no gap site, and therefore the principle of development is not acceptable under CTY1 and CTY8. Policy CTY2A of PPS 21 indicates the planning permission will be granted for a dwelling at an existing cluster of development, provided all 6 of the set criteria are set out and met. Officers consider that the proposed development fails to comply with criterion 3 and 5, but are content that the proposal complies with criterion 1, 2, 4, and 6. Criterion 3 requires that the cluster is associated with a focal point, such as a social community building or located at a crossroads. In this instance, there is no crossroads, but there are 2 community buildings at New Mills Presbyterian Church that are located on the opposite side of the Mossbank Road, approximately 200 metres away from the application site. Officers consider that given the separation distances, intervening vegetation, that these community buildings are not associated with the defined cluster as set out in the body of the report. Criterion 5 requires that development of the site can be absorbed into the existing cluster through rounding off and consolidation and will not significantly alter the existing character or visually intrude into the open countryside. Officers consider that the proposed development visually intrudes into the open countryside and cannot be absorbed into the existing cluster. Officers also consider that the proposed development is not rounding off or consolidating the cluster and would alter the character of the area by creating a ribbon of development along Mossbank Road. Officers consider that in the round, the proposed development fails to comply with policy CTY2A of PPS 21, specifically criterion 3 and 5, and as such, the principle of development is not considered acceptable under CTY1 and policy CTY2A. The consideration of the third-party representations, both in objection and support of the application, are set out in the body of the report, and refusal is recommended as per the refusal reasons. I'll just take you through the PowerPoint presentation. The site is basically sandwiched between the main Moyallen Road and Plantation Roads. You'll see the aerial view of our site there. It's basically that portion of ground just in the middle. Next slide, please. This is our site location plan. This is a concept plan submitted by the applicant, obviously for information purposes only. This is a view of the site. So you can see the planted verge of trees there, and our site is the elongated portion of grassland or paddock that sits in front of the two dwellings to the rear. Next slide, please. Again, just another view of the site. Next slide. Again, you can see a view of the site. It's the portion of ground to the right of the laneway that serves the dwelling located to the rear. Next slide, please. And again, just another view looking into the site. Next slide, please. And again, just another view of the site. This is basically a view across the frontage. So you'll see the property to the left that has the frontage onto the road. You'll see the two properties to the rear. One has access onto the road. Next slide, please. This is the view of the open field, which basically is at the other bookend adjacent to the application site. Next slide, please. This is what officers consider to be the two clusters of development, if you like. So you'll see our application site, and you'll see the properties that immediately abut it. And you'll see in that context then the New Mills Presbyterian Church and community building that it's associated with. Next slide, please. So this is a view of the cluster, same sort of slide, but it gives you an idea of the clustering of development that we're looking at adjacent to the application site. Next slide, please. And again, that's another view of the existing cluster just at the other end from the application site. So this is a view of the cluster from the entrance to the community building, which is located approximately 200 meters away from the application site. You can see what we consider to be the cluster of development of which the application is part, annotated by the blue arrow. Next slide, please. And this is what we consider to be the other cluster of development. You'll note the church and the community building to the rear and an associated dwelling that immediately abuts it. Next slide, please. Again, this is a sort of view across both clusters. You'll see one cluster to the right, and in the distance, if you can make it out, you'll see the community building and the church. Next slide, please. So this is a view across both clusters. Next slide, please. So this gives you an idea of the context. You'll see one cluster to the right and one cluster to the left, and the separation distance between the site and the other cluster in terms of the community buildings is 200 meters. Next slide, please. So this is a sort of diagrammatic illustration. You'll see the context of the site. You'll see what we believe to be the cluster of development that the site is connected to, and you'll see the community buildings of the New Mills Church and community building, and you'll see the separation distance annotated from the closest building being the church of the New Mills Presbyterian Church. Next slide, please. And these are just a sort of give you an aerial sort of representation of that. So it gives you some degree of the
separation distances that we're looking at, and the various clusters as officers see them. Next slide, please. These are just annotations from the building on tradition document that give you, I suppose, indications of what would be acceptable in terms of clustering development. So you'll note the coloration there of the social community buildings and sites that are deemed to be acceptable and sites that are not deemed to be acceptable. And I suppose what we're saying is, in this instance, because of the extremity of the site, it would fit into one of the blue categories. Next slide, please, Ruth. And again, this is another example of it, where you'll see social community buildings and acceptable sites and non-acceptable sites. Next slide, please, Ruth. And again, I suppose what we're saying is similar in this context, that again, sites that are deemed to be acceptable in compliance with policy CTY2A, and examples of where they're not. And I suppose what we're saying is, because of the linear form of development that we're getting here, it's at the extremity of one of the clusters that we have defined in our maps. Therefore, it doesn't appear acceptable, and it's probably more in keeping with the secondary example on the right-hand side there, where the proposal wouldn't be in compliance with policy CTY2A. Now, these are just examples, so it's just to be mindful of that this is only an advice document, but they are examples. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liam. So, members, with us today, we've got Mr. Jonathan Buckley, MLA, to make a representation in support of the application. Jonathan, you're very welcome back to the Planning Committee meeting. You're an old hand at this by now. Jonathan, you'll have 5 minutes to speak as an elected representative. 5 minutes will appear on your screen, and the clock won't start until you begin to speak.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. The application has been recommended for refusal based on CTY 8 of PPS 21, but contrary to this, we feel that the application falls under and meets the criteria outlined in CTY 8, where it states that an exception would be permitted for the development of a small gap site sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage, and provided this respects the existing development pattern along the frontage in terms of size, scale, setting, plot size, and meets other planning and environmental recommendations and requirements. For those purposes of this policy, the definition of a substantial and built up frontage includes a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage without accompanying development to the rear. The policy states that a substantial building line as being a line of 3 or more buildings. The application site lies to the west of Mossbank Road, where dwellings 61, 61D, 63, 63E, and 65 form a substantial and continuously built up frontage along this road. All these dwellings, in our opinion, create a substantial built up frontage and reads as a visual entity in the landscape. The policy requires that an infill of a gap site within a built up frontage would respect the existing pattern of development, and as such, we feel that the proposed development integrates into the frontage in terms of both position, scale, and size of the plot. The existing dwellings and buildings range in plot width of between 45 to 55 metres. The application plot is on average 36 metres wide, therefore meaning it will be in uniform in appearance with the plots already here. The application plot measures 0.23 hectares in size, which we feel is reasonable when considered with the average size of plots surrounding the site. For example, 61D, 0.24 hectares, 63, 0.20 hectares. We believe that with all the information outlined above, that our proposal meets the criteria set out in CTY 8. The application has been recommended for refusal because, based on CTY 14, where it states that planning permission will be granted for a building in the countryside where it does not cause a detrimental change to or further erode the rural character of an area. A new building will be unacceptable where A, it is unduly prominent in the landscape, or B, it results in a suburban style build-up of a development when viewed with existing and approved buildings, or C, it does not respect the traditional pattern of settlement exhibited in that area, or D, it creates or adds to a ribbon of development in CTY 8, or E, the impact of ancillary works within the exhibition of necessary visibility displays would damage rural character. We believe that the plans submitted to Planning Department to date show that number one, the proposal would not result in suburban style build-up of development. Number two, the proposal will respect the traditional pattern of settlement exhibited in the area. And three, the proposal will not create or extend a ribbon of development, as this is a gap site left in an already built up frontage. The proposal site would therefore meet parts B, C and D of CTY 14. In relation to residential amenity, while the applicant has not yet submitted detailed design drawings at this stage, the fact that neighbouring dwellings all sit on generous plot sizes, we believe that there will be an adequate distance retained between properties, which ensures that there will be no harmful impact on the immediacy of occupiers of these dwellings. In relation to access and movement and parking, a new access has been proposed from the Mossbank Road. Transport and DFI roads have raised no concerns in their consultation responses received by your department on the 17th of the 8th, 2020. This response outlines the conditions which we will be able to meet in any subsequent reserved matters application. In conclusion, committee, the application seeks outline planning permission for one dwelling in a gap site with a substantial and built-up frontage along the Mossbank Road. In principle, we believe that a dwelling introduced in this locate wouldn't have any detrimental impact on the character of the surrounding area, and we believe that the proposal is complement with the policies set out in CTY 1, 8 and 14 set out in PPS 21. We propose that the dwelling is sited to the rear of the planning boundary within the red line and will have ridge height restriction of 6.5 metres and floor space restriction of 2,000 square metres. We also propose that the dwelling will be zero carbon, and I think that the recommendations that have been put forward meet and keep with the character of the location. Thank the committee for listening today, and I trust that this information I provided will allow members to approve this application that they have before them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley. Okay, members, also with us today, we have Mr. Neil Cornett from CDA NI agent and his agent, and Mr. Graham Ford, and these gentlemen are to make a representation in support of the application. Gentlemen, you're very welcome here today.
Thank you very much. Sure.
You will have 3 minutes between you if you're both intend to speak, and the clock should be on your screen and won't start until you start to speak. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and Committee. Neil Cornett speaking here. Just the characteristics of the site that we have applied for. To reiterate what Mr. Buckley has stated previously, we feel that the pocket of land lies between two existing laneways which serves two dwellings and therefore has the characteristics of a pocket site or an infill site. The particular area in question has quite scattered development across the Mossbank Road, and therefore we feel that the characteristics of this development would not impede in any way, shape or form. The site history for the site had a site previously approved under a current previous application N/2004/10/10/F. So there has been previous history on this site. As previously stated, both road service and environmental health come back with no objections through the consultation period. I would point out to the fact that in the particular area in question, there has been a number of previous developments approved, namely no later than 2016 under the policy or under the plan application LA08 2016/1038/F, which again was applied for under CTY 8 and granted approval. There's also history in the Planning Appeals Commission with regards to this particular type of development, and the Plan Appeals application under 2012/A0042 in the decision which was upheld and the decision taken by the appeals, and therefore I would request that this application is dealt with equality and fairly as the previous applications. Thank you.
Graham Ford speaking here. The application has been made after a previous application, which is approximately 500 yards away. It's a mirror image of the site. and the house has only got a laneway to the back of it, and actually mirrors my site on the front application, and was granted by this council in 2020. And I refer you to reference number LA 08 2020 0849F, which was granted in August 2020. I'd also draw your attention to the fact that this site was granted verbal approval through the agent and was displayed as grant approved for some 6 weeks in November on the planning portal, which amounts to legal approval, and as such complies with CT8 and other requirements.
Thank you, gentlemen. The clock cut you off when the 3 minutes are up, but thank you very much for your presentations. Okay, members, have we any questions then for Liam, or indeed any of the gentlemen that spoke? Maybe I'll kick things off, and just before you were cut off there, Graham, you referenced a similar plan application, or at least you believe it to be similar in the locality. I just missed the reference number of that. Maybe you could just repeat that.
Reference number, sorry, Chairman.
Yeah.
Reference number LA 08 /2020 /0849F.
49F.
Which is a development some 500 yards away, with mirror images the development in front of me, again with the curtilage and the frontage, being that it only has a laneway for a frontage and is built behind that development.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ford. Maybe I just put that then to Liam. You're aware of that particular application, Liam?
Yes, sir. Yeah, fully aware of it. It's annotated in the report there. Essentially, yes, the reference number that the gentleman is referring to actually relates to a planning history that dates as far back as 2011. So there was a previous decision on that site taken by the DOE under planning reference N 2011 04780. So there was an outline approval granted way back then, and essentially what followed through the planning committee was based on a previous approval back in 2011, when I suppose the considerations with regard to infill sites were very different probably to what they are now, in terms of both how the PSC were dealing with those and indeed how the planning officers within the council are dealing with them. So yeah, we're fully aware of those histories. But as I say, that planning reference number that Mr. Ford is referencing dates back to a planning approval that was granted under a 2011 approval by the then DOE. So yes, we're fully aware of those and taking this recommendation forward.
Thank you very much, Liam. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, Chair, you just sort of covered the ground I was going to ask about. And just further to that, do we have a representation visually of that approval on the ground in any of the appendices, in terms of if it's a mirror image, where is it located, just to get my head around the locality of it versus the site in question here in this particular application?
No, Alderman Wilson, there was nothing submitted by the agents party, and we haven't made any reference to it because we feel that based on the fact that it was a 2011 approval made by the then DOE, I mean, each site is considered in its own context. And I suppose, as what I've alluded to, that the consideration back in 2011 in terms of what constituted an infill site, in terms of laneway arrangements, is very different now to what both the PSC are looking at these, and indeed officers. I think back then when that application was approved, reading the case officer's report, it was accepted that the laneway basically of a dwelling set back at some distance meant that it did have a frontage, but obviously that position has changed or evolved to whatever way you want to look at it over the intervening period. And now we're 10 years on, and both the position of the PSC and indeed the newly formed ABC Council is not taking that view. And that's basically how we've been rolling out infill decisions to date, in that a dwelling will only have a frontage onto the road if its residential curtilage abuts that road. So the position has evolved since that 2011 approval.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson, are you content with that?
Yeah, it's just with that bearing in mind, is this that reference number, is it built at this minute in time, or is it due to be built? I take it it's an approval we're talking about there. Is that the case? And if that is the case, where, if you could, I don't know if you can pinpoint it with your cursor on your keyboard, Liam, roughly where it's supposed to be located. I'm just thinking out loud in terms of if it isn't built and then would be built, what would what would it look like on the ground in comparison to the site that we're looking at tonight?
No, I don't have a map to show that because it extends about 500 meters away further down the road. So I have nothing there in terms of the PowerPoint that I could show you. But I suppose the important point is that it was an approval at a time when the consideration in policy terms is very different to what it is now.
Councillor Lavery?
I think Alderman Anderson might have been ahead of me there. I don't want to jump the queue.
Oh, apologise. Yeah, Alderman Anderson. Yeah, see you now. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair, and it's very kind of him. Just to seek some clarification again from them. I know he's explained it from Mr. Ford that he refers to the LA 08 2020, I think it's 0849 full planning that was approved back in 2020. But this is coming forward, Liam, from something previously from the Legacy Department coming through the Legacy Council in 2011. But where do we stand here as a planning committee? That's something that even it has come through from something that was previously in the DOE application. That where do we stand as a planning committee that there was then approved in 2020 or sorry, yes, 2020 was it? The one that Mr. Ford referred to there, 0849. Can we take that into consideration in this one if it's something similar as Mr. Ford is saying? Or is this completely different that we cannot consider something even that has been brought forward? Where's the starting point in this? Thank you.
Well, what I can say is that there was always a live, once that approval was granted in 2011 by the then DOE, every subsequent application that had been considered, there was a fallback position of a live approval on the site at that point in time. So every application, this application that the gentleman is referring to has been through the planning committee twice. Once in 2015 and again planning committee once, but there's been two subsequent approvals on it. It was previously through the planning committee in 2015 because it was an application site for an elected member. But there was always a live planning permission on the site that dated back to the 2011 approval by the DOE. So every application that this council has considered, there was a live planning permission on the site at that point in time. So that was a determining material consideration and how we brought the recommendation forward.
Thank you. And just I want to just say to Mr. Ford and Mr. Cornett, just the way things work, members have to bring you in with a direct question, and that probably will happen. Just to say, I do see your hands, but that's what has to happen. Okay, then sorry, Alderman Anderson, have you a follow-up supplementary
Yes, sir.
question?
Just coming back on that. So, Liam, I know you're trying to approve this. So legally, then, is this what we're saying is something that's similar to something that was previously in the old system we cannot consider? Is that the legal position now that we cannot stand over if we did do something like that?
I mean, I'm just looking at this in the policy context of the application as before us. The application that Mr. Ford is referring to, we have looked at in the context of the consideration of this application. The context in terms of the policy consideration, we've applied our planning judgment as to how things are assessed now based on the judgment call of the council. And our judgment is that because the two dwellings are set back approximately 100 metres from the road and only their access has a frontage onto the road, that those dwellings do not have a frontage onto the road. So in essence, there is no bookend, there is no gap in this particular case. And what I think that they're referring to is that in the application decided in 2000, well, recently, but getting back to history in 2011, the cases were quite similar in that one of those dwellings that they were reliant upon for the having a frontage onto the road was only having a frontage onto the road in terms of its access arrangement. So that was the consideration back in 2011 made by the then DOE. But what I'm saying to you is that our consideration as a council from 2015, and indeed that of the Planning and Appeals Commission, as far going back as I can recall, a dwelling will not have a frontage onto the road unless its residential curtilage abuts that road. And that's not the case in the application before us. And that's why there's no infill site here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for Liam for the presentation and the speakers. I'm looking at the concept plan as part of the presentation. Slide 6 maybe would be helpful to bring that up as a question based off of it. Liam, on the concept plan, I know there's different numbers of dwellings have been mentioned, but I'm not familiar with the area, so I'm not sure which house number relates to which area. There's dwellings 1, 2, 3, and 4 denoted. Just in terms of, for info, which ones of those you would say have frontage to the road? Because you mentioned laneways and so on, so would assume that would knock off 3 and 4 as denoted on the concept plan. Would you just be able to confirm that? Because I know you said you mentioned house numbers, but
yeah, I'll try. Ruth, could you bring that up for us, please?
It's the slide 6 of its concept plan.
Yeah. Well, essentially, you'll note that there's sort of, I suppose, the dwelling immediately that fronts onto the road there obviously has a frontage onto the road. The buildings immediately behind that to the south are actually agricultural buildings, so they're excluded from the consideration. The other building that we consider potentially has a frontage onto the road, if you look at the photographs now, it's a bit of a push, if I'm honest, is the dwelling that is located at the sort of southernmost corner of the site. It has an access arrangement and a sort of a verge of what you may want to call a residential curtilage per se, that potentially could have a frontage onto the road. But what we're saying is that the dwelling immediately behind the site, or behind where the annotated dwelling is, slightly sort of to the west, and the dwelling to the northwest do not have a frontage onto the site because they are accessed by that laneway that fronts onto the Mossbank Road. The residential curtilage at no point touches the road, so therefore they do not have a frontage onto the road. And basically our consideration is then based upon the dwellings that do have a frontage. Therefore, there is no bookend to the other side, to the sort of north of the diagram there, and therefore in that instance there is no gap. And any dwelling then in that gap would sort of add to a ribbon of development, and therefore that's the reason why we've recommended refusal under CTY 14 as well.
Thanks, Liam. I see what you mean there.
Okay. Next up is Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Liam, for your presentation, and thanks to all the speakers. Yet again, Liam, we have another infill, which is giving us a bit of difficulty. Just back to your sort of point, you were talking there about frontage to the road, and this seems to change. And I sort of I'm thinking back to last month's committee, and there was one that we refused, and that was because it was deemed to have a frontage in the road as a laneway into a house, but there was a field at the front, which was given an additional site, which meant there was 3 gaps. So I'm sort of a wee bit confused, Liam, because I understand there is this sort of thought that unless you've got a residential curtilage on the edge of the road, it's not seen as part of a built-up frontage. But there has been, I think we have, from my mind, thinking back, and again, it's last month, we have, I'm near certain we have taken into account where there has been laneways on and it's taken that as a frontage. Like, am I wrong in saying that, Liam? Am I completely left field here? Because I'm definitely thinking back to the one last month where it was refused because they decided the gap was more than 2. It fitted 3, but I'm near certain the 4th or the other building which was under consideration, it only had a laneway connecting onto the road. Just can you clarify that a bit, Liam, please? And also on the back of that, I'd like Neil Cornett mentioned an appeal decision which obviously might support this idea of frontage and stuff. But Liam, I'd like you to sort of just for my own clarification, Liam, please. Thank you.
Councillor, the way we're looking at these and have been since the inception of the council is that what you just said there, that it will only a building will only have a frontage onto, or dwelling will only have a frontage onto the road if it's residential curtilage abuts that road. That's not the case here. The one last month was quite peculiar in the sense that I'm not actually sure whether the dwelling you're referring to had a frontage onto the road or whether that was part of the 3. But I think in that one, basically what we were saying was that there was a developable, easy for me to say, frontage in front of that building, which allowed you to develop that frontage in a way that you could get 3 dwellings, which was slightly different to what we're looking at here. I mean, that is part of the consideration. And some of the applications that we brought last month was, it's not just about considering the gap between buildings. You have to consider the developable frontage because the buildings sometimes will be set back and at angles. So if the developable frontage within the defined gap can accommodate the 3 dwellings, then that was, I think, the reason for refusal on that one that you're referring to last month, rather than what we're looking at in this case, which is that those 2 dwellings, because it's just an access limit, do not have a frontage onto the road. Therefore, there is no bookend, and in essence, there is no gap.
Thank you, Liam. And maybe just bring in Neil Cornett now. Councillor Nicholson asked about a plan appeal decision. You want a wee bit more information on, please?
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't have, and I'm not privy to the actual reading or the paperwork for 2012/A0042 in the appeal. However, if it is a relevant appeal, I feel that it should be taken into consideration in support of this, because what I'm led to believe is that it is exactly on this basis that we have presented here tonight, and I feel that it is of relevance. It should be taken into consideration. On the previous points that was raised also with regards to bookends, from an agent's point of view, I feel that the laneway leading to the properties at the rear, and I know that Liam has stated that it's in contrary to the policy, but I felt that as an agent, the laneway leading to the property adjacent to the site was the bookend and created the pocket of land which created the infill. And in my view, it wouldn't have any further impact onto that. But in theory, it seems to me that there seems to be a lot of confusion. I'm not privy to the application from the previous meeting that was discussed and subsequently approved, but there seems to be a lot of contrary approaches and contrary policy in this particular case, and that as an agent is difficult to then advise the likes of applicants and that with regards to infills. And it's fine looking at policies and supportive documents and showing highlighted areas that are just in theory just stereotypical infill sites, but I think that every case should be taken in its own merits, is what has been previously stated. And in this case, I do feel that it is a pocket of land in 2 particular driveways leading to 2 properties, and it's therefore, in my view, an infill site. And that's where I'm coming from tonight in this particular case, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cornett. Maybe I'll just bring in Mr. Ford at this point too. I see he was looking to speak. Have you anything further to add to Mr. Cornett's point there on that question?
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one point on that. This has just been texted to me that arguing a DOE approval in previous items, both Rosland and Damien referred to a DOE decision that said in that case the policy hasn't changed since the original DOE decision. You can't argue for it for one case and argue against it on the other case. You have to be consistent here. If it wasn't for it on the last case, it isn't for it on this case. Oh, I've lost it.
Just bear with me 1 second. Apologies there, members. Just a few technical difficulties there. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Ford. Alderman Wilson.
Sorry, I see Damien with a hand up, and I suppose maybe give him a chance, and then you can come back to me, Chair.
Yeah, absolutely, Alderman Wilson. Damien.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just picking up on the point that was made previously there by Mr. Ford about the application of policy and how that relates to the previous application. In the previous application, we were talking about a DOE decision, and what we said that there hadn't been any material change in policy, notwithstanding SPPS coming in, no material difference in the policy. And that's the point we were making there. In this case, the point that Liam has made is since PPS 21 came in back in 2010, there has, the way this policy C2Y8 has been applied has evolved as the PAC has made decisions over the years since 2010, and I think that's the point. Liam, tell me if that's not correct, but I think the point you're making is it's about the way the application of the policy has evolved over time, and therefore the way it's now being applied by the PAC is just by having an access onto road isn't enough. It doesn't constitute a built-up frontage. You have to have curtilage fronting onto the road, and that's the consideration that's been applied in this instance, Chair. Liam, if there's anything there that you feel isn't accurate, you welcome your comments.
No, that's exactly it, Damien. Essentially, look back, and I mean, I'm not aware of the 2012 appeal that Mr. Cornett is referring to, but I have a dossier of appeals in the office on infills because they are so complex, and every one of them in relation going back as far as 2015 from the inception of the council, all go down the line of stating that a dwelling will not have a frontage onto the road unless its residential curtilage abuts that road. That's a consistent approach, and that's the approach that we have taken since the inception of the council. I mean, as you've rightly said, back in 2010, 2011, the policy may have been being applied differently, but certainly now the approach is it doesn't have a frontage unless its residential curtilage abuts that frontage. And that is the consistent approach we take as a council, and indeed the Commission have taken in any number of decisions. I mean, I can furnish you with 20 appeal decisions that state that quite categorically. There's no ambiguity in that approach.
Thank you, Liam. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. And it's just referring back to that 2020-849 application. In the report, it says approval, we're using that number as a mirror image of this application and sets a precedent. Development of this site will round off a small cluster of homes. Does that mean development of LA08 2020-849 or development of the application we're considering tonight? It's just a wee bit confused on that point, and I feel it would be useful if we could see some type of representation of the points Mr. Ford's raising in this, and also I feel it would also be useful for some information around that plan and appeal decision that Mr. Cornett refers to as well. I know in the past we've waited for that type of information to come in, so it's just a concern I would have in terms of being fully au fait and on top of this particular issue around both the appeal decision and that 849 application.
Liam, do you want to respond?
Sorry, Alderman Wilson, I didn't quite get the first part of the question in relation to...
Yeah, it says there, the primary points raised in the letter of support are set out below. Approval LAO 8 2020 849 is a mirror image of this application and sets a precedent.
Yeah.
Development of this site. So just wondering, development of what site? Is it that site 2020 849 or development of the site that we're talking about in this 807 850?
No, well, basically the comment, the sort of rebuttal in relation to that statement that was made by the applicant or the supporter there, he felt that this was a mirror image. That's not officers' consideration. Obviously, we don't consider it to be the same. And what I'm saying in that rebuttal of that there is that the policy context, if you like, for that application dates back to a 2011 approval, when the policy consideration was very different to what it is now. So that's why we're saying it doesn't sit in all fours. It's because of the policy consideration, as Damien had alluded to, has evolved since back in the day in 2011, and that's what we're dealing with now. So I hope that clarifies that maybe aspect of it. The second point, the 2012 plan and appeal that you're referring to, I'm guessing is probably largely outdated. As I said there, and I sort of alluded to, I've 20 appeals in a folder I keep in the office that all relate to the same stipulations, that a dwelling will not have a frontage onto the road if its residential curtilage does not abut that road. That's the position of the PSC. There's no ambiguity in that. And they're PSC decisions that I have kept on infill sites going back as far as 2015. So to deviate from that position would, I suppose, set a dangerous precedent for us as officers in taking what we deem to be the correct approach here.
Thanks, Liam. Alderman Wilson, are you content with that? Yeah.
Yeah, no, and if I could just get clarity on that, development of this site will round off a small cluster of homes. Does it refer to 849 or does it refer to 785?
Just give us a wee second, Alderman Wilson.
Where are you now, Alderman Wilson? The development of the cluster.
No, primary points raised in the letter of support.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Again, that's the applicant's assertion that he feels it will round off a cluster of homes, but that's a separate policy consideration. That's not CTY 8, that's CTY 2A, and that's why we provided a consideration of that in our report. So that's a different policy context to CTY 8. That's a policy context under CTY 2A, and there's a detailed consideration of that policy context as set out in the report, and the reasons why we don't feel that's acceptable either.
Okay, I'm sorry to wring the life out of this, but in terms of 2020-849, has that been built yet? And where is it in relation to the proposed site we're considering tonight?
It's almost complete as far as I can make out from the last time I was out in site, or potentially is complete. It's approximately about 500 metres away. It's not part of this frontage. Obviously, it doesn't form part of the consideration for this. Other than what the agent has alluded to, that it sets a precedent for how we assess this application, which we feel that it doesn't.
Okay, thank you, Liam, and thank you, Alderman Wilson. Has any members any further questions? Gentlemen, Mr. Ford and Cornet, as I said earlier, members sort of have to ask questions of you for enable you to speak. Has members any further questions before we move on? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And obviously, I'm seeing Mr. Ford and Mr. Cornet's hands up here, and I think sort of obviously we have heard quite a bit of information there, and it'd be good to hear it from the other side so we can find the balance to see where exactly we are in this. So I would sort of ask Mr. Cornet and Mr. Ford to sort of comment on what Liam has said there in relation to the questions been asked, just for further clarification for committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson, and I appreciate that. I brought in Mr. Ford the last time, so I appreciate you coming in there just to help us get that balance. So, Mr. Ford, I'll let you go first, and then we'll let Neil finish off.
Yeah, I noticed Liam says that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed Liam said that the policy is evolving, but the policy hasn't changed. And you have to go by the written policy, not the evolving policy, as it moves from year to year. And the guidelines are exactly the same thing. What he tends to do is is to speak in this in his position in relation to the Planning Appeals Commission. In relation to those people, I would let them speak for themselves instead of Liam reiterating their position and his interpretation of their position. Not only is this one which is what do you call it, a mirror image, and if you actually go across the road on Knockbridge Road, there is a further one a little over 200 yards from 0849F, which has just been approved, and it is exactly the same with no road frontage, and the only part of the infill is another laneway which has been counted as road frontage. So therefore, if the one which has been 0849 is road frontage is counted as a laneway, the one across the road which has been approved less than 6 months ago is road frontage. I'm basically looking to the same criteria and the same level playing ground as everyone else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Ford. Mr. Cornett, I'll let you finish off there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was just a clarification on a couple of points that through the planning history of the particular site that we feel is in question here. In my understanding, the previous history under N/2011/04780 then moved forward in 2014 to an approval of under reserved matters under the reference N/2014/0532 RM. But after that, and in the application that I made applicable to in this case, that RM then was superseded by LA 08/2016/1038F under CTYF, which was a full application. And then, if I'm right in saying, the same application again, which went back in again in 2020 for 0849 was also an F. So therefore, what I'm looking clarification on, would the department or would Liam's team look at that as a fresh application under a full, and therefore the CTY8 policy of PPS 21 would be applicable, whereas the previous history to that, where there was an outline leading to reserved matters, therefore the previous history, that's what he refers to, would be superseded, and therefore the client would have to have and show relevant support under CTY8. And that was my point in the previous history. So it was just a clarification on that and the history that was involved in these particular applications. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cornett. Liam, do you want to respond?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we're getting a bit sidetracked with where we're going. This is a history of a site 500 metres away. But in any event, yeah, happy to provide comment on it. Essentially, the outline approval, as I've alluded to earlier, and I've set out, there was always a live planning permission on this site in terms of every application that was considered by the council. Quite correctly, what Mr. Cornett points out is that they were full applications, but of determining weight and the consideration of each of those full applications was that there was a live planning permission that could have been implemented at any point in time. And that represented a fallback position of which officers in that context gave determining weight to. That is not the case in this application. So there's a fundamental difference there. So there was always a fallback position for the applicant and the applications that were considered by the council. The reserved matters was live, the subsequent full was live when the subsequent application was considered. So there was always a live planning permission on that site dating back to the DOE decision under the 2011 application.
Thank you very much.
That's common, that we would give determining weight to extant approvals that represent a fallback position. That's not a new practice of the council.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, for letting me back in. And I suppose there's a few things have come out in that conversation, and I agree, Liam's right, that, you know, we have a history of taking material consideration for extent approvals. But Mr. Ford referred to another application. I can't remember the name. There's a lot of LA08 numbers floating about in the air here at the minute. I'll be honest with you. I've lost track. I've tried to write as many down as I can here. But look, are you aware of that one, Liam? Because I don't want to, sort of dance ahead of the pin here. But I want to ring this one out. That we don't put ourselves in a position where we if we form a decision, whatever it may be on this here, we're not robust. So, Mr. Ford, you referred to another application 6 months ago, I think it was, that was approved, and you're sort of in your mind that it's of a similar one to this. Have you any more detail on that you can sort of provide the committee?
So, I'm sorry, I don't have any particular detail at hand, but all I can say is it's approximately 200 yards from 0849 across the road on the Ballymore Road, and it is was approved under a farm dwelling, but the only way it could be given into that gap was to count as the farm driveway as the front of the curtilage, and the farm actually had a field in front of it and then the driveway to the side, and the curtilage obviously for the farm was counted as road frontage, and this decision was made less than 6 months ago, so I don't have the reference number out. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Ford. No, I suppose I'm right in saying that it was approved under a different policy. It wasn't CTY 8.
As far as I know, it was a farm.
Dwelling on a farm, probably, was it?
Again, it was the road frontage from the driveway that I was taking the precedence from as a precedence across the road under the same policy. Whether practice has changed or not, the same policy still applies, and as such sets a precedence.
Okay, thank you. Chair, Liam, do you want to make a comment on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially, look, it's a totally different policy consideration. If it was approved under CTY 10, dwellings on farms, it is not in any way relevant to the consideration of this application. It doesn't sit in all fours, totally separate policy context. And if it does have a frontage onto the road, that might well be the case, but that does not mean that it's compliant with CTY 8, under which this policy applies in the context of this application. And totally different considerations, and therefore totally irrelevant to the consideration of this application.
Thank you. Okay, members, have no further lights, so I intend moving this on to the next stage of proceedings, which is debate and decision among members. So, members, I'm in your hands. So at this point, everyone goes quiet. I suppose then I'll start off, and I suppose just to say I have every sympathy with the applicant in this case, but we're here to discuss the principle of development, and to my mind, I'm not sure that it meets CTY 8, and I'd be inclined to agree with the officer's recommendation, but I do have every sympathy with the applicant. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Chair, in that regard, but just from my own understanding, I feel from my perspective, it would be useful to have some information presentation-wise on that policy or that planning application I referred to earlier, and also the PAC decision that the agent had referred to. So I know we're not in decision mode as yet, but it's just in the back of my head, and I know in previous times we have given a bit of latitude in that regard, and from my own understanding of it, I think it would be useful, just from my own perspective. I know other members will have their own view, but it's just something I wouldn't mind having a wee look at. I didn't go on to e-pick or anything because I know we're not really supposed to do that in terms of we're to consider what's in front of us. So I haven't went and done that, but I think it would be useful just to see it, in the formal capacity of the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Wilson. And I suppose your first point about the previous application, just as Liam outlined, from the start of this council, we've kept a consistent approach. But on your second point, so therefore I'm not sure what value that would add, but on your second point, if there was a PAC decision, which we do have to take account of, I wouldn't mind seeing that. But again, Liam says he is 20 or so sitting there, so I'm easy. But Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And just in the same vein, Liam has explained that we're working on this policy now of the frontage, the cartilage onto the frontage of the road. And but if there is any discrepancy here, we have to be sure there isn't. I'm not saying he says he has a number, as you referred to there, Chair, a number of cases in his file in his office, but if we're sticking rigidly to this policy and there's no this 0849 keeps coming up, but I'm just wondering, is there any discrepancy here that we are 100% sure of before we move to a decision, or would we need to maybe see something more? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, Chair. Again, similar to yourself, would have sympathy with the applicant in that previously in 2011 have had similar approval, albeit now being a new organisation, ABC Council since 2015, we've consistently applied that laneways aren't frontage onto the road, and from the previous map that would knock out number of houses to the north, so this would be outside of the bookend, which is mentioned by Liam, and I can recall a couple of other applications, gap site applications that do come to committee regularly, and we do look at them through the same pair of eyes kind of thing, so we have to sort of be consistent in that regard. And as I said, if we exclude the the laneways, that it has to have residential cartilage on the frontage of the road, then this would be a refusal in this case. And I know that that's where we've been applying it for a number of years, and we've been able to successfully defend those. The Planning Appeals Commission, I think we had 12 appeals last year, all of which council defended successfully. So it seems to be a proven point that the officers' interpretation of the gap site policy in terms of laneways is compliant. So that will be my view on it. Again, if other members maybe want to get further information to content their own minds, maybe be open to it. But I think the officers made the right call on this one.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Members have no further lights, so we'll move on to decision. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's probably no surprise that I would make a proposal just to get that additional information that I referred to there in the debate phase, if possible. But obviously, I'll need a seconder, and I'm well aware of that.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. I think that there's been a lot of discussion in this one, and I think sort of these infill ones always give us a problem at committee. There's no doubt about it. And all the easy ones are gone, as Neil knows. Obviously there has been, as I say, a lot of discussion, and it'd be good to see that additional information just to make an informed decision. So I'm happy to second that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Members, I'm seeing no more lights, so I take it we're all content that this comes back with some further information. Maybe Alderman Wilson, you want to outline again just exactly what you're looking for, so we're clear for the minute, please.
Yeah, just information around that Planning Appeals Commission decision that the agent referred to, and also from my perspective, just the. Oh, can you hear? Okay, can you?
Yes, Alderman Wilson.
Yep. And then the second is, if possible, detail around that. Let me get the. I've just went out of it here. If I can find, well, I can't find it here under pressure, but that application that I had referred to, the LA08 one, that wasn't shown on the presentation. If that, some detail around that could also be brought back in terms of its locality. I know it's some meters away, as Liam has said, but I feel it would be useful just to see it in proximity and some detail as around the decision-making process on it as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I think, Mr. Corner, do you have to provide that PSC decision, don't you, to Liam at your earliest opportunity, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I follow up and make presentations both on both cases, both the request of the councillors and through the committee, if that's okay for yourselves.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Okay, members, we'll quickly move on to Appendix 6 and 7, which have been withdrawn. And just, I'll read out the application numbers. So we have application numbers LA08 2019 0025/0 and LA08 2019 0029/0, and they have both been removed because there's been further information submitted and we need to give officers time to consider that. Members, we're going to take a quick break. I would suggest 10 minutes. 10 minutes, okay? So it is 25 to 9. So we'll be back at 8:45, if that's okay. Thank you.
Danny.
That's us live now, Chair. It wasn't started.
Thank you, Danny. And welcome back, members, and also to members of the public who's joining us via YouTube. We are on Appendix 8. This is application number LA08/2020/0649/F. And I would ask Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application is for a residential development comprising 15 apartments, restoration of walled garden area, erection of communal store, garden rooms, communal courtyard, landscaped gardens, parking, alteration of existing private laneway to provide a passing bay and all associated site and access works. The lands comprise the former Lakeview House at Gibson's Hill in Lurgan, outside Lurgan. The reason it's before the Planning Committee is due to the number of objections received. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, so this is a synopsis only. The site is located within the development limit of Gibson's Hill urban area. The site, which the former dwelling stood in the laneway, lies within the local landscape policy area. The concept behind the proposal is to reflect the original Lakeview house through the detailing, materials and style, thus proposing 15 apartments within one large building rather than a housing development of single dwellings. The building is over 3 number of floors, a total height of 11.8 metres. The proposed site layout allows for large areas of communal open space and utilises and restores the walled garden of the former dwelling. This area is to provide raised beds, allotments and a communal store with individual garden rooms for prospective residents. A total number of 13 trees are removed. 10 of these are protected by a TPO. Of these 10, 6 are considered dead or in poor condition and the other 4 are to facilitate the development. The proposal will consist of 61 number heavy standard trees, 27 standard trees, and 1,694 square metres of shrubs planted throughout the site. And access to the site is obtained via the existing laneway, with one passing way to be introduced to avoid the widening of the laneway. The proposal will also provide for 30 number of parking spaces. The design layout and media proposal has been assessed in detail within the report, and officers are of the opinion that the proposed development has been designed to provide adequate amenity for proposed residents while also protecting the amenity of the existing residents adjoining the development. The transport assessment form has considered the transport implications likely to be generated by the proposed development, and the conclusions drawn the proposed access can meet the requirements of the Development Control Advice Note 15 to adequately serve the development. It has therefore been demonstrated to the satisfaction of DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters, that the proposed development involving the intensification of the use of the access will not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic in accordance with policy MP2 of PPS 3. The Black Bruce potential considered the 6 trees identified for removal and assessed them as having negligible suitability for bat bruising activity. However, the proposal includes the installation of 4 number of bat boxes as described in the bat activity survey and compensatory planting of native tree and shrubs species. A drainage assessment, a travel plan, a tree survey report, and all third-party objections have been thoroughly assessed in the report. And having regard to the above, and after undertaking a policy balancing exercise, officers are of the opinion that post-development complies with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies. On this basis, and subject to the conditions attached to your report, it is recommended the plan of permission be granted. Taking you through the report or the presentation. So that's the site when the relation to it. It's in within Gibson's Hill. Gibson's Hill is a small development outside of Lurgan, to the south of Lurgan there. Next slide, please. That's just an aerial view of the proposed site, the red line depicting where the site is. A new development, you'll probably recall, we were approved a few years ago, was Lakeview Meadows, and that lies directly to the southeast of the site. Next slide, please. Or southwest, sorry. That's a drone image of the former Lakeview house that those have maybe not or have seen it. It obviously is now being demolished. It was an unlisted building, not within, within a conservation area, etc. So there's nothing, unfortunately, the planning could do about it, but it's been demolished. However, this development, as I said within the report, seeks to replicate and focuses on those design aspects to have one large building sitting in a prominent location at Gibson's Hill here. Next slide, please. That's just the site location plan accompanying the package of drawings. Next slide, please. That's proposed site layout and landscaping arrangements. So there is an extensive landscape arrangements. Quite a considerable amount of trees along the access way will also be planted, but a buffer to the west, southwest and south of the site adjacent to the existing development which has been granted. And then to the east there you can see there's a design garden with garden rooms, etc., within the walled garden of the former house. So that's to bring it up to a sort of a standard, a period standard of those type of gardens. Next slide, please. Proposed floor plans is depicted. So first ground, second floor and that's the roof plan. So the second floor, which is additionally the third level, is in the roof of the design. So it's a main block to the front with these two side wings, which are together with a glass front. I suppose to try to replicate and respect the previous Lakeview house that stood there. Next slide, please. Those are proposed elevations where it is 3-story. It does respect the existing height of what's there. And then the two wings have been a sort of a modern interpretation of it, so that there's just a front and side elevation view. Next slide, please. And then that's the east elevation and the south elevation of the proposal. Next slide, please. So this section through the site and the adjacent dwellings. So there has been quite a number of obviously sections just to ensure that there's no overlooking of windows, etc. It has been carefully designed, and there has been actually a number of amendments requested through this plan application, adjusted slightly on the site. Balconies has been removed, inserted. So the design aspect of this has been carefully looked at. You can also see to the east there, which is to the southwest of the site, there is a substantial buffer of new landscaping, which is actually heavy standard trees, so they're quite high going in at the start with, so that in time will even grow more to serve as a mature buffer between the existing housing and this new development. Next slide, please. That's further sections through the site to the adjacent development at Meadow View there. Next slide, please. This just is supposed to give you an indication of the balcony designs because you can't physically go, you can go out onto them, but you can't, they're not protruding beyond the rear elevation, for example. So that allows you to ensure there's no impact on the privacy of those adjacent residents to the side. Next slide, please. That just gives another sort of a balcony A design of what they are going to look like there at the top. So you can't physically go out, but there is a sort of like a balcony area to provide an aspect of maybe to overlook the new landscape gardens is going to be provided. Next slide, please. And then the balcony A and C sections, just detailed sections from that to see what we're going to see in relation to when we were up there. So they've been carefully designed and considered in relation to the design aspect of this proposal. You can see the top bit sits back even further from the development. Next slide, please. That's another balcony B design that is after the wing, but you can see that's sort of an internal glassed area, but overlooks there is an open swathe of space of the development adjacent. And for those that probably were on the previous planning committee, which took that decision, there was an open aspect that was approved there, supposed to allow views into the former Lakeview house. So hopefully this can replicate the views into that there large detached house, which will accommodate the 15 apartments. Next slide, please. There's another separate balcony B sections, just so what we can see when you're out there. So given the separation distance and levels and new landscaping, we're content that there were no impact on the amenity of those residents. Next slide, please. I suppose there are comparison drawings of what was there and what is going to propose now to give you an understanding of the house that was there and then the new development that is there. So there's no real difference in regards to scale as regards there, but the back buildings coming up is the rear elevation slightly increased, but a set back further on the site. Next slide, please. That sort of gives you enough indication of where it is in the site. So the red was the original Lakeview house. The faded grey was previously what was proposed, and then they pushed it back even further, supposed to take away from impact on trees, etc. Next slide, please. That just shows site photographs. That's the existing laneway that's going to be used. Shrubbery along there is going to be removed. The trees are to be retained. Few trees will actually be taken away due to the fact that they're dead, and one will be taken away for one passing bay up that laneway. Next slide, please. That just shows the site looking from the site towards the Guildford Road, so you can sort of just see the extensive views from the site towards the Guildford Road. Next slide, please. That's just another view from in the site looking towards Lakeview Meadows, which is existing residential development. So there is a height difference there, although that that is the area there where there's going to be a substantial landscape buffer. Next slide, please. That just shows the former walled garden and access into there will facilitate 1 or 2 trees being removed, and there's one that is dead, but hopefully that'll be all restored as part of this project. Next slide, please. That just shows, I was talking through the open space that was approved at the Lakeview Meadow design. So where that arrow is, says site, that's where the former Lakeview house stood, and that's hopefully where this is designed there to be replicated there. So there will be views through the Lakeview house, I suppose, to bring back what the local landscape policy area envisaged, which was the views of the former Lakeview house. So to try to retain those views and where that's sited, so that just gives you an understanding of where it'll be within the context of that development. Next slide, please. That's just a former one in relation to the access to the site and where it's sited. That there's an internal access way at Lakeview Meadows. Those houses are occupied now and notified. I think that number 8 and 9, etc. Next slide, please. That's it. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Members, with us this evening is Ms. Sinead Mulholland to make a representation in objection to the application. Sorry, Niamh Mulholland. Niamh, you're very welcome here today. Niamh, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The clock will appear on the screen and it won't start, Niamh, until you begin to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The LLP for this area states that the sweep of pasture land up to the house and the associated tree planting, which extends across the Guildford Road, add to the visual significance of the LLPA. The officer maintains that the 12 number of trees that will be felled will be compensated for with planting of other trees. However, the LLPA does not state that the volume of trees is important, but rather the specific location that adds to the significance of the LLPA. The replanting will in fact not be visible from the vantage point set out in the LLPA. Using the no harm test, the officer also states that Lakeview House already have been demolished, means that the new construction would have limited impact on the LLPA. But this contradicts the statement given by the council in 2018 when the former residence was demolished. At the time, they contended that while the removal of the old house was highly regrettable, developers had done nothing contrary to approval, as the conditions of the LLPA applied to the setting of the house, not the house itself. Therefore, the no harm test needs to consider the setting more than the demolition of the former house. Point 2 relates to the criterion E of policy QD1. It states a movement pattern is provided that supports walking and cycling, meets the needs of people with mobility impairment, and respects existing public rights of way. According to the drawings of the proposed entrance lane, there is no provision made for footpaths for the safe passage of pedestrians and those with mobility issues. They would have to use an already narrow lane and be aware of cars. There doesn't seem to be any plan for lighting along this lane, which would make this unsafe for anyone other than drivers. And as this road will never be adopted, there's no guarantee that lighting will be installed. DFI Roads have said that they will never adopt this laneway and they don't consider it a street, and responsibility will always remain with the developer. At the time when the NI executive and local councils are trying to work to adopt unadopted roads, this would be a worrying step. It is an unusual step by DFI not to adopt a road leading to a development of 5 or more homes, and this could lead to the area falling into disrepair, which in turn could damage the tree roots of the TPO trees in the laneway. Proposed drainage system also proposes a new storm drain line running down the current laneway. The digging that would be necessary to achieve this would put the roots of TPO trees under risk. Many of these trees are so large in height and diameter that their roots would stretch across the laneway. NI Water also stated in their letter dated 19th of November 2020 that they're currently recommending no other connections be made, but will do so for this because of extant planning permission. The reference given though is for the Lakeview Meadow development of 36 houses, which has now been complete, and the current project is outside the site scope. Therefore, I cannot see how it is in fact extant planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niamh, and you're just nicely inside your time there. Okay, members, also with us this evening is Mr. Tom Stokes from TSA Planning, and Tom is to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Tom, you're very welcome here this evening. Tom, like the previous speaker, you will have 3 minutes. The clock should be on your screen and it won't start until you begin to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to address the committee. With me, Sam Rusk, the applicant, and Alistair Beckett, the project architect, both of whom are happy to answer any questions. By way of introduction, the applicant's vision for this site is to deliver 15 luxury apartments aimed at the downsizer, which will sit within mature landscape grounds, including a walled garden, allotments, and a communal garden room for residents, all accessed off a private gated laneway. As many members will recall, this site was once home, and as you've seen in the slides, home to Lakeview House, which was an important focal building in the landscape. And again, from an architectural perspective, the applicant wished to reinstate that. It was very important to the applicant that an appropriate scheme was designed for this site, which is in keeping with the elegance and proportions of the previous Lakeview House. The original form of the Lakeview House consisted of a sizable manor house without buildings forming a courtyard. Taking this all into account, it was felt that this luxury apartment development aimed at the over 55s would be a fitting replacement on these lands. In terms of some of the comments raised by representations, DFI Roads have raised no objection to the proposed site access, the laneway or passing bay. At its closest point to the rear of this property, at one Lakeview, which Miss Mulholland talked about, is 18 metres away from the laneway. Ecological surveys have been undertaken, bat roost surveys have been submitted as part of this proposal, and NIA have signed those off. In terms of drainage, NI Water have signed it off and confirmed that there is capacity. We believe that some of the key benefits this proposal brings are as follows. It will deliver 15 generously sized 2 and 3 bed apartments ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 square feet, which are significantly larger than your average 2-bed apartment at around 750 square feet. They are all set within mature grounds, and the scheme will deliver an average of 230 square metres of amenity, bearing in mind the normal is 10 to 30 square metres, and a total of 23% of the overall site area will be dedicated to open space. Extensive landscaping is proposed, including 80 new trees and around 1,700 square metres of shrubbery. Yes, I agree, we are losing 4 trees to facilitate this development, 4 TPO trees. But in lieu of losing those 4 trees to facilitate this proposal, we are planting 80 new trees. To conclude, our client is extremely excited about facilitating the regeneration of this brownfield site to provide a high quality residential environment that acknowledges the former grandeur of the Lakeview House through its form detailing and use of high quality materials. It restores and brings back the walled garden into use and delivers extensive landscaping. There are no objections from any statutory consultees. This is a unique scheme which represents a significant investment from the private sector and will create much needed local construction jobs. I'd like to thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. Members, as Tom alluded to, we also with us this evening is Mr. Sam Rusk, who's the applicant, and Mr. Alistair Beckett, who's the project architect. Both gentlemen have speaking rights for clarification purposes. Okay, members, we'll move into questions now. If any of you have any questions for Sinead, Niamh, Tom, or Sam, or Alistair, now's the time. First up, we've got Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple. Could you highlight more on the sewage connection, which Niamh had touched on for the previous development and this development? And could you explain really your rationale around the laneway? I know you said you want it in keeping with the original house, but for a lot of construction traffic going up and down a narrow laneway with just one passing bay, and even for residents that live there in the future, just it doesn't seem practical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy, and I would ask Sinead maybe to take us through that, please.
Yeah, I suppose the initial NI Water response came back. It's similar to the previous scheme that we talked about in Portadown in relation to available capacity and the caveats served that, but it did allude to a previous extant permission, which the objector has rightly referred to, and that was the adjacent development in which the objector now lives. However, we got clarification from NI Water in relation to what they mean by that. Are they just approving this connection due to that extent approval, and this was outside it, just to clarify that, but they come back to say that, well, actually it refers to the 18 apartments which previously was referred to, and says available capacity for these 18 number of units, and there is a pre-DE submitted with that, and indeed the agent and applicant have submitted that too through the planning process to show that it's up to date. So we are content there is available capacity to take these, well, 15 residential units as it is now, previously, and NI Water's come back to say they have connection approved for 18, but these 15, that's submitted by NI Water. In relation to the access way will be the laneway, but it's widened when you take in. Let's get the exact measurements. Be widened to 4.8 metres with one passing bay, and that's supposed to, if we're having I suppose a dual road there, it would necessitate removing every single tree down those both those side laneways, and we don't think that is a good plan. Again, we prefer to keep it as it is. It was a single vehicle. It's a private. This is like a private enterprise which will be served. There is a landscape management plan submitted with that there, but the landscape management plan doesn't just cover the soft landscape works. It also covers the hard landscape works. And the developers well aware that they also have to consider and look at the laneway and keep that under repair as well. And the tree survey, as you can know, in addition to that, there is a removal of trees, but there is work to other trees, supposed to trim the back and take away any overhanging branches from that. So this laneway, when taking away the existing vegetation and overgrowth that's come over the years, will more facilitate the vehicular access with that one passing bay, which we're on that there. You can see straight up it. So if any cars coming up or down, you just pull in that one away. So I suppose it's keeping with a more rural format, and DFI roads are content with that.
Thanks, Sinead. Councillor Duffy, are you content there?
Yeah, still have concerns about the laneway, particularly if you're accessing, the site you can pull in, but if you're leaving the site, you're already on the laneway, and then you're meeting traffic halfway down it. So just have concerns around that.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor McLennan.
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in. Thank you to Sinead and those others who have spoken. In terms of the consideration of third-party objections and condition 7, I see that there's been a preliminary ecological appraisal has been carried out. I guess, can someone just outline to me what the next steps are in that particular process? And I suppose a question would be, during the construction phase, for example, will there be ongoing monitoring? So just maybe a wee bit of detail around the next steps there, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McLennan. Sinead.
Yeah, I suppose as Councillor McLennan has alluded to, we've added a number of pre-commencement conditions. So there's certain work the developer must do before they actually commence their work in relation to the construction of fences around trees to ensure they won't be impacted by any construction, etc. But in addition to that, NED have advised that the application will require a European protected species licence, which must be obtained prior to the removal of any works or vegetation on the site, and all works must be carried out with a supervision of a qualified ecologist. Now that obviously is not adequate condition because it's covered under other legislation. So that is a higher level again. So there's a level of protection, and conditions don't be imposed on plan of permission to achieve the purposes of a separate legislative requirement. So it will require a BAT license before they do even any work. So that's even a higher level again that they have to go through NED, as well as the other conditions that looked at, the open landscape amenity plan, final drainage assessment, the detailed drainage works. They're content that the drainage plan is submitted as sufficient detail, but they will require more work. So there's a number of things that has to be done if plan approval were granted. It's I suppose customary to a lot of these housing schemes that show how they can do it, and then the final documents then come later. But there will be a number of, and the developer and agent are well aware they have to do prior to any construction works on site.
Thanks, Sinead. Does that answer your question, Councillor McLennan?
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Sinead.
Thanks. Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, Niamh made a a statement there about the lighting. I was just wondering, is DFI Road Service still here?
No, they're not. No.
They're not. Sinead, maybe you can answer. Liv said about the lighting columns, and it's not in keeping with the size of the residential area. I was just wondering, maybe you would know a bit more information on that there.
I do believe the objector said that the lighting details aren't provided. They aren't showing the laneway to be lit up. And that is correct. They're not showing it there because the detail has become a wildlife friendly lighting scheme has to be adopted for this. There's not any sort of low level lighting scheme will have to be approved here along that. So there's no actually tall lighting columns. They're site specific, these potential ones. And if the developer chooses as a private access way, but chooses to add those lights, you probably condition number 14 states that a wildlife friendly lighting scheme shall be submitted and no exterior lighting at all has to be installed prior to us actually seeing those and approving those details. So I do believe that's what the objector was alluding to.
Thank you, Sinead. Content, Councillor Barr, Alderman Barr, sorry. Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Sinead, and thanks to all the speakers so far. Sinead, can you point out in the plan where the TPO trees are that are being removed? It's just not clear. That's the first thing. And also, I would like Mr. Stokes or maybe Alistair how are you going to address? Obviously, Niamh mentioned drainage in the laneway, and obviously the trees, as we can see, are quite large mature trees, and roots do spread for quite a distance. So what mitigation measures are you doing during sort of dig and things like that to put in drainage to ensure that these trees don't be damaged? Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nicholson. And do we need a visual up on screen just to point out that location of the TPO trees?
It would be useful, Chair, if that was possible, just to point them out,
Thanks.
Please.
Ruth, is that possible, please?
You bring up the site layout, Ruth, with the landscape and all. Hopefully it should be able to. Yeah, just along, well, I suppose along the access way first, there are 4 to be removed along the access way. 3 of those actually are in poor condition, but so they're impacting the existing trees there. So 4 along the access way, 3 which have to be removed because they're dead, and 1 is to facilitate, I suppose, the access arrangement and the additional passing bay there. There is 3 up just at the front of the house, has to be removed. 2 of those are dead, so one of them is to facilitate the development, and then there's 3 to the back of the development, I suppose, to allow you access into the walled garden, and they're to be removed. So that's the location of the trees.
Thank you very much, Sinead. And then the second part to Councillor Nicholson's question was around drainage mitigation as the work continues. So I'm not sure, Councillor Nicholson, did you want to direct that to Mr. Stokes or to
Well, whoever,
Mr. Beckett?
obviously, it'll be somebody on the developer team, I'm sure, will be able to answer it. Or...
Thank you.
The Alistair's on the call as well too. He may jump in, Councillor, but so I suppose just whenever we were designing this, very conscious. So Dr. Philip Blackstock is part of our team as well too. So he has undertaken all of the tree survey work within the site and made the recommendations in terms of which trees are, I suppose, past their end life and have to be removed. And along with the engineers were RPS. So the drainage pipe from the site will go down the middle of the laneway and then connects into the main system, which is in Lakeview Meadow at the bottom. So at the entrance point into the laneway, that's where we connect into the mains. But because there's an existing laneway there, which is made up of tarmac, etc., Dr. Blackstock and the engineers are happy that we'll be able to put that in and not impact on the root protection zones of those trees.
Thanks.
Hopefully
Thanks,
that
Tom.
helps. Thank you.
Yeah, very useful. And when you're on, Tom, just in relation to the development to the side, which seemed to be allotments, there's no detail, just give us an idea of what the idea of, are they for the residents, are they for the community, or what is the plan?
they're for the residents. So there's 15 apartments in the scheme, and each apartment will be allocated a little allotment, and I've called it a garden room, but it's a fancy name, I suppose, for a man or a female cave for a shed to keep your wellies in a spade or whatever for the allotment. But as Sinead maybe hasn't mentioned, within the scheme as well too, there's a communal garden room which is for residents to form a residents committee or club, where the idea in the summer is it's located within the gardens, and if the residents want to have a barbecue, etc. So each resident gets allocated an allotment, and then you have a communal garden room as well too.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And maybe just at this stage, because of no further lights, maybe I'll ask Niamh if she's anything she wants to add just on what she's heard so far.
Yes, thank you so much. What I'm just concerned about really, and mainly, is the preservation of the trees within the TPO and the LLPA. And to be honest with you, living along the back of it, I know obviously I'm not a tree surgeon, I'm not an expert, but I don't see a lot of damage. I see a lot of foliage in the summer, and these dead or poor trees don't necessarily, it doesn't equate for me. And also the fact that you're saying that it's going to be possible not to hurt the roots. I don't know how you can say that whenever, if you look at the diameter and the height of these trees, these roots are going to spread for an awful distance. And even into the middle of that laneway, if you hit them, if you do that, you're going to do some damage. And they are going to be fragile. They are historical. They're there because they're protected because they're historical, not just because they're trees. So landscape policy, put more landscape in, doesn't necessarily make up for that. And it was a shame that the Lakeview Manor or Lakeview House had to be demolished. And I would hate to see this area go the same way, because it was recklessness in construction, and it couldn't be stopped. So that's just all I have to add. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Niamh. Sinead, you had indicated there.
No, I suppose that through the tree survey, you have details of where the root protection and all is. So, the engineer is quite aware of where they have to go in the middle of the laneway. So that is actually on the planning portal. And I suppose, the development in which the objector lives now, there had to be a few trees that had to come down to facilitate access into their development as well. So unfortunately, you do use a couple of trees, but this has a substantial landscaping scheme with it, as well as the housing development in which the objector lives now also had the same.
Thank you, Sinead. I can see Mr. Stokes and Alistair indicating, but member or gentlemen, I have to have someone to ask you a particular question to bring us in. Just to stick with the rules. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, Chair, and I suppose on the back of what Niamh says, look, obviously we're all sort of very, we know this is an LPA and these trees are listed, and we do want to see the trees, retained and as part of the overall sort of visual landscape of the area. So I suppose in the back of what Niamh said again, I would like to hear Mr. Stokes and Mr. Beckett, just to, or even Sinead, like, how do we as a committee, sort of ensure or convince Niamh that this will be a priority for the developer, that there will be care taken in and if there's any point where during construction there could be danger to a tree root, that it is treated as such, and these trees are hundreds and hundreds of years old, and they do have an historic importance and value, and I'm sure Alistair is on the call there. I did a conservation course with Alistair a couple of years ago, and him and I both were doing lime mortar on stone walls together. So I know Alistair has got a real sort of, there's a conservation side to him. He's not one of these sort of guys that sort of would go in, and I would like to hear from him just to show, obviously the control you're going to have, Alistair, on this, to try and ensure, Niamh, that this isn't going to be a possibility that we're going to lose more than the trees that you're proposing. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. I'll bring in Mr. Stokes first and then followed by Alistair Baggett. So, Mr. Stokes.
Thank you for the question. Councillor, I suppose through the chair, just, going back to, I suppose, what I said initially when we came on the call, and like Sam is on the call, the applicant here, like he's got a real passion for delivering a really high-end quality scheme here. As part of the whole ethos behind delivering the high-end, high-quality scheme is retaining as many trees as we can. Like, not to go through all the numbers again, but Philip Blackstock has done the survey of the 62 TPO'd protected important trees on this site. 6 of them are unfortunately in poor condition and have to be removed. So whether this development was to happen or not, those trees have to go. There are only 4 which are being removed to facilitate the development. And I suppose in lieu of those 4 to facilitate the development, one's to create the passing bay on the laneway at the entrance. And there's a really detailed compensatory landscaping scheme of 80 new mature trees being planted on this site, along with lots and lots of shrubbery. So I suppose Alistair can maybe come in. Councillor, as you know, he is a conservation architect. This is about recreating the fabulous former Lakeview, vision and the glimpses that you got of that Lakeview house through the trees. That's what we want to create, that as a really private development. Alistair.
Yeah, I think Niamh's comments are really valid. As a resident, I have one mature tree at the back corner of my garden that I contend with my neighbours that we shouldn't cut it down because it may give us more light. So I appreciate where the practicality and the sentiment is. In terms of the access, I suppose when we looked at this site, I suppose one of the things we got excited about, which we haven't really touched on so much, is the wall garden. And really, if we had another form of development, we wouldn't have the ability to have this new shared space where we actually conserve what is remaining of the historic fabric. And, quite rightly, no one involved me in this scheme while the historic house was still there. So we have a wall garden that we can actually bring back into live actual use. And one of the assets of this site is the treescape that is already there. Now, set aside TPOs, the trees on the site are one of the greatest assets to the developer who is looking to sell this as a one-off unique site, where you actually approach it down what is actually a very attractive laneway, an original laneway. That laneway has been used for construction continually over the years. These historic houses were always under development. And if you look at the development plans from the 1830s, the stables at the back changed. Now that may be done with horse and cart, but as long as that was last used, there was a new swimming pool done. The quantity surveyor we're working with, he actually was involved in building that swimming pool on the site. So there has been recent development carried out on the site without detriment to the trees. And I think very much as Sinead said, if you look at the conditions that have been imposed upon us, before we can actually put a digger on site, we need to provide fence protection to all those trees to ensure that there's no damage to the root barrier. The passing bay was considered in a number of locations, but actually when we had the tree survey back and understood there was 2 trees in poor condition, that was then what suggested that that would be the appropriate site. We also liked that idea because it's on the far side of the laneway from number 1, and it actually pushed it further away rather than bringing it closer to the existing residential property. So we would be hopeful what we're able to create here is something that, whilst not restoring the Lakeview house, which isn't possible, it will evoke something of that. It places a building back in those historic views of the landscape. My in-laws live on Guildford Road. It was a view and a vista that I knew well from passing it. And when it disappeared, there was something missing on the site. So the council has previously made a decision that those vistas should be remained open as part of the landscape plan. And I think it is appropriate that a building goes back in that location, but it should be something that is appropriate to the context and the site.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Okay, members, I've no further lights, so we'll move on to the next part of this process, which is debate and decision. And members, I'm in your hands. Everyone is pretty quiet. Councillor Nicholson, to start us off, thank you.
Chair, I think again we've given this a real good sort of discussion, and as I say, as Mr. Beckett's pointed out, you know, and I recall I was part of that previous application, and we did insist keeping these vistas open. And I do think that you know, when you do go there and you see that there is something missing, and I do think that there's a design quality to what is being proposed, and I think there's a need as well in relation to this type of thing. I think people are beginning to sort of downsize, but they don't want to downsize into something that's, you know, kind of not quality. So I do think this really does you know, fill a niche in a market, and I do think that, you know, you'll never be cast iron that, you know, something won't happen during construction, but I think there's been a lot of mitigation, you know, discussed tonight in relation to this, in relation to the trees. And Niamh, I have to say, it's great to see somebody, you know, so passionate in their local area and in the landscape and the setting, and I hope that, I'm sure you'll be there as a second clerk of works, I'm sure, during this construction. So look, Chair, I'm happy to propose a recommendation based on the officer's report and the discussion we've had tonight. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, it would be of a similar mind to Councillor Nicholson, and going back a number of years, I do remember the upset when the original Lakeview House was demolished, and it was surprising that a building of that size, that history was not did not have a designation of it as is common. So it was sad to see that go. And I do acknowledge the upset that caused to that local area, but it is sort of appropriate to see that the planners, or that the developer, has come to us today with a similar development, taking very much the spirit of the Lakeview House and putting it back into maybe its rightful and original place. I did definitely hear what Niamh has to say about the TPO trees. I know it's an issue we talk about many times at committee. Sometimes lose a number of old trees that have been there for a long time, replaced with a larger quantity, albeit not as historic. And I do acknowledge that yes, most of those trees were in a bad state. So that was one I was certainly thinking about when I was reading the report over the weekend. But I do take some comfort in that, as has been outlined by the agent and Alistair, that they are very much focused on the conservation aspect of it. And one thing in the application that I did like is the wall garden, and bringing that area of potentially, someone said, derelict land back into use for people of all ages. So I would be leaning to agreeing with the proposal put down by Councillor Nicholson, and maybe second it, but again would say to Niamh, and indeed any other residents, that if at any time they feel that inappropriate actions are being taken place or developments not happening according to the planning permission that might be given tonight, to notify the planning department and they'd be able to action that. But given the spirit that I think that the developers have shown here tonight, that they'll be very much proactive and supporting a progressive development here. So as I said, I'd be happy to second that proposal from Councillor Nicholson to accept the approval, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Okay, members, we have a proposal which has been seconded to accept the recommendation. I have no further lights, so are we all in agreement? Yeah. Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you very much to all who took part in that. Thank you. Okay, members, we're moving on to our last application, which is Appendix 9. And this is application number LA08/2020/1492/F. And I suppose just at the outset, Thank Kevin for his patience. It's been done a bit this evening, so I'll hand over to Kevin, Plan Manager, to present this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. The application site is located to the south of Mandville Road, between roundabout 6 and 7, to the east of Bracken Lodge, north of Lisniski Walk, Lisniski Meadows, and to the west of land zoned for industrial use. The site is located within the development limit of the Portadown urban area on zoned housing land as defined in the Craigavon Area Plan 2010. The applicant has submitted a Section 54 application to vary conditions numbers 11, 12 and 13 of Planning Permission LA08 2017-1070/0, which granted outline planning permission on the 3rd of September 2020 for approximately 500 dwellings, a creche and road improvements at the site. As members will be aware, the extant planning permission has established the principle of development on the site, and a Section 54 application is not a means to revisit the principle of development, but only permits officers and the committee to consider the question of the conditions attached to the extant planning permission for the development. So dealing with each of the conditions, condition 11 currently states no development shall commence until details of a 2-lane approach to roundabout 7 is submitted to and approved in writing by the council. These works shall be completed prior to the occupation of 50 houses within the site. The variance sought is that no more than 50 dwellings shall be occupied until details of a 2-lane approach to roundabout 7 is submitted to and approved in writing by the council. These works shall be completed prior to the occupation of 50 houses within the site. So in effect, the proposed variance will allow the applicant to commence on site prior to obtaining approval for the 2-lane approach. However, the works would still be required to be completed prior to the occupation of 50 houses within the site. For that reason, officers in consultation with DFI Roads are content to vary this condition on the grounds that it will not adversely impact on road safety or inconvenience the free flow of traffic. Condition 12 currently states that no development shall commence until details of the conversion of the old road to the cycle footpath has been submitted to and approved in writing by the council. These works shall be completed prior to the occupation of 30 houses within the site. The variance sought is that no more than 50 dwellings shall be occupied until details of the conversion of the old road to cycle footpath has been submitted to and approved in writing by the council. These works shall be completed prior to the occupation of 50 houses within the site. So similar to condition 11 above, the variance sought will allow the applicant to commence work prior to obtaining approval for the conversion of the old road to the cycle footpath. The application also seeks to vary condition 12 to allow 50 dwellings to be occupied prior to completion instead of 30 as per the original condition. Officers in consultation with DFI Roads are of the opinion that this is acceptable on the grounds that there will be no adverse impact on road safety or free flow of traffic. And finally, condition 13 of the original permission states that no development shall commence until details showing a pedestrian linkage between the site and the old Lurgan Road is submitted to and approved in writing by the council. These works shall be completed prior to the occupation of 200 houses within the site. The variance sought is that no more than 200 dwellings shall be occupied until details showing a pedestrian linkage between the site and Old Lurgan Road is submitted to and approved in writing by the council. These works shall be completed prior to the occupation of 200 houses within the site. So the variance sought in this condition will allow the applicant again to commence work prior to obtaining approval for the pedestrian linkage through the site. And however, the works would still be required to be completed prior to the occupation of 200 houses within the site. So again, in consultation with DFI Roads, we're of the opinion that this is acceptable on the grounds that there will be no adverse impact on road safety or free flow of traffic. So having regard to the foregoing and the fact that DFI Roads has confirmed that they have no objection to the variance of any of the conditions, officers are of the opinion that the proposal is acceptable and complies with the SPPS Plan Policy Set 1, Criteria 5, PPS 3, PPS 13 and DCAM 15. And you'll be happy to know, Chair and members, that there is no presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Members, any questions or queries on that? It doesn't look like it. Okay, then I will move on to debate or decision. I sense we'll go straight to decision. No, Councillor Nicholson.
Yep. I think Kevin's given a very good report, Chair, and I'm happy to propose.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Anderson.
For that, and I'd certainly second that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Members have no further lights. I sense we're all in agreement.
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, members, thank you very much. That's passed. So just like to say, or I'd like to thank our planning staff who made all today's meeting possible. There's a lot of work goes into this through the month, as you can appreciate. Obviously, our democratic services who keep this meeting going, our IT staff, our legal advisor, and to all who took part. That includes you, members. So thank you very much, and I'll see you all next month.